See the couriers, they know exactly where they are.
I mean, they can't sneak a Roche, can they? They're gonna try.
They seem to know.
Okay, Crimson, get the last of the RPs there. Straight away, nothing safe like the 3-man RP. It's a beauty. An absolute beauty for nothing to say. Well, yeah, they're not sneaking a Roche.
No, they're not.
I can tell you that.
No meta for 50 seconds. Skeeter, the skewer.
Skewer back. Ooh. Okay, well, he's all over the place. No, jump forward, Creed gets the RP, but there's something lasso, but there's going to be the escape pod. It's giving them
RP on everyone
to get the RP off. Oh, it's over. Surely it is. Skeeter's brought back for this, but they can just turn. Look to kill him off as well. Sprout's there, traps in the Terror Blade. They're running out of buyback. Skeeter's gone. Rampage.
It's just pop BKB, don't move into TP.
Yes, correct. As we're going to see the Impale, but the Solar Guardian is going to come in to try to heal him up. And Ace is going to get the Starbreaker only onto the line right now. Lornoff in really deep, and he's in a lot of trouble as Watson's just going to right-click away. That's the Aegis down already. They're actually going to try to run away now. Lornoff, no more Aegis. BKB about to end. Hammer onto the high ground. The Starbreaker does hit.
Beautiful.
And Tusk will finish the job. Lots of damage to Mira. He's going to force step away his Nightfall with the BKB and fighting. Cannot recognize this man at all, but it doesn't seem to matter as the Jakiro falls. Buyback onto Mira now, and the rest of Aurora on the run. Nightfall, life break again. Is forced to attack his opponents. Gets the breathe fire off, but it's just not enough. As Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to clean up Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira, that's going to be a dieback for him.
Game over.
And that might just be it.
What an insane impalement art from White.
As Durachi just slaps him away.
That was such a good snipe.
And eventually the Magnus will fall as well as XXX actually drops. As Dazzle ends up ticking out as well, but a Dragon Tail from Duracho into the 33 stun as well. Void is dead. Ame, big kill for Tundra as Jin Q getting right-clicked up close and personal to the Dragon as everybody is dying.
Yeah. Soxa,
he's spotted. There's a horn toss onto the Ringmaster. He boxes himself though. Escape art indeed. He puts the World of Warcraft down along with the Chronosphere from Ame. Do they have the damage though? These are some tanky ass targets. Durachi is going to get great from afar after the Dazzle ult is placed. RP on the solo Doom 33. Getting quite low. Gets off the stomp but dies shortly after AA Blast. It does clip the DK.
Sphere.
That is problematic to be in that position. But they've got the Winter's Curse. That's on the 3. They still lost GH early on, but they are going to lose Nesfuries. A lot of their damage, and 2 more go down with Amarallis and Amaterasu dying. They'll look to finish off If I Fall, and the answer is If I Fall. They're going to want to go. Acropire, Supernova, Ravage comes in. This could be the fight for Nigma Galaxy. It's going to explode, and now they go for the damage. Amaryllis is dead, and they get the Aegis out of the hands of the Ursa. If I Fall is gone. They've Sun Raid on top of Nesphere. They've got the stun to follow it up. Billion Rage trying to get a kill here on a noob, but this goes horrid for Yellow Submarines. Oh, no. Dragon Tail, Amaterasu, Stifling Dagger, has that Shiva is trying to run. The tracks are starting to pile up. Here comes Rabel with the Wrath of Nature going for GH. He doesn't have a Supernova. They've sprouted him up. They've got the track. They'll get the kill to take out the Phoenix. But even with the BKB, all the Yules, it ran out. He was trying to TP away, and now Rabel's in trouble with the Hurricane Break. They'll get the kill. They'll take him away. They'll look for the Bounty Hunter. They've got Amaryllis alone. There's no Ursa here, and that's going to be 4 dead on the side of Yellow Submarines. Blinking in, they've got the Hex, they'll go to the arena, the BKB's gonna be popped here, they go to the Invisible, it's gonna be onto the Beastmaster, but they go to the Ice Blast, they should be able to get a kill here onto Beastmaster once this BKB runs out. Amaryllis is dead, Ghost jumps forward for more, he's trying to get a kill here on Amaterasu, but Ghost is gonna be hit with this Ice Blast as well as the Cold Feet, they got the kill on a Ghost! Noob not offering much more, they're trying to get a kill here with the Hex and the damage, but still with this Solar Crest, the physical damage isn't felt. Dual Breath. Roche, he's still got some heat and some health.
Schofield.
But now, Schofield, he's going to be tossed over. Fade ending up getting that kill. He doesn't have a lot of life to work with, but he does have 11 wand charges. RCY going to move forward. They go to the Rolling Thunder. Or the roll-up, excuse me. He's got Rolling Thunder available in 5. They get the kill on a Fade. Now they'll look over with the Remnant forward. But the BKB being popped by Yamsun. Toss up into the air. The right click's coming in. RCY now going for the Chaotic Offering. Oh, he's up onto the high ground, but he's hit with the Fatal Bombs. They get the kill on Yamsun as well as Big Gnome. RCY needs to run. Somehow this is Roche for the side of Heroic, though. Taking out these trees, still has the Black Hole. Can he land one to turn this team fight around? He's looking for the opportunity. He has Blink on cooldown, but he'll step up. He'll go to the Black Hole. It's going to be on the 2, but the damage, it's not there again yet till Tiny comes in. Yuma in trouble, but the Lotus Orb, the right clicks, the damage with the BKB, not enough. Yamsun, Big Gnome, Fade all fall. Heroic finding heroics in each other. RCY trying to get a kill, finally takes out Yuma, and he's going to be killed. That is a big spree.
Pays for his indiscretions as he threw the Boom Tidehunter into play. Immediately jumps, destroys Zibe. Oh! No chance to get anything. Instantly kills off the Abba. Now looking for more. Eki in trouble, trying to back away. Boom is dropping low, but it won't matter. The big Watermelon Man is not the real problem. Shad is the real problem, who will be gifted, not gifted a Rampage, excuse me.
Both teams aren't quite sure how much they want to push forward. Oh, Enigma. Thanks out.
Away.
Oh, this
Now
is good.
jump in! Shad! Oh my god, and the Orc is incredible! Black Hole, it's too pretty. Just catch everybody, why don't you? Eki, lift, pull back, trying to find him, toss, all the way over to the side, Boom in trouble, and now the turn, Kaori moves over, he has the Black Hole, but it's Shad! Shad's the one that walks in, gets the dieback onto that Tiny. And Smiling Knight, nowhere left to go. They're trying desperately, but it won't be enough.
Greetings, esports fans. We're back in beautiful Bucharest for the emerging Season 3 of PGL Wallachia. Today is Judgment Day. I'm going to be your host, Richard Lewis, and joining me in the studio, we have the Tea Governor and the Pepe Governor. It is Cost Lacoste. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good, doing good. I got some good night's sleep. Yesterday was a good day of Dota, and today we're going to be seeing some elimination games as well, and I think it's going to be pretty hype.
I also just want to commit this to broadcast. You also had 2 kebabs yesterday.
I did. There was a new place that has opened up, I think, last year, because I definitely didn't see it before, and it just stopped here. Actually, one of the best ones I ever had.
Been rad.
I'll confess, I had 2 kebabs 2 days ago. So we're 4 kebabs in us in the last 48 hours.
We need to get a sponsorship deal. Get on it, PGL. We're happy to endorse that for free kebabs. But anyway, this is what we had yesterday. We're going to show you the graphic in this wonderful sprawling Swiss system. You can see we've had the 3-1s and the 3-2s out of the way, and that's why today is going to be Judgment Day. All of these games today are going to produce winners and losers eliminations.
Yeah, and potential upsets, right? Especially because you see Tidebound beating Falcons, Tidebound now going through, Xtreme beating Tundra. I think as we started out this tournament, we would have blindly assumed that Falcons and Tundra probably would get their way through to the playoffs, either through 3-0 or 3-1. So to see both of them in a 2-2 situation is a little bit of a struggle. And I think here in the 1 and 2 bracket, I think Yellow Submarine are now consistently creating the upsets. Not even upsets, because they're not beating like the strongest teams, but they're taking away some of the more notable teams.
If Reddit says you're washed, Yellow Submarine are going to beat you.
Absolutely.
That's what I've learned.
They are eliminating Western European teams with the biggest fan base. They eliminated OG. They eliminated Nigma Galaxy as well. Day of upsets yesterday that did happen. And we can look at the standings. And
worth pointing out, obviously, Chinese Dota, it is back. It's not a dream.
Yeah, no, again, it's just doing really well at the moment. The thing is, I still don't want to get too carried away because we're in a Swiss group to then get to double elimination. So I want to see that first round of double elim to see kind of how strong are they. Was it the kind of the power of having time between each series? But yes, 2 teams in double elim playoff. The hope for a China versus West final is also on the cards. We are starved of that, based on history. So
yeah, I agree.
Hopefully.
Yeah, it's been great. And as I said, what's super interesting is the Chinese teams are doing it not through gimmicky means. They're doing it by really interesting drafts. They're really showing a good understanding of the meta, which brings me to this is what the meta has looked like. Obviously, at the start of the tournament, we came in on a letter patch. We tweaked things from Dream League. Dom, this is what's been emerging.
Yeah, these are the most played heroes so far in the tournament. I would say that Jakiro is definitely the one that not many people should be surprised because this hero gives you everything. Strong laner, Nature's Prophet. His win rate is up to 40%, which doesn't tell the story of the hero, because if you remember day 1, he was sitting at 0 and 6, but we've seen this hero being flexed to multiple roles, even position 4, Dragonite and Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin is the big one. We also seen Dragonites being played with the green facet from the mid lane, from the safe lane. We also, some players try to experiment a little bit more with the Frost Dragon as well. But yeah, Phantom Assassin still feels like a super strong hero and one of the best late game carries.
Yeah, and I think the fact is they are always so good at farming. At least half of those heroes, even the supports like Jakiro and Muerta, they push waves so easily. So you're looking at the most played, if you give them 5-10 minutes of freedom, they're all going to generate another item out of nowhere. But there is one hero that does counter at least 75% of those heroes on that pool.
I wonder who it could be.
Unfortunately, we can't play that game. We have spoken about it already.
Yes.
But OD, Outworld, Destroyer, Outhouse, whatever, Devourer.
Is he Devourer or Destroyer these days? I always get him mixed up.
Honestly, it's just OD. I panicked. In the moment, I completely forgot. But we are going to have the clips because we've seen it twice. One time by Sumo, which I wasn't too much of a fan of, but XM, he showed us why it is strong. With Roshan, you're able to use your Arcane Orb to take Roshan. Sure, it's not the quickest, but still, it's good damage from the mid lane. And then in regards to the ganks, when he has the confidence of the Aegis, look who he's ganking on screen. It's a Tiny and then also DK, 2 of the strongest heroes in the meta, the most played heroes in the meta. Look how quickly the DK dies.
Basically 3 hits, huh?
It's just refreshing. Like not many heroes can truly do that. But the key thing is you can enable Roshan. In laning phase, you're very strong. But what is the item on OD that makes him broken Lacoste?
I think it's the Aghanim Scepter. You want to get this item as fast as possible because a lot of the times this hero is very vulnerable. He's the one getting jumped, and this item allows you to have pretty much Aeon Disc because you can be bursted as easily. It gives you just enough time for the rest of the team to back you up, or you get the Astral, so you buy a little bit more extra time. His itemization is pretty good when it comes down to scaling because you are building into Witchblade / Parasma, so you have a True Strike as well, which is good against most of the heroes. We saw Phantom Assassin, of course, is there. The difference between the max mana / intelligence is going to be big. And yeah, I think this is the key item. Yeah, you want to pick it up as fast as possible.
So would you like to watch another clip?
I'm down.
Which is about OD and Aghanims? I hope we have that. So yeah, here
it is.
with the OD Agnums, XM, he kept running into the tree because when you have the Ags, when you get to below 20% HP, you get a strong Dispel, 65% of your max mana, and unfortunately for XG, this fight goes poorly because Arme blinks into the Ice Path thinking he might have OD Ags himself, forgetting the BKB, Satanic, or Manta. So I think this fight isn't a great showing of XG, but it also was a good showing of how OD, when he was jumped, he still survived, he took down the Void with him, and if his team was able to better utilize their spells, they would be able to consistently use his baiting mechanism to always turn around a fight, especially if you have Silencer Global, Magnus RP, PA jumping on a hero. Like OD with Ags pre-30 minutes, you just A-click through the map, and whoever jumps on you, they don't kill you. You have to break, the only way to stop it from proccing is by breaking the OD and killing during the break, because it will stop the mana shield or barrier actually activating. But it's a very scary hero when you have those 3 items.
Yeah, this hero definitely does have a place in meta because we are, again, for the 5th time in a row in a strength tanky meta for some reason. And you need to be able to kill these heroes like quickly. And you could see that OD definitely is the one who can do it because Timbersaw right now, one of the better overall heroes against tanky heroes, feels so lackluster right now. Way too many nerfs. So we're trying to theory craft like what's good, some percentage-based damage, pure damage that's going to come out. OD definitely fits that role because he has that bit of a burst damage, and you said Roche taking potential as well, strong laner. Overall, good hero, but not many players want to take that risk. It does seem like if this hero gets shut down, you're kind of playing 4v5.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at today's schedule. We're going to see if we see some OD over the course of the day. Now, it is a PGL event. We would usually have 2 streams, but we can't because all of these games are going to be playoff bound or out of the tournament. So it's just one stream. We're going to end with Tundra versus Na'Vi. That's going to be an absolute banger. It's kind of crazy to think Tundra are in the position that they're in. We can maybe talk a little bit about that. Team Falcons versus Heroic. A replay of last season's final, one of the better finals at an event. Whether it'll still deliver based on the personnel, we'll get into a little bit later today. But first up, it's going to be Aurora versus the upset machines of Yellow Submarines. So we'll start by talking about Yellow Submarine. I have to be honest, obviously when I do Dota events, I do prepare. I know that probably shocks a lot of people. I do like occasionally look at Liquipedia. That's what esports prep is, guys, by the way. But I'm really struggling to find lots of kind of narrative talking points as a host about Yellow Submarine. I looked at the roster. I didn't see a lot of storied players. And my assumption was by the time we got to the last day of the groups, we wouldn't be talking about them. So I'm in a bit of a weird off-kilter position, and I'm going to defer to the experts to tell me about this team.
Yeah, if we go back to 2020, when Yellow Submarine was also a relatively unknown squad, the team that kind of got, I think they beat Empire in the qualifiers. They qualified to the TI. We're talking about Team Spirit that, Yellow Submarine did turn into Team Spirit. A lot of people also didn't recognize any of the players because they just came into the scene, basically their first team. Some of them did play for one team before that, but yeah, they have some relatively good players. It looks like more of a stack right now because people are not really familiar, but they've been playing the map really well. I'm not saying that this is like the team that's going to take the tournament by any means, but definitely they have the potential to cause some upsets, and we've already seen the upsets that they caused.
I mean, the key thing with Yellow Submarine is the naming is always attached to Corbin, who is also the manager of Spirit.
Yeah.
So anyone on Yellow Submarine is kind of like I guess the academy to Spirit to some degree. It's kind of like a talent scouting area where, they facilitate and help them kind of raise them up. They also, I think, believe they share the same sponsors between Spirit and maybe not obviously the same level, but it is very much kind of like helping that next kind of generation of players.
Yeah, Satanic also came through through the Yellow Submarine as well, and now he joined Team Spirit, and now he's on a different team as well with Paravision, so definitely an academy team that is working out well for them.
Yeah, and in the qualifier to get here, they did have to beat Liga, which had some good roster swaps coming into the qualifier. They got beaten by it. Na'Vi Junior as well. That was quite an interesting qualifier for this Wallachia, because it was Na'Vi versus Na'Vi Junior in the upper bracket final. Na'Vi wins. And then in the lower bracket final, it was then Na'Vi Junior versus, at the time, a different name, but Yellow Submarine. And then Na'Vi Junior lost 2-1. So there was also a chance that we'd have 2 Na'Vis at this event. Probably still wouldn't win it, but there would be 2 Na'Vis at the event. So no, this Yellow Submarine already kind of took away the hopes of 2 Na'Vis at this event. They took away the hopes of OG being at this event still, Nigma Galaxy at this event, and also now Aurora, which is like kind of the up-and-comer interesting Eastern European team. I feel like every team they've placed now, they all have interesting like storylines.
Yeah,
They're the storyline killer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the narrative break. On that point, there is an interesting facet of the roster I know you wanted to talk about.
Yes, you put me on the spot there because on the top of my head I completely forgot, but now I remember. It's the power of the stand-in.
Yes,
thank you very much.
We did it.
And this is where the offlaner Amaterasu Mage, whatever, he changes his name every other week it seems. He just played for Shopify, but his hero pool, as everyone knows from the Shopify days, he's rank 1 by the way in the world. Beastmaster, Lycan, Dazzle, Doom. He is super, super toxic in that playstyle. And I think it is incredibly mature of If I Fall, the actual offlaner for Yellow Submarine, to go to the position 5 role so that the stand-in can work. And I really like the fact that he still played the offlane in 2 games. He played a Tidehunter game and he played a Timber game, and that's when Amaterasu went to Venomancer Jungle. And then when he doesn't get to play Venomancer Jungle and he plays his like Beastmaster and stuff, then the actual offlaner for Yellow Submarine goes to 5. So it's like the fact that not only do you have a stand-in in your team, you're putting your offlaner to a brand new. It's not even like the offlane goes to 4. You play the same lane. You're an offlaner going to 5, then your stand-in's taking the main core role. And you're playing Jungle Venomancer. It's like testament to the players to be able to do all those moving parts. Because me explaining it is probably a bit of a mindfuck, right? But it's like, I don't know. It's just kind of cool that they are able to, in the moment, start throwing players in different roles, see what happens in the draft. I think that just takes a lot of like enjoyment for the game, and they're not under the pressure. I think a team under pressure, they would not do these like role swaps and stuff. So I think they're just enjoying their time here at the moment.
Some thoughts on Jungle Veno, Dom?
Very good. This is something I believe 9 class first started, and the other teams started to pick it up as well. We saw it during the Dream League that, what's his name? The team that disbanded, Chimera, they were the ones also playing it. And I think you have a really good point about overall playing with no pressure, because this team is like no pressure at all. We saw Chimera at the previous Dream League team that did disband pretty much before the tournament even started, and they were pretty much playing one of the best Dota as stack. And we can look at the hero stats for Venomancer. Radiant win rate 66%, not too bad. The problem, not the problem, but the thing about Venomancer Jungle is that you need to have self-sustainable offlaner. You need to have a hero who can, one thing that Chimera did run is that they ran this offlane Night Stalker who basically didn't have, you don't need items. You start with your passive abilities, so you're very difficult to kill. It can be exploited, especially if you see the enemy safe lane, if you see that the lane is weak, and then you cut the first creep wave, and then you leave your offlaner as solo, and then you go do your own thing in the jungle.
We'll talk about Aurora as well. On the panel, we've had several people who were like, wow, Aurora, look at the roster, look at the talent that they've got. They could actually be a dark horse at the tournament. Here we are on the, kind of last day of groups, and they're kind of, I don't want to say struggled, but they set themselves a goal of we think top 6 is realistic. We kind of felt that was maybe downplaying what they could achieve a little bit.
Yeah, I think coming into the tournament, especially with the names, the caliber, I think finishing at top 8 is fair. But I was expecting them to maybe face some struggles. I also was expecting AVULUS to play better, Nigma to play better, heroic wildcard. So then for Aurora to be a new team, fresh from their scrims, this is our entry. I just didn't expect them or other teams to perform so poorly, I guess. But they are doing well. They're holding their own. And when you think about the losses they've had, they lost 2-1 to Liquid, and they lost to 2-0 to Gaimin after Gaimin woke up from their struggle series earlier in the tournament. So it's not as if they've lost to some of the kind of the weaker teams. It's they're losing to the big names and still holding their own.
But the thing is, they also beat Heroic, who doesn't look too good right now, and they also did beat Wildcard. They also lost one game to Wildcard, Jungle Venomancer. But this also tells me the story that this team is still not ready to compete with the big names, so I would still put them in the middle. I think top 6, if they get top 6, that's pretty good for the first tournament, because they still need to polish some of the things that they've been lacking. Also, the role swaps that we've seen, Toronto, Tokyo basically playing a new role, sitting at the 50% win rate, which is not the greatest. Yellow Submarine, they're here with 40% win rate, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and obviously they've played two very good teams as well. We have to say Team Liquid seem to be in the ascendancy right now. No shame in losing there. And they did take a game, and that was a really good series. Yeah, so Aurora for me, it's a bit confusing because I just look at the roster and I see the names and reflexively, you kind of go, oh wow, they're gonna blow this team away, But yeah, they are having some teething problems.
I mean, it's expected, right? I think a lot of people, when they saw the roster, they already were like, okay, how long this is going to last, right? Like
there is that too.
You've got Nightfall and carry, you then have Toronto Tokyo with some strong opinions. I think Loranov playing mid is going to help the longevity of the team. I think Kiyotaka playstyle was very aggressive, and that might have caused some issues potentially on a new team. So I think
Kiyotaka was on that team as initially planned, I think this team would be donezo in a month.
It'd be like it'd be like a couple Kiyotaka deaths, and then Nightfall would be like, he'd like BKB
You remember the
team,
9 pandas, Ramses, death stare at Kiyotaka? That was one of the funniest things.
Yeah, it'd be like 2 death stares though. But like either way, like from a I guess Western perspective on the team, it has always been that kind of like the volatility of some of their core players creates like very comedic moments. But if they are able to overcome that, and I guess maybe they've been in interviews, they've said they have, so we have to trust their opinion on the matter, of course, because we're just referencing old memes. Then the future for this team is very strong. Of course, at the moment it is a little bit turbulent, but it's a new team.
You do have stability, though, coming out from Pento, coming out from Mira. Mira has been super stable ever since he joined the team spirit. His performance was always there. Loranov, I would say that he is top 2 in terms of stability from the mid lane.
He was the one I wanted to highlight before we get into the draft. I mean, I've been very impressed with Loranov so far this tournament. I mean, exceeded my expectations.
Definitely did. When he was playing on Tundra, I could see why they picked him up because he was really good, but I don't think he reached his full potential. No. I think he needed a little bit more freedom. We saw that when he was playing with Chimera, and in this team as well, he gets to choose his own heroes, and I think that's exactly what he needs to do, because the heroes that he has been playing, I've been very impressed. I'm going to just throw it out there. I know that Team Falcons, they are the team that loves to play my brain just stopped working. Huskar, there we go. They are the Husk Masters, but Loranov might be the best Huskar player in the world right now.
Yeah. No, he's incredibly good in the hero, and I think for Loranov to succeed, I would argue he does need stability around him, because when he was on Tundra, it's like the safe lane, it always does well. The off lane always does well. So he's able to sometimes pivot to being the greedier mid laner rather than being the active mid laner. Like you look at his hero pool so far, it's like you've got a sniper, you have the Huskar that I'm mentioning, even like a Leshrac to some degree. It's like there is a little bit of item requirement to then break the game. And I think in other teams, whilst they're still trying to find their footing, that can sometimes hurt them because offlane doesn't win. Now you need your mid to step up, but you've drafted him a sniper. Where does everything fall into line, right?
I keep going back to Dream League Season 25 because this was his best performance, I think, overall time. He was solo carrying every single time. You check the scoreboard from after the game. He's like 20 to 15. Yeah. Even in a losing game, he does go godlike. So they even try to shut him down. I think a lot of the teams try to figure out how to play against him. He's also a very good comeback player. That's what I really like to see, that he doesn't crumble under pressure, but when he's staying ahead, he's dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah, definitely going to be a factor in this series for sure. And as I said, very impressive here at PGL Wallachia. So we are about to get into the draft. So let's start setting the table about, trends and things that we may see or adjustments we might see.
I would honestly like to see... I mean, first of all, unfortunately, for any team to go up against Yellow Submarine, you do have to think about Broodmother, Visage, Beastmaster, and all the Zoo. Zoo has fallen off, but because of Amaratus, I keep butchering his name. I apologize, but yeah.
It's like Amaterasu, yeah.
There we go.
Amarato Sawa.
Yeah.
Tiramisu.
Thank you. Yeah. All of the above.
But he does change his name every week.
Yeah,
so
you know what?
You can be forgiven, T-Governor.
Yeah, but he was Flyby the other day. It's like he's really shifting the naming. But anyway, like the man on the screen. There we go. Because of his hero pool, every team has to decide, with your very valuable first phase bans, like, do we need to ban all of them? Do we give one away? Like, how do we approach this correctly? Because if you do the incorrect ban, suddenly it's like the best Broodmother game he'll ever play, right? It's like they are some of the most devastating heroes to give to a rank 1 in the world player. And it's also what helped Shopify so much.
Just a question as well while the draft starts. Is the Venomancer jungle worth just taking out, or is it not worth it?
When people are playing against Paravision, every single time Venomancer was banned in the first phase because people are still afraid of it. It gives you super good early timing when it comes down to you showing up like 10 minutes in with some like Orchid mana boots. Also kills your tower pretty quickly. A lot of the mid laners, they don't like to play into silences. T-Gunner, what is going on? I see you counting down.
Amaterasu. 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 Okay. Right, I got the name in lock.
Saxa.
Saxa.
There we go.
Bro, you know the best thing with that one is like, it's like Slats can't say it, and I can't say it. Yeah. But I have a slur, so I'm very like self-conscious when I say it, right? But then a couple of events ago, we walked past each other in the lift, and he was like, "You can really say my name now," and I was like.
Oh, that was nice. Yeah, that was nice. I'm waiting for Weaver and Winter White.
To show up in the elevator.
It was very nice because obviously when you're self-conscious about something, when someone comes up to you and reminds you that it's okay, I'm like, thank you. And I butchered his name no, I didn't. But there's the Jakiro. And like we mentioned, of course, about Aurora having to pick which poison to get rid of, they do opt to get rid of the Beastmaster, the Broodmother, Nature's Prophet, of course, tournament favorite. So that will leave a couple of the whatever, fuck it.
Rank 1 player, yeah.
Rank 1 player in the pool. Bro, I've not struggled with the name for so long.
I hope no one shows him this segment. It's like
that's all right.
We want you to come back and play here again for future seasons.
His other name is, you know what, I don't even know if that's a bad word. I won't even say it, just in case.
Good.
Thanks.
So yeah, let's see what the Yellow Submarine is going to open up. Do they want to go with the Venomancer? I think this one, because Aurora Gaming, they have team members who played on Chimera, and they were the ones also abusing it. You have Panto, you have Loranov as well on the team. They played with Jungle Venomancer, they played against Jungle Venomancer, but for now, it's going to be a Baton. I think most likely this is going to be in the lane against Jakiro because of all of this damage over time, so you want to remove it with the Aphotic Shield.
No, I have no complaints with that regard. It's just a very strong laner. I think even though Jakiro is one of the best supports, the reason why, at least in the first day, it had like low win rate is because people just force it into their draft. As it does, strong laning, if it wins the lane, it can then progress the map with Liquid Fire. But Abaddon, like Lacoste was mentioning, it stalls his ability to get the kills, to get the levels, and he's not then twin gating and taking the enemy safe lane tower and all the small things. So.
Yeah. You need to start thinking about potentially Ursa coming out, maybe not straight away, but later down the line, because this is one of the bad matchups against Abba, and when you pair it up with the strong laner like Jakiro, you definitely have a kill threat on him, and this is also another hero that Nightfall really enjoys playing. So if they are seeing this Ursa that could come out, I would love to see maybe some position for Muerta coming out for Yellow Submarine, just to be able to push him back, gives you that silence, gives you that extra bit of a control against Ursa.
I also think this is the first Abaddon game from Yellow Submarine. So already showing a little bit of course, it's not like a, wow, it's a new hero.
Picked Abba. Yeah, maybe 3 months ago, that would be a surprise pick, but this hero has been strong for so long.
No, it's been strong, but I think the key thing is like when you're 4 or 5 days into a tournament, you kind of have some draft flow. So the fact that they haven't resorted to Abaddon, they've played against Jakiro a couple of times. So yeah, it's just nice.
Yeah, nice to see adjustments and adaptations on the fly.
Yeah.
And this also leaves Ember Spirit in the pool. I see Monkey. I'm just going to throw it out there. The whole idea, the way I see Aurora could be wrapping out their draft is they might be one of them picking Ursa, which leaves Tidehunter in the pool because then there's no Tide, there's no Monkey. Leaves Ember for them. So they could round up a very good draft with this Monkey ban. We'll see if it ends up going that way. But Aurora Gaming, they also have relatively big hero pool when it comes down to what they've been playing. But Tidehunter in general, very good hero right now. Doesn't have that many counters. Abba is kind of fine against him because he can pop his ulti and then shield the other guy during their stun, so you're losing a little bit of value. But yeah, Tidehunter in my book at least looks like a very, very strong offlaner now.
Yeah. One of the cool things as well with Mira from Aurora is like Jingyu started playing AA, Saxa played some AA. He now played one game on the the hero as well. So it's like, we now need to consider, is this a potential option? When you have the Ice Blast against the Abaddon, you've mentioned Ember already. There's a mid tiny, like Ember mid, tiny mid. Loves the Vortex and the Cold Feet from maybe not the toss from Tiny, but everything else he loves. There's small things, but Yellow Submarine, I think their best games is all skirmishing. I think every draft you look at, it's just layers of aggression, but not like the best team fight. It's you've got Ursus and Visage running at you. You have Monkey King and Bounty Hunters, right? It's just messy, but it overwhelms you.
Can I ask you about this PA on Nightfall, Dom?
Yeah, PA Nightfall, he is... I mean, this hero kind of suits him. He loves to farm slightly more, I would say, but also with Phantom Strike, it does allow him to jump in and jump out of the fight, which is something that sometimes we were critical when we were talking about Nightfall.
Mostly the jumping out.
Yeah, the jumping out part. But
I see. You're referencing a previous panel, I see.
He doesn't want to commit. Like, I keep going back to one of the games during Riyadh Masters where he was playing Sven, and 37 minutes into the game, he was sitting at 0-0-0.
Ooh, that's impressive.
He won that game, though.
Even more impressive. It's also against Abaddon. You want to have a hero that is able to play the lane. Most carries just get clicked and you don't get to play. So you already mentioned, like, you have Stifling Dagger to farm, you have the Blink to get out, and you're talking about the team fights in laning as well. That is incredibly important. There's no stun in the lane. If it's Weaver plus Abaddon, well, they're gonna watch you just blink out. Oh, sorry, we don't have a stun. Hence why the Pangolier pick will start tying the draft a bit together. But I think it still follows the logic that I was saying for this team. They like to just fight in the moment, and now they've got Silencer to enable it. But
it's the first time Yellow Submarine have picked Pango as well.
Yeah, they are dabbling, of course, with new heroes. Not new to the player, but new to the tournament. And I'm a little worried for them that into a highly elusive carry like PA, they have one stun, which is Rolling Thunder on Pangolier.
It is.
And a potential Atos from Weaver, maybe.
Yeah, this is very difficult to, like, I would even say execute line. I'm sure there is a good amount of minus armor. And there's a Tide that I mentioned. I just wanted to see it because they don't have... Because they had a bit of a different thinking how it's going to go. So they pick Phantom Assassin, who builds into Break, which is something that Tide doesn't like to play into. So they're going to remove Ursa. And this Tide Hunter right now has a pretty free game. Unless they want to pick maybe some Slark. But let's just double check if they've been playing some Slark on side of Yellow Submarine.
It's more the fact.
Not really.
But if you're Yellow Submarine right now, you need to either decide, do we try and outscale the PA? Which is very hard, because to do that, you need to out-team fight them. So your carry pick either has to provide team fight, which then won't do the damage to kill PA, has to outscale the PA, which won't bring the team fight, which puts more pressure on you utilizing the Silencer and the Pangolier perfectly. And I think we saw yesterday, I cannot remember exactly what game it was, but it was the Silencer and Storm game. It was the Falcons game, where they had Silencer Storm, but no other damage. Yeah. So every time they commit with the jump, everyone else just watched them do no damage, and they lost every fight. And I'm seeing the same issue here potentially for Yellow Submarine if they can't find that hero.
There's so many good heroes left in the pool. You need to start thinking about Huskar. You need to start thinking about Ember Spirit still, because right now their damage isn't really there. Like, Silencer doesn't provide you with much damage. Abaddon's damage early on, at least, it's not there. It's very hard to get the damage in, considering that you don't have any kind of ways to set it up.
Okay, I have an option for a carry for Yellow Submarine.
I'm listening.
Sven?
It's
Bloodseeker. There we go. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, how do you get to play out fights, feel happy? Okay. So Tide Hunter, we've accepted the Watermelon is close to unkillable.
Yes.
So let him be unkillable. Ignore him. That PA has to die. You want Nightfall to get in and out of a fight? When he's ruptured and bleeding across the map, that ain't gonna happen. He's dead. So I think Bloodseeker, as much as we don't see it, like, the only way I see Yellow Submarine being happy is a hard counter on the PA. But again, no one really plays the hero too much. I know they're doing it in pubs, but I don't really think we've seen it so far at Wallachia. At least the games that I've seen.
I don't think Bloodseeker has been picked.
I can press 2 buttons and find out.
Yeah, let's do it then.
Button 1.
Press those buttons, sir.
No, it hasn't. It's unpicked.
Yeah, look at that.
Until now. Well, that was heavily out of time, yeah.
It would actually, that was like Cinderin yesterday with that Roche.
Yeah, maybe. We could do that here.
Roche is here.
Let's see if they decide to remove Slark. This is pretty much the only hero who can counter Tide. Maybe some carry Doom would be fine, but again, you need to have a good chase potential, so I'm not liking it as much here, because...
Yeah, finding the carry that also plays into the Tidehunter lane
Yes.
to then play the game against PA, like,
it is very difficult.
yeah, that's why even mentioning Bloodseeker's like, but because of the Tide. I mean, Tide PA is such a strong combination in itself. That aside, for Aurora, they do still need their mid lane. Because of the silencer, it does threaten a couple of the more elusive heroes, like a Puck or something. But I still wouldn't be opposed to it. I think if you can itemize to deal with the global...
Yeah, you basically
Puck's
one
perfectly
Yules
fine.
and you're definitely fine. Just... there's no stuns. There's no real team fight other than Global Silence, Rolling Thunder. It needs to connect. So the team fight execution from Yellow Submarine is going to be difficult, and it needs to be on point just to be able to like get stuff done. This is also fine. We didn't talk about it, but because they're lacking damage. They don't have enough damage. Most of your damage coming out is going to be physical, at least from Pango. Your carry most likely also going to be some kind of a physical damage dealer. So Dragonite, I just don't see, like, this is a very clear outdraft. 24, and you don't have that clear pick how to counter the draft. I feel this game is going to spiral out of control relatively easy.
And I think the reason why you're using the phrase like outdraft is if Yellow Submarine were to bring the heroes...
Okay, they
break
3 heroes.
yeah.
They wish they had the old Nether Toxin with the AoE break.
So it's carry Abba, offlane Pango on Amaterasu.
There we go.
And then mid Viper. Of all the options that we were talking about, I think finding a counter somewhere in the draft to play on that timing was one of the best options they had. Again, I'm not very comfortable with it. It's very timer-based, but Viper into DK, Viper should pressure the DK. If you get maybe like Boots of Travel or some type of move speed to then play into the PA lane, you force her away. The issue is, I don't see that map progression to stop PA getting to Battle Fury, Tidehunter farming. Like, Viper feels like he has to be everywhere, but also is one of the slowest heroes in the game. Yeah, like, I want him to be there to kill DK, and the Tide, and the PA. It's like, sure, it's a good hero, but there's too many heroes that he needs to kill. Like, he can only truly kill, like, one. Yeah, I'm a little worried for Yellow Submarine.
Lot of pressure on...
A lot of pressure.
On the Pango, I
also,
feel as well.
sure.
Yeah.
It's a very good diffusal game. That's a good point you're going to allude to. Burning the mana of the Tide and the DK is also going to provide fight, but I think Yellow Submarine, the way they've won games is through this style of draft. Low stuns, but high map play. And they do have good map play, but they can't sit back and farm too long. Like, if my Viper, like I have an investment in this, if the Viper has like a desire to farm for, let's say, 15 minutes, I think the game's already broken. Like, he needs to be playing into the map.
Yeah, absolutely. If they're even at 15 minutes, this draft from Yellow Submarine straight up loses. Like, they need to be they're on a timer, and they need to get stuff done relatively early on.
All right, I'll bring in our commentators, get their opinions. There they are. It's OD Pixel and Fogged. How are we doing, guys? Looking happy?
Yeah,
Very good.
Looking forward to this one. I think, as you guys are saying, this just seems really tough for Yellow Submarine. They only have Rolling Thunder as their one stun, and it's against 2 very beefy carries that I think for most of the time are just going to be able to TP out if they ever get gone on.
Yeah, definitely looks rough. Also, T or Lacoste, what do you guys think about the Green Dragon versus the Viper in the mid lane? I actually don't know how this matchup is going to go now with like because everything becomes physical, right? So I feel like it becomes a lot stronger for the DK even in the matchup. Like, Viper should be able to pressure, but I've actually seen it with the Green Dragon now, so.
I just hope Weaver rotates. That's all I hope for.
That's
Well, we're ready to get into the game, so take it away, guys.
Now, let's have a look. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action now between Yellow Submarine and Aurora. And indeed, can they do it with a draft that it literally has one stun?
Yeah.
Just the Rolling Thunder.
Yep. Just one stun. It's versus Mobility Core, especially.
Yeah,
and it's not even just the one stun thing that I'm looking. It's lack of damage. The Viper is going to be the one that provides the most of it, right?
Sure.
Depending on how his lane goes, which on paper, unless the Green DK just actually trades better versus him, it's going to be a lot on Rebel. I feel like he has to completely pop off. But yeah, definitely not the easiest to do. We've seen a couple last pick Vipers from many different teams falter. Not at this tournament in particular, but I think last tournament I saw 2 or 3 last pick
Yeah,
Vipers.
it felt underwhelming.
Yeah.
A lot of the times.
So yeah, I'm curious to see how that matchup's going to end up going. And
Yeah.
talking about the other heroes, because I don't want to just focus on the Viper DK, Aurora also has the strongest safe lane in the game, in my opinion. They have the Jakiro PA. I feel like this lane just doesn't lose. You have so much spam, so much push, and they're playing versus a relatively, like, not the strongest in particular, right? It's a Pango. They had to kind of sack the Pango toward that off lane, and he is very important to have a good game because he needs to get that Rolling Thunder online early, too. So, yeah, definitely concerns for the side of Yellow Submarine, but if they can get a snowball going, that's the key to their draft.
Yeah, there has to be a big snowball. It really does feel like that if you're Aurora and you lose the game against a draft that literally has 1 stun, then you've done something horribly wrong, right? It's like they're going to be kicking themselves if they get beaten by this sort of line.
Because there's
a wild one.
It's not even just that they Yellow Submarines doesn't have stuns. Aurora's draft is just beautiful synergy, right? DK, great push. You have the backup of the Tide for the team fight with the follow-up of Jakiro. You have silence plus break eventually from PA with the Muertos calling, so you have ways to kill it back. That's why it just looks complicated.
Yeah,
so we'll see how it goes.
This is the thing, right? If Yellow Submarine win this game, these guys are crazy good. You know what I mean? 'Cause they've really sort of... It feels like they've shot themselves in the foot with the draft. So if they can outplay and take this victory, then yeah, these guys they're great.
Yeah,
this is going to be crazy plays from them.
And let's see how it ends up going. Let's see how the lanes go. I'm mostly going to be looking at mid, especially in those first few waves. I know DK does very well in the first few.
Sure.
But yeah, it used to be the case where it's like level 3 hits and you can bully, but let's see if that's the case. Because Lorinov, a lot of people have been hyping him up. He's been looking pretty good in most lanes.
Yeah, he's coming in as a very solid mid player.
Just seems to know how to play pretty much every single one of these matchups, so. Bottom lane, this is a strong lane from the side of Yellow Submarine. The Silencer plus the Abaddon, it's very... Silencer in particular just feels excellent to bully nowadays.
Sure.
And if you throw a shield on him, you could definitely see if I fall, be able to harass quite a lot down here versus Mira in Toronto, Tokyo. But this top lane, I feel like this is just, this one feels pretty free for the side of Aurora. They've got the double hit for the bugs that comes out. Jakiro is one of the better ones versus Weaver to kill them early on. And then they just have the PA, so they're going to be able to just constantly get the pressure out if anybody gets isolated in this lane, they're just dead in most.
Well, that's the thing, right? Anytime you have this Jakiro, it just feels... Is he dead? Scooch in a second. He's going to be able to juke it through the trees anyway, so he'll be fine.
Amaterasu! It's just constant. It's going to be constant pressure up here on the 2 of them, on the Weaver and the Pango.
I mean, once they hit the level 2s, then they have to be so careful on Yellow Submarine. Especially with as low HP as they are. Like, Aurora will go straight for them.
They both might die up there.
I'm watching this lane because they're sitting around so low. Level 2's been hit.
Yeah, this lane is going to be incredibly rough. But also looking at the mid lane right now, Lorinov's winning the lane. So 9-3 to the 7-0. Set level 3 is when the Viper starts to try to take over the lane, but I just don't know if I'm going to see that. Okay. I really think like Lorinov is very comfortable in this matchup.
Well, good job we had the camera off top there. I know Panto just massively missed the dual breath by like 90 degrees.
Really? Oh, okay.
He would have had a kill with that. So. So a little bit of a saving grace there for Yellow Submarine on the top lane. If Panto's going to be off the mark with the dual breath.
This time, it actually misses again on Amaterasu.
Yeah, only gets onto Amarales.
I mean, they'll get away, but that's pretty much just what they're getting.
And they're obviously just putting no pressure on the PA. Nightfall's getting all the denies. He's 12-9 so far in this lane. It's very easy for him.
But bottom, similar situations happening.
It's true.
They're actually doing a very good job just shielding the Silencer. He's getting the harass. He's out of mana now on the Silencer. Can Amaterasu get himself away?
Hey, there we go.
And Rebel does get the dive play.
Indeed. Gets in there, as you say, with the level 3. 2 points of the poisons. Too much for Lorinov. Can just dive the tower, take him out. First blood.
Lorinov was handling it really, really well, to be honest with you, too, until that point. Amaterasu still has 19-1. He's surviving, but he's got 2 last hits. There we go. That's a 3rd, and it's the money creep.
Oh, bottom. Tokyo, he's dead.
Got him.
And that's the brain drain, +1. But if I fall... Yeah, they're punishing hard down.
Yeah, I like this. I definitely like this response of what they did. I just like Silencer overall lately, quite a bit. Goes for the second point in the Glaives too, so all about lane domination is what that tells me. And yeah, so far they are definitely dominating that lane in a similar fashion as top.
And what's your vibe with having the Abandoners to carry, right? Because most teams right now, they're doing it in the off lane. Like having it as your one, putting everything on the shoulders of the Abandon.
I'm still a bit mixed on it. I feel like it does fit better toward that off lane, but in some situations maybe you just have to flex it or move it around. It's a tempo-based thing, right? Like you want to be able to get ahead and stay ahead, especially versus something like PA when you're playing it. Not to say that Abaddon isn't strong in later stages just because of the matchups that he's against.
Sure, but even saying it's a tempo thing, right? It's still a hero that you're picking, putting in your safe lane that wants to farm a Radiant.
Yes.
Right?
It's a bit, it can be a bit slow, but it is about tempoing anyway, because you don't want to go super late versus PA with Abaddon.
Sure, so it's what's going to put the Radiance into the Manta, and then you're just trying to take over the game.
Essentially, yeah. Mira continuing to try to trade it with If I Fall, but it doesn't work that well versus the Glaives. Larnoff still 26, Rebel 18-4. Toronto Tokyo should be okay there.
It's both offlaners with the struggles so far.
Mira!
Ooh.
He'll live.
A nice try with the blood grenade, tries to get that extra bit of damage in If I Fall. It's not enough.
Has to be some of the lowest CS on both offlaners I've seen in quite some time. Neither of them are really able to get last hits. Toronto Tokyo getting bullied again. Could be a brain drain. He's turning.
No, he's dead.
Not enough.
There we go.
+1.
Another +1. Yeah, this is, not a game to be an offlaner.
Yeah, really, they're playing this lane bottom perfectly. And he's going to be able to go for the Corrosion next if he'd like to, too. He's got Phase Boots. Very good place. Very good individual plays from the two of them there. If I Fall zoning Mira, while Nesphere is just zoning Toronto Tokyo the entire time there.
I mean, this has got to be the big thing, though, right? The fact that the mid lane, even with Larnoff dying, he's 27 for 6 against 22 and 4. You're probably feeling like the Viper pick hasn't done as much as you would have hoped for it to do in the mid matchup, right?
No, I mean, well, he's going to have to continue still accelerating things, right? Next 10 minutes or so, it's going to all be about domination if he can. Amaterasu steps up a bit forward. He's got a shield crash.
Well, they'll still be able to chase him down. Should be dead this time.
Sure is. Speaking of the other offlaner, mid though.
They're going to get in and get Lauren off. Mira's going to try and see if he can clean up Rebel in return.
Oh, one more hit.
He's got it. Yeah, he's got him. Even without the dead shot coming back up. So, again, we're having Rebel here kill off Lauren off, but especially if he's dying in return, and the fact that the farm's still good for the DK, it still doesn't feel terrible for Lauren.
No, not at all. Most definitely not. Morales.
He might be in trouble.
He is looking pretty dead.
They got him as well. So Mira not only getting the sort of chance to take down the mid with that rotation, is also around to help take down Amorales.
Mira, I saw that. He used his clarity while he had the bug on him.
Oh, his first game of the day. Both
waking up a little bit.
Waking up.
Toronto Tokyo again. Won't be chased out this time. But again, put to 40 HP, so difficult for him to walk up and get last hits. He is still having a bit of a better time than the Pango, but it is still a pretty miserable time.
It's close, yeah. It's what, sort of got about like half a level of XP ahead of what Amaterasu has been able to get out of his lane.
And like 100 gold or so of difference as well.
It's close, but yeah, it's pretty rare that you see a game where both offlaners have equally as rough as of time.
Yeah.
And that's how this one's working out. Both of them are struggling.
And now he caught right back up. Yeah, 2 extra last hits, so Amaterasu is even on that gold again. Shrine of Wisdom will be taken by Toronto Tokyo. Nesphere is 6.
Yeah, he's ready to start diving in. Looking for Mira. And he's going to get it.
Down.
Yep, easy kills. Continue for Nesphere on this bottom lane. Got 3 kills already here on the safe lane of Baden.
He's might go for Tokyo as well. I mean, he's literally just walking him down, but not going to be the case.
It's going to be a good timing on the Radiance. Both carries are going to have their kind of core item very fast. Nightfall with the Battle Fury, of course. And yeah, with these sort of kills, Nesphere looking towards that Radiance.
And they're pressuring mid tower too. Rotation now from the Silencer. So now Rebel has a nice advantage. 700 over, and he might get this mid tower as well to be able to open up the map for him to move to those side lanes. Hey, and the panel did say it too. The Viper Strike. Sure, you can't break all 3 targets, right? But moving to one of these lanes, you can set up for kills early. Throw out that Viper Strike on any of the 3. And very likely you can get that kill if you have the follow-up.
Arcane Rune. They want to try and go with this.
Nightfall did go through the portal. He is coming back, though. They might be able to catch him off guard.
That would be the big catch. He's had complete free farm so far.
I mean, Rebel also has an Arcane Rune, so this is a very ideal timing for him to go for this wraparound.
Oh, they know he's here.
Nightfall.
They're going to get it onto him with the ult. Yeah, he's very dead. The question is if anything can be done in return.
Ice Path on 3.
And now backup comes in. They're going to look towards Rebel first. Oh my goodness, they both get destroyed there by the Breathe Fire nuke from Lorinoff.
Dude, the physical Breathe
Fire. They just disappeared to that.
Oh my god. The corrosive skin no longer does what you want it to versus that Fire Breath. Look at the damage immediately.
That just got deleted.
Oop, lag. Big lag spike there for a second. Looked like a bit of a packet loss for a second.
That's going to go very nice towards the Blink Dagger funds for Lorinoff.
Yeah.
Getting those kills just like that.
They were kind of reading the movement, it looked like. Mira TP to tier 2, so he left a quick TP to the tier 1 tower, and he was setting up for it as his Muerto, so it seemed like they actually knew this was coming. They still end up losing Nightfall, but they do get a great counter trade there with Panto getting a 3-man Ice Path into the follow-up.
Very close start so far.
Yep.
Yeah, just a question of whether a close start is good enough for Yellow Submarine's lineup.
Exactly. All about that snowball with this draft. And first 10 minutes, things are okay, but in these next 5 minutes, feels like they do have to just, it's really going to be about that go time. Getting some early kills, getting towers, getting some pressure onto the map. And I mean, they are doing it, though. Look, they're smoking up again, so they are pairing up. They're looking for these aggressive moves.
I think you pretty much just go off cooldown here with the Viper Strikes, trying to secure action.
TP on cooldown for Lorinoff for 10 seconds. Toronto Tokyo does not have a TP, so counter initiation might be a bit slow from them. They're going for the play forward, Rebel.
Oh, they know that they're here.
The Ice Path connects beautifully.
That shot as well, into the silence, jump forward. It'll drop the Viper Strike down on towards the Jakiro, but indeed Rebel's already dead. And Morales is going to get some backup here for Nesfit. So they're going to try and look towards Mira, but Lorinoff going to hold him back with the Dragon Tail stun. Nightfall, still able to jump back to safety. It will just end up being the 1-for-1, and of course not a 1-for-1 that they'd hoped for, really.
No.
You know, it doesn't feel good throwing your mid away to just secure a support kill.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo now going to get a TP in case for that next dive, but yeah, they lose the Viper. The Ice Path, I mean, this ability is just so insane now, but does land it perfectly again on top of them, and they get the follow-up. Before the shield comes out, it's actually split second from when Nesfear was maybe going to get the shield on Rebel to save him, but not quite there in time. Tower is getting pressured, though. Should be able to finish off that tier 1.
And they can go for smoke themselves.
They have a blink.
It's super quick, right? 10-minute blink.
And Rebel, did he show himself down there? I think he might have shown himself bottom. Another, I mean, this Viper can't die. One or two more deaths for Rebel.
Yeah, your game just gets destroyed as a Viper.
Oh, and they see him.
They see him. And they go.
Look how fat, I mean, look how much damage the Dragon does to him.
Like, there's the potential for Rebel's game to really start falling behind.
Uh-huh.
Like, he's in a good spot right now, top 3 net worth, but that could change pretty rapidly.
Yeah, Viper, I feel like Viper is one of those few heroes that even in, you know, a lot of heroes have had so much changed where it's like, yeah, you can die a little bit. Viper's always been the case where you got like 3-4 deaths in these first 15 minutes, your game is very difficult to recover, especially if you're the mid laner. I think if you're like the off laner, you can sometimes adapt a little bit, but when you're the mid and you start to die once or twice off of a snowball draft, things can definitely accelerate quickly. 7-7, 2K lead now for the side of Aurora. He's starting to see the separation and farm of those offlaners. Toronto Tokyo now is just cutting creep waves. And yet to see a Rolling Thunder connect. Let's see if we're going to have that combo come into play next from Yellow Submarine. They've got Global, they've got the roll. I want to see them utilize it.
And we're just going to get to see like how well the free farming safe lane Abaddon can sort of match up to the free farming PA. Because one of them we've seen a hell of a lot more from the position 1 and has had a pretty good success, the PA. Can Nesfit show what he can do when he's taking the Abaddon to that safe lane?
It just seems like such a good matchup for the PA, though, right? Because you get your shard eventually, someone has a silence, you break him, you silence him, boom. And I'm already seeing, I mean, well, you know, they have the calling, of course, being built in, but they have great ways to be able to initiate and always find whatever target they want to go for with this draft. Good follow-up, too. Just so many different ways of control on the side of Aurora. But, yeah, still that 1K lead. But we're getting close to that 15-minute mark like the panel was talking about. They wanted to see Yellow Submarine have a, not even an even state game at 15 minutes. No, they wanted to have a big gold lead.
It did indeed feel like they needed to be ahead Yellow Submarine. From what you can expect with these two lineups.
And Aurora's getting to sit back and farm. That's not what you want to see if you're Yellow Submarine right now. But not able to, I mean, maybe not feeling it like they have the opportunity to go for the pressure play because they did lose Rebel twice back-to-back.
Yeah, they might feel now that they've just got to sort of say, let's get the Radiance on the Abaddon, and then we can try and get Nesphere involved.
It's got to hit hard, though, right? They get that Radiance, and that next big hit has to win them a big team fight or get them some type of really big objective somehow, which we are approaching objectives. A minute and a half until Tormentor. I'm seeing the pivot also from Amoralis. He was going the Vessel. Now he's like, we need more lockdown. He is queuing up the Atos on the Weaver.
Yeah, so someone's got to buy it.
Yeah, they have to have at least one extra form of catch. Otherwise, the PA, once Global wears off, he can just jump in and out of the team fights constantly. See how they want to approach things, because they're actually not even going Blink Dagger on their offlaner too, so initiation on Yellow Submarine is truly them just walking into fights right now.
It is. At the least, they've got a good carry for that, right? Abaddon can just walk.
Yes,
Problem is, obviously, you just walk away from him.
You have to connect like perfectly with Rolling Thunder and Global to have a successful team fight, it does feel like. Yeah, 14 minutes though. Game's slowing down. PA is living the dream.
I mean, you've got to imagine, right, that Aurora will try and have the Tormentor in mind, right?
Yeah.
They won't just...
I would imagine so.
...let Yellow Submarine get that for free.
But they're also probably pretty comfortable with this game state, you know, just kind of chilling back, so. Getting a ward behind the top tower.
That's a good push here coming around at that time. So, yeah, getting rid of this tier 1 before the 15-minute Tormentor spawn. So it won't be as easy for Aurora to access this area.
They might be able to... They might just be able to commit for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Aurora might be doing, as you say, they're sort of like, you know what, we're happy.
Yeah, they're like, whatever.
We don't care.
Yeah, they're like, the onus is on Yellow Submarine, right?
Keep doing stuff, yeah. It's going to take a lot of damage.
Like, I don't think If I Fall can stay near. Morales has time left, so he'll be okay. They got it.
Meanwhile,
though, top.
They get the jump, they get the kill. Oh, a shard ends up going the way of Amoralis on the Weaver.
Not a bad shard, honestly.
It's not terrible.
It sounds pretty underwhelming, but
when the support, yeah.
What we've seen from these Weavers is they delay games, right? They just cut creep waves, so that's where the shard can actually be pretty nice.
That's true, yeah, they're in that.
We'll get Tormentor. They will lose their Pango. See what their next play is going to be when he respawns. If they do feel like... Let's see if they do feel like they need to pressure, too, because they seem to be kind of now chilling back. Like you said, wait, they got their Radiance. Is that going to be the call for them to make these aggressive moves? Yet to see a Rolling Thunder.
And do you think, you know, for Rebel, is this sort of a sign of struggles, or was this always going to be the plan? You know, having to go for the BKB straight after the Dragon Lance on the Viper rather early.
He is playing versus this Jakiro. It is a lot of control.
It is a lot,
so
yeah. But it doesn't feel great, right? Does it, having to buy that?
Probably not, but yeah, you can understand why, right? It's absolutely necessary this game for him to do that, because he's the frontliner as well with the Abaddon, so. Because he needs to be able to use that Viper Strike, right? He needs to be able to be like, I'm Viper Striking either DK or PA. Well, I mean, or I guess Tide if it's that scenario for it, but he can't just get Ravaged, Ice Path completely controlled without getting those spells off, so. I totally understand why he is going to go down this route. If it's going to work, uncertain. Okay, here's the smoke.
Got to get some in with this. Need to start getting these kills rolling in again here. Yellow Submarine.
They've got control vision around the Ancients here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Panto. Nesphere is starting to run at them, has the Radiance off, turning it back on. Lornoff.
Lornoff is having the blink off.
Blinks right past them. Might be able to get some catches here, Yellow Submarine. TPs are coming in. Mira gets canceled. Panto will not.
There we go. They got the one stun there to stop Mira's TP, but it will just be Mira.
It's 5 heroes for the... That is not worth it. Ends up
5 heroes, and that's the thing as well, using the one stun that's now on cooldown for 80 seconds.
Yeah. Heavy commitment, heavy rotation, but it seems like Aurora kind of knew it was coming, it looked like, with the way that Lornoff blinked backwards in the quick TP there from the Jakiro.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toronto should be just fine.
I mean,
he
it's the
is
thing, right? He had a,
farm in
the lane, died a couple of times, but he's definitely got to the point now where it's going to take quite a lot to take him down as the Tide.
You can see that they are trying to get these kills.
They got to go
really
for it.
are trying their
They got
best
to get kills.
Get kills, get pressure, slow down these timings. I mean, Nightfall is getting close to Manta. This is an item that we've seen a couple players go when you're playing versus the Viper, right? When you're playing versus that break, you can Manta dodge it. You can get, you know, it's a lot of different things that you can do. Also to be able to deal with the global. Not your most usual PA build, but definitely understandable in this game. Lornoff's getting close to BKB too. They're gonna go for this rush. This
I think
should work.
Because I think, again, Aurora probably just don't care.
Yep, doesn't feel like
whatever, you can take the rush. Doesn't affect their game plan.
Yep, they're just going for their own timings. This game comes out.
And are they running out? Have they got any more smokes to make a play with the Roche?
I want to say they have none left.
I think they've gone through quite a few recently.
Because they used like 3 back-to-back, so I don't see any on them. You see the couriers. No, not on the couriers either, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Aegis on Rebel, plus the BKB is the front line now. Wants to be able to hold on to this bottom tower. Liquid Fire. Not going to be able to bring it down. Panto, he has TP available, and he's out. As the Atos is literally being delivered, by the way. So Amorales, about 5 seconds more there, and he would be able to have that kill onto the Jakiro.
Yeah, here we go. Now they can actually set up.
Now they have Atos. Now they have another form of catch for the Pango to get the setup there. Heavy vision placed, though, from the side of Aurora. Look at these wards. Coverage completely on that left side.
There we go, down the mid. They want to try and force some of these tier 2s.
Aurora is smoking up themselves now, though. They have the BKB on Lornoff. He's just going to push out the wave, but they are swinging over to cut him off. With the BKB, though, he just BKB TPs out. If they do get that initial jump on him. If he feels like he has to. Backline, Panto.
They get the blink off. They're going to try and see if they can poke at the borrowed time.
Here's the roll.
Look towards Lornoff. He does, of course, have BKB TP if he feels it's necessary. That's what's going to continue to try and fight Panto here in the fire. We'll put the borrowed time. They get the kill on the Jakiro. But now Lornoff, he's ready to jump in aggressively. I mean, he's got the BKB. He's ready to get a kill and get out of there. You know, he says, you want to kill one of our supports, I'll kill one of yours.
And look at the sneaky play. Mira, instead of joining, he's going for the Shrine of Wisdom.
And nobody's backing off for this.
He looks like he's got this one. Pango's starting to connect over, but he doesn't make it in time. He even gets connected by the fear. It does probably reveal one of those wards. But Mira can just play his way out of it. He can just TP. And all in the meanwhile, that play's happening top. And Toronto Tokyo has literally not stopped hitting creeps. Nightfall was just hitting creeps the whole time too, so I mean, they understand their game plan.
That's a bit greedy. Mira, you know, I guess that's sort of habit. He stacked that camp when he was getting the shrine. I mean, I don't know if there was a world where he was going to be able to clear it, but he ends up stacking the camp that Amaterasu is able to clean up.
That's the Dota brain.
Just
everything's about efficiency.
You're looking at the time and like, I can stack this.
I have to stack.
I don't think he was going to clear it as a Muerta, but yeah, Amaterasu will at least take that stack.
Hey, they're keeping it at least the thing is what they're doing is they're keeping it only at like a 3K lead, right? But yeah, it just feels as time goes by, it gets scary and scary.
Yeah, that 3K lead feels massive.
Yeah.
But just when you consider the heroes and what Yellow Submarine need to kind of do.
Global comes out.
I mean, again,
it's just a support. They get 2 supports.
I mean, do they get them though? They should. And Mira's still running.
Atos is up though, so he should not be able to get out of here.
But the cores.
The cores just walk away, but they get some kills, at the least. Quite a bit expended though this time. That time it's the global and it's the roll to be able to get these extra kills. But the cores, they just run away. They just go back to farming on Aurora. This is the funniest gameplay I've ever seen from Toronto Tokyo though. He's literally just hitting creeps.
He knows. He knows. I don't care what's going on, he says. You know,
Lornoff will be able to get the kill as well, just diving forward. Unstoppable on the DK.
Toronto Tokyo,
he knows.
They know. They're like,
know.
all right, the Yellow Submarine can keep running up and down the map trying to make these plays, but, you know, I think Aurora, in their heads, they're pretty confident about the state of this one.
Absolutely. I mean, Lorinov, he's almost level 18, and now he's at a big differential between him and Rebel, too, right? Almost 2,000 lead over the Viper.
I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Last pet killer.
BKB soon for Nightfall, too. Aegis is about to get reclaimed, so they haven't been able to get much out of it either, besides just surviving. Posturing in the mid again for Panto. But it's just supports. They're not even going to be able to go for him here.
They're going to try and farm at the Silver Edge on Nesphere. It's going to take a bit of time.
Okay.
Have that break.
Another
response.
break.
Yeah, another
and
one.
it is all 3 cores that you do want to break, of course. They do have the Ags on Amaterasu also. So they do at least have a next item timing that they have for this next team fight. But Aurora, I think they're going to fight soon. I think Aurora's going to look for the head-on clash when this BKB comes out.
And that could get...
for Nightfall.
That could be the moment where sort of reality can hit Yellow Submarine line up in the face, right?
They're going to try for the push here. Toronto Tokyo set up. Is the BKB coming for Nightfall? It is. I think the Aurora is going to come over here and look for this fight now. They actually can. And
yeah, they feel very strong now.
They should just be able to dominate them in the fights with these timings. Glimmer also finished up on Panto. They're smoking.
Yep.
Okay,
let's see. Can Yellow Submarine get through this fight?
This is the real test.
Because if they don't, then it's a big uh-oh.
Nightfall looking for the backlines. Rebel, they see him.
They're going to find the jump straight away. They come in with the Ravage as well. The Globals come out, but it's not really going to stop much. We'll give Nesphere the chance. No, it won't. They've got the Atos. He's not TPing out. He's just dead as well. That's reality hitting them in the face, Fog.
Truly is. Patience from Aurora. Now, Yellow Submarine did try to make these smoke moves.
They tried.
Nothing. It wasn't connecting at all. And Lorinov, an interesting build that he's deviated toward. Moonshard. That's his 3rd item on the DK.
He knows.
That's pretty cool.
I think they know, Fog, that this is just a very, very difficult one for Yellow Submarine's lineup.
He's playing it to perfection. The first Ravage of the game. And it might just be a game decider. It connects onto just 2 heroes, but it's more than enough. Tormentor going to be respawning pretty soon. Amorales in the area. They're going to look to contest. They're bringing everybody.
They got to try.
They have to
There's
try.
no Ravage, so it's like they have to try and throw things into this, see what happens.
Panto, they've got the slow on him, but they can't get to the Jakiro. Let's see if they can execute this fight. How long on Ravage? It is on cooldown for 70 seconds.
It's a long time, so they're going to have the chance to fight without the threat of the Ravage.
The question is, does Aurora even need the Ravage, right?
Probably not.
Next upcoming fight. See the wrap around. The ward is down. Trying to find the angle here. Smoking up. Running directly into them. Get spotted.
They're going to jump the Weaver first. Try and burst through him. They'll kill him. From the BKB, they're trying to focus Toronto Tokyo. Can they kill the Tide? They can. They bring Toronto Tokyo down.
Lost Rebel. Nightfall.
And Nightfall's BKB now comes to an end. See the buyback time lapse here coming through from Amorales. He tries to get back to the fight with the Ice Path. Catches onto both the Pango and the Abaddon. Amaterasu, he'll fall. Panto, he's got the Glimmer out, will die. Nightfall and Lorinov Katina stand strong, clean up the Abaddon, turn towards Amorales, who fought back for this. He'll get the support kill, but they get team wiped as Lorinov and Nightfall survive throughout it all.
Toronto Tokyo will take that all day. He's probably like, they're killing me and I don't have Ravage. My cores are just free roaming. Nightfall is just able to reset twice inside the fight because they don't have this extra lockdown. BKB's jumps to the left side, kills the Silencer, jumps back in after finishing off the Viper and Silencer as well. And
they just don't have the answers.
They do not have the answers.
They don't have the answers.
They needed to get more done in those first 15.
This really has felt like a game where the writing's been on the wall for quite some time.
Truly. And look, yeah, they have to commit they feel they have to commit everything versus the Tide. But yeah, it just allows Nightfall. Well, Nightfall is actually getting some focus on it, but I'm watching Lorinov. He literally just auto-attacked freely the entire
Nobody wants to hit him.
No one wants to
They know, we can't kill this Dragon Knight. Let's just try and ignore him and hope he doesn't do anything. It's tough.
Yeah, really, I mean, his build is, it's a little funny with the Moonshard, but definitely makes sense. And yeah, the Mage Slayer works perfectly to just reduce all the damage as well. It's the standard build for the DK, of course, with that Mage Slayer, but yeah, he just beats on the Abba, reduces all that damage from shield plus Radiance. I'm astonished that it only says 64%.
So how close are we looking on the Silver Edge? Still quite a while away for that additional break chance.
And even with that break chance, is the damage now at this point really going to be there versus... it's not. It's not.
You're Satanic PA, right?
Satanic PA. Tidehunter now has almost a BKB as well, and DK is about to have Daedalus. So a true damage item is about to come out for Lornoff after this Moon Shard. Nemesis Curse also picked up for the 2 cores that were free attacking in the whole fight. And yeah, breaking much faster than the average we see there from Nightfall. Incredibly farmed. And now Toronto, actually, he's like, screw it. I don't need BKB. Let's go Yules, which is actually amazing this game.
Yeah, they throw everything onto him.
Yules.
He takes most of it off him.
Yep. Smoke up from Aurora. Morales. I mean, at this point now for Morales, it might just be exactly what we were saying with the Weavers. What they do is just creep waves and hope and pray somehow that Aurora can throw this game away disastrously. As Roche, free for the pickings.
So the all theirs. Aegis for Nightfall. So yeah, BKB Manta, Satanic Aegis. This PA ain't dying anytime soon.
No. Especially not with the supporting cast that he's got. He's got so many different things to help him out here. Morales bottom wanted to maybe go for a steal there on the Shrine, but can't quite. Mira, full Gleipnir finished up now too for the next fight. More control for them. They're gonna commit to kill this Muerta. Can they finish him off? He's got Pierce the Veil. I don't think they can finish him.
They might not even get him.
All physical damage, easily just able to pop the Pierce and evade most of it.
Nightfall, able to just freely hit the mid tower.
By himself. Okay, he's got Panto above him, but mostly by himself. Nesphere. Nesphere.
He can't get out of this.
He is looking pretty dead. Oh, he's trying to bait them with the illusion. I mean, they just got a Yules.
There we go. No need for even the Ravage for that Yules available.
Big crit. Goodbye. Top, Panto. I mean, he's alone up here, and he's got Glimmer, and he might.
And there's no Rolling Thunder. We're still on corner for 20 seconds.
Sneaky. Oh, they're actually joining. Mira's coming in to join him. He didn't even TP out. He feels
he's
confident.
Fine. Perfectly fine. They're just not able to connect and sort of challenge even the supports now.
And if I fall, the 2 supports might challenge him.
They gone.
Look at Nightfall giving it to the supports. He could have jumped in and taken that kill.
He had creeps to hit. At this moment, that might even be worth more. You know, it's a rough game here for Yellow Submarine.
It truly is.
But one, at least, you know, this is the good thing.
They definitely know as well, right?
Yeah, when you've ended up with a draft like this, it's like whatever you draft in game 2, it's going to be better, right?
Surely.
It's going to be better. So you can just kind of note this one down as the draft weren't too great. Game 2, we're going to give ourselves a better shot because these guys can play. We've seen them have some great wins. This one, I think they just really sort of dealt themselves a really rough hand.
Agreed. And they tried to make the moves happen. They understood how difficult it was, right? They tried to make like 5 smoke movements per 60 minutes, but none of them really connected. Free racks. On to the next lane, tier 2 bottom.
Well, let's see. Where do they look for the final stand, the Yellow Submarine? Do it around at tier 2, do it on the high ground. They're coming out with the smoke.
YOLO is pretty much what it seems like.
This might be the last fight left in them.
There's still 2 minutes left on Aegis.
Tower's already gone.
Morales trying to give information, puts a ward on the side. Then they see him.
They've caught him. They'll kill him before he gets a chance to get anything off. Nice little stun there from the neutrals.
The congregation of the deep.
That neutral camp just hit more stuns than Yellow Submarine's been able to do the whole game.
Very true.
It's just the nature of their draft.
I'm seriously getting tired of this place.
Here we go up to the high ground. What's the plan?
It's a good question.
Oh. Abanon will get the borrowed time off. Loronoff's in with the BKB. He's going to look towards If I Fall first, take out the silencer, jump forward from Nightfall. Amaterasu's not even able to get the Rolling Thunder off. It's over. They've had enough. GG's called. Game 1 will go to Aurora. It was a rough one.
A true beatdown.
As I said, the silver lining for Yellow Submarine, it can absolutely be, hey, this draft, it was a risky one, to put it kindly.
To put it nice, yeah. And
try something different next time.
Sure, and also for Aurora, like, they kind of got everything given to them, right? Their draft, you look at it and I'm like, these are some of the best heroes in the game at the moment. We've seen this DK currently rising more and more with the Green Dragon. Jakiro is insane, PA is insane, Tide's been on the rise as well too, so yeah, just back to the drawing board a bit there for Yellow Submarine, but at least we did get to see that they understood how difficult it was.
We could see the desperation.
So,
yeah, they tried to struggle their way out of a rough start. But there we go, Aurora, it's all theirs.
You can put it as nicely as you want, guys. I'm not going to. That was the most boring game of the tournament. I don't know what's the opposite of a banger. Is it just an anti-banger? It was like incredible.
Snooze fest, I think.
Yeah, snooze fest. There you go.
Yeah, it was a difficult game for them. With the draft, this Viper, it looked good for the first like 4 minutes. Classic Viper performance. He gets solo kill twice on the Dragon Knight, but guess what? The rest of the team is ready to back them up. And also, not having enough control, not having any kind of a playmaker. You have no stuns. Your Weaver is the one who is going for Road of Atos, so that's pretty much your only stun, or the Rolling Thunder that hasn't been used for 15 minutes. This one, it's easy to say. This one's 100% on the draft. Very difficult to play. You could see that they don't know what to do. Like, if you have no playmaker, you have Abba, who's your carry. Like, what is he supposed to do? He's farming. He's doing a good job in the laning stage, but other than that, like, they don't know how to start a fight or how to counter-initiate a fight when it comes down to the timings.
Yeah, I mean, I've literally watched paint dry on stream for 12 hours, and that was more fun, unfortunately. But yeah, Yellow Submarine, like Lacoste mentioned, they put themselves into a very difficult position. We're all going to see some clips here, right? They are, the Viper with this, sure, Viper on paper can do a lot of work. Like, he TP stop, he dies, he then tries to invade the jungle with the Weaver. Guess what? A Jakiro, a Merchant. The reason why these supports are some of the best in the meta right now is they are like area control supports. There's the Cooling, there's Deadshot, there's Ice Path, all annoying styles. And Aurora, even though this game, as a fan, a spectator, was pretty boring, I think they just played it nearly perfectly, right? They punished the early Viper rotations. They farmed up. You see here, it's like 24 minutes in the game. Look at the net worth on these heroes. That's because they farmed. They didn't overplay their hand. And they identified that in the early game, kill Viper. If you do that 3-4 times, the mid to late game, it's pretty much free. Because our heroes will just always scale into the game. And yeah, I think Yellow Submarine next time, they need to give themselves some
give
better
me some
aggression.
heroes that can play Dota.
Yeah.
Very easy, simple. Sure, your silencer was annoying in the lane for Tidehunter. He died once or twice. They were diving the tower. That's all cool, but you also need to think about how things are going to go post laning stage. Who's going to be the initiator? Because those supports need someone to play Dota with. And also Amaterasu, he was the one who kind of didn't have the game at all. He was playing into Jakiro and Phantom Assassin. Very difficult game for offlane Pango. And we can see hero to hero differences at 14 minutes where Phantom Assassin, she's still farming good. Nightfall has a pretty good timing on the Battle Fury. Abba as well, he's pretty
He had the farm.
He had the farm, yeah.
He had a really good lane, right? But the issue is he couldn't turn that lane into anything else because he has an offlane Pango who's been shut down. So whilst he's annoying a Tide, the Pangos get shut down. And if you then compare, again, we don't need to, but like if you then compare like a Pango versus Tide, a Tide who's, relatively behind still plays out every fight the same way. I can stand my ground, I can Ravage. But a Pango behind, you need the Mage Slayer or a Diffusal, then a Blink. It's like you need more economy on a Pangolier when behind, and Tide just needs levels. And then also when you think about the scaling, Abaddon, when you get Radiance, you kind of want to hit towers and you bait yourself into bad positions, whilst PA can just full AFK the jungle. And we haven't really mentioned DK much, but I think Loronoff was the MVP of this game. Like the way that he, of course, went the normal build, Blink Mage Slayer, but he broke open the game. Like every time Aurora said, hey, let's just hit creeps, he was the one like solo killing silencers, progressing the map, annoying Yellow Submarine so that they couldn't really feel like they could make the better moves. So I think, yeah, Loronoff, even with like the Moonshot build just to, do a little bit more damage for the fun. Yeah, it's... Yeah, it's just good stuff from Lorinov.
Now, this guy always delivers. We talked how stable he is. But one thing that was good for Yellow Submarine is that they were able to kill first Tormentor. They were also able to kill first Roche. So you can see that they have understanding what needs to be done to maybe like get that pressure going. It's just that the other team didn't want to take the fight. You're like, well, you have no ways of starting the fight, so we're going to dodge for 5 minutes until that Aegis runs out, and after that, we're going to take one big team fight. To me, like, the Tidehunter was the big part of their dub, because he was just chilling. He understood the assignment. He was on the other side of the map, farming it up. He hit his first Ravage, like 17, 18 minutes into the game. But he also was like, okay, I'm going to build a pipe against Viper, against this Radiant, so I'm going to tank up a little bit more. I don't have to do anything fancy. Hit the Ravage on multiple heroes, and that's about it.
Yellow Submarine, fully got to change up their stuff. Like, we're doing this thing where, you know, we're kind of politely skirting around it, but that was, like we said, was one of the worst drafts of the tournament, I would say. Yeah. Like, without a shadow of a doubt. And for it to happen at a round 5 Swiss stage, critical stage is a little bit baffling, but also you have to understand that this is probably the only team in the tournament where during the draft they're role swapping their offlane, who's their actual offlaner, and their standing offlaner between 3 and 5. So I think maybe
it simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Take some strong meta heroes, like the trades that they're getting is really not there.
But I think it's Pangolier. That's the key thing for me. It's like in other games, we've seen teams pick Pangolier and get punished and exploited. I think Spirit picked like Monkey and an Ursa against it. In this game, you have a PA Jakiro and it's offlane. So for me, delete the Pangolier from your mind.
Yep.
And then you're probably going to have a natural better draft.
I want to delete that game from my mind.
Sure.
We are going to take a break when we come back. Surely the next game can't be as bad as that one. We'll see you soon.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Pudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It is time yet again for another episode of Dota 2 Letters. I am here with Rebel from Team Yellow Submarine. I will put in some words for you, a little phrase, and it's either going to be a Dota hero or a Dota item. You have to guess what it is. If you don't know, you can say hint, and we will put a Dota letter in there to help you, okay? Start the timer, begin Dota letters. A phantom presence, I haunt the battlefield, striking from all sides. I appear without warning to pursue my victim and leave as quickly as if I was an illusion. It is a hero.
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade? No, I'm afraid not. You could get a hint if you want, but haunt the battlefield? With illusion?
Phantom Lancer?
No, I would recommend the hint. Let's do a hint. Ask for a hint, please. All right, R. Second last one's R.
I need to. Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. That's how many letters the hero is.
Okay.
Okay. I appear without warning. Haunt. Without warning.
Haunt. Spectre.
Yes, correct. All right,
Yes,
all right. The
easy,
first one is
easy.
A brilliant inventor. I unleash the might of my genius upon my enemies. Nothing is too far away from my reach. No armor can protect you.
Oh.
Brilliant inventor.
Inventor.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
Not easy. You can use a hint. You got 9 of them.
Okay. I use hint.
Hinted it.
Let's go.
All right. Ends in an R.
One more hint.
Okay. Ends in ER.
Okay. Inventor.
Used to be a good mid. Now it's kind of a support. Very annoying. Everyone hates him.
But Rider.
Not bad,
yes. I know.
Huh? You do another hint. We're running out of time.
Go hint.
Hint.
No
Light
idea.
or-
Temple. What? No. No idea.
A man who makes inventions? That's name is Tiger. One more hint, please. Tinker.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I forgot about this.
What do you mean you forgot about him? He's a big deal. All right, anyway.
Okay.
A gleaming talisman that radiates a celestial aura, bolstering the spirits of allies. Oh god. The hopes of foes with its brilliant light. Okay? This is 2 words.
Yes.
This is a very hard one. I will give you another hint. Okay?
Okay.
It supports by it and it protects them. Okay?
Okay.
We're going for the slam dunk here.
Okay.
All right?
This is hero.
No, this is an item. Give him a hint. One hint. I know time's up. Give him the hint. Okay. Ends in an R. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You buy this as a support if a carry's going to jump you so you can survive. It is an item. This is something that you'd buy as a carry or something to reduce someone else's armor. From the sun. Solar.
Solar Crest.
Yes! Well done, my friend.
Easy.
Besides me forgetting what the item was and feeding you false tips, you did very well.
I didn't see this item like 100 games.
Yeah, it's been a bit. It's been a bit since we've seen it. That was tough. Tinker, no one gives a shit about. Solar Crest, no one gives a shit about. I'm so sorry. We put you through the ringer here.
Okay.
But, as I said, this is the initiation. It has to be painful for you to be a pro player. We'll go next on that one. Don't worry, I know that you're better at Dota than you are at this, so we will see great things coming from you from Yellow Submarine. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much. And we'll see you more at PGL Wallachia.
Yes, welcome back. Aurora are looking to get into the playoffs of PGL Wallachia Season 3. They're playing the underdog Yellow Submarine. They are ahead in the series. We've had a very dull game, but now we're hoping for something a little bit better as we're about to go into the draft.
Yeah, good thing is it doesn't get worse than this, so the only way you can go is up. Maybe not so much with the Submarine. I'm not sure how Submarines work in real life, but they've been sinking, especially in this one. I want to see something completely different.
Torpedoed, you might say, in that last game.
Maybe.
Yeah, you see?
I want to see them do the switcheroo. I want to see maybe one hero overlap, because I don't consider these heroes to be strong at all. Silencer is fine in some situations, so is Abba, but this Pango into Jakiro and Phantom Assassin, me being a Pango offlane enjoyer, I don't want to play against this. Like I would legit be ready to queue up a new next game if I'm playing into this.
Before we get into the draft as well, I do want to mention, like, for Yellow Submarine, a team that hasn't really made it to many other tournaments, right? Like qualifying to PGL Wallachia has been like the statement of their year. Knocking out OG, that gave them an additional $5,000.
Sure.
Knocking out Nigma Galaxy, another $5,000. If they were to turn it around, they're going from $20,000 to $40,000. So for a team that doesn't really get to turn up to the events to fight for the big prize pools, it is very good for the kind of, I guess, the tier 2 scene. The fact that they're already going to have a nice little kind of injection to push them into their future tournaments, future qualifiers. So if they are to, let's say, bow out here, it's still a good run from the
any
kind of
OG or Nigma fans are watching this and they're like, our favorite team lost to this, the way they've been drafting. They did play better in the series when they were facing OG.
Too.
Yeah, absolutely. So want to see what they have. Okay, this is it.
Here it is.
During the break, I looked at Lacoste and went, do you think Yellow Submarine's going to go for like a mental reset Venom jungle?
Yep, here it is.
I laughed at it, but there it is.
And it's worth noting as well, we had the stats are on your screen. I was going to say, when we were analyzing this before we went live, 66%. It's
big number.
And it means, obviously, what you were talking about, T, Governor, we're going to see this interesting positional rotation now.
Yeah, and the normal switch up is when the actual offlaner, which is If I Fall, plays offlane. He likes to play the Tide, the Timbersaw. Probably not going to see Timbersaw due to the PA. It's a good matchup, but maybe a Tide Hunter, a hero along these lines. But yeah, Venomancer jungle, we need to give it the respect it deserves. If you don't contest the jungle, you are able to always get to a level 6 very, very quickly. And if you pick a lane to gank, that hero will die. So if you have any tower damage, you can progress the map. Like, it is really, really annoying. I think Wildcard was probably one of the best Veno teams we had at the tournament, but Yellow Submarine is now rivaling them.
Definitely don't want it to become too popular because it shreds your pubs.
It does. Yeah, I think Paravision, of course, you know, the initial, I guess, inventors. The thing is with Venomancer Jungle, it's not new tech. It's been around like since 2019. But every other year, someone brings it back and it's like, I've made the Venom jungle work, and then it's here for like 6 months. And
it's different map as well. I think this suits Venomancer. He's going down the river, getting that extra move speed, farming the camps much faster. And if he finds this neutral, because the power of jungle Venomancer is also that he finds these neutral items relatively quickly for his team, which could make, for example, these like 6-7 minutes engagements much faster, because the enemy team usually at the time is not farming the jungle as much. So that might be a little bit of oomph that they need to make the moves on the map.
I mean, there's also different styles of Venomancer as well, where Falcons, when Snaking played it recently, he would play lane for, let's say, 1 level 2, he would secure, and then he'd go jungle. And then there's other Venos where they just don't even look at a lane. They live in the jungle. So it will be interesting to see if maybe they change up the style of play. Again, the fact that they are role swapping their 3 and 5 player, it does mean there's a lot of movement happening, because if your 3 now becomes your 5, your 5 is your 3, then your carries may be left alone. There's a lot of, questions needed answering, but that is, of course, draft-based every single time.
Have we seen any of the Venomancer jungle camps being blocked when you know that it's going to be 100% in the jungle?
I'll be honest, I haven't studied the Veno jungle replays too hard, but I would argue it's probably harder to block the camps. Because of the river, it's like if you block one camp on the wrong side, he can just scurry down the river, get to the other side of the camps. You twin gate. It's a lot of jungle. The map is so big that to stop the Veno jungle, I think blocking camps is one nice thing, but having a hero that can follow the entire time is at least a little bit nicer.
All right, you know what we need against Veno jungle? You need to pick a hero that can also jungle on your side, and then you battle it 1v1.
Okay, so what hero would that be?
I'm trying to think.
You want like
old griefers, Legion Commander, Pudge Hook, Axe Jungle.
Burana Arrow with like 5 clarities or something. Yeah, okay.
No, for real, is there another hero that could potentially jungle?
Not as quickly as Venomancer.
Yeah, of course, but something that could maybe try to match the speed? It has to be Axe, right? Axe or Pudge. But Pudge support is not a thing anymore.
I would be so upset if my Game 2 morning cast of the day was talking about an Axe versus Veno jungle where we're kind of scuffed role-playing like League. And we're like, oh, look at this rotation.
I'm not being serious. I'm trying to meme it up.
I know. But I'm trying to think of it. I'm like, I can't, there's nothing that's like... I mean, of course, it would be very cool if the jungle was a more openly usable resource, right? But also I respect the fact that we don't have consistent jungling metas, and that we only have one hero. I think that is a good thing, but I would like maybe a patch where we accidentally enable it for, a couple months, and then we can delete it again.
Yeah.
Okay, not Iron Talon.
Then everybody can jungle.
I hate Iron Talon with a passion.
It was a bad item.
That was a tough time.
I mean, it's just that simplified the game a bit too much. I mean, it still technically is in the game, but either way, pointless talk aside, one team has Silence at PA, stability. The other team has raw aggression with Marcy, Venomancer, and honestly DK. He fits the bill as well. You now have a Blink Initiator on DK. Marcy can follow up. Venomancer to bring the early damage. This is a much, much better draft.
I was going to say.
Than game one.
Good amount of stuns, good amount of slows, very simple, easy to play type of Dota. That's the adjustment that I wanted to see immediately after, and I think the players also understood what went wrong, so they are going to be fixing it in the second game.
And they're keeping the kind of the offlane pick open to ensure they're not punishing themselves. Because again, like we mentioned, to great length, Venomancer will exploit one lane on your own side. It will punish you. So for Aurora, they need to understand that, and they are going for tankiness themselves. You have Abaddon to dispel a lot of the Venomancer shenanigans. You then have Silencer, who's going to be very good against the very obvious jump of Yellow Submarine. You're going to see the DK blinking or the Marcy press global. So I think Aurora, once they get online, 25 minutes of farm, they will outscale at the moment. But their early game damage is very weak. They really will fall victim if Yellow Submarine can connect their heroes and actually start ganking the map.
A lot of counter initiation. Venomancer has been answered most definitely, because you do have Abaddon, you do have Silencer as well, and it's going to be Shadow Shaman. They do need a little bit more control, because I see some overlapping from the previous draft. There is Silencer, there is Abaddon, something they've been lacking, and Aurora, they know already that they need some kind of a lockdown for this Dragonite. Eventually, if it comes down to some level 15s, you might even see Hex Break talent.
It might be a little bit too volatile, but all the Amaterasu heroes are still available, like the Brood and the Beast and this. Can you not just still put him to offlane, and then you force the If I Fall, who hasn't played the Veno yet, to then play the Veno, and he takes the role? Again, normally Amaterasu takes the Venomancer, so maybe that's why these heroes haven't been banned out at the moment. But like, I know PA scales well against Brood late game, but early on, there's no anti-Brood hero yet.
I like Lycan.
Sure, like any of the zoo,
That's a weird looking Lycan. The reason why I said Lycan is both of the supports on side of Aurora kind of hate to play into summon heroes. They have nothing to deal with, and I think it could have been a very good pick. And also, you don't care about most of the slows that they have on their side, but they want to force Pango one more time.
I'm guessing DK safe lane?
Hard to guess, considering where they want to put this Venomancer at.
The reason is, I just hope it's not
solo offlane Pango against Silencer and PA. Good luck.
Exactly. It's like, that is like the worst version of this draft, if Pango is the one who's sacrificed. I like the idea of DK carry, Pango mid, and find that offlane, but it really boils down to, can If I Fall take over the Venomancer spam jungle that Amaterasu has been doing? Because if he can, I think the options are far greater than the current hero pool of what we've seen from If I Fall.
I mean, they could still run this Veno as 5, put Dragonite in the safe lane, Pango mid, and still go for Lycan potentially.
Sure.
I'd be fine with that, because you have a lot of summons, you have a lot of damage over time,
that's the
good front line.
Yeah, that's the If I Fall thing that I've been mentioning, is that kind of scenario. But that's what I want to see. We both want to see this. I feel like, is there any other pick that really helps them like break open this game? I mean, already Aurora's banning out the Visage, so they're expecting this to occur. And they ban out, an AA. Mentioned it in the previous cast, but I think AA, as soon as you see Abbott, I don't know why teams aren't just picking this hero. I think the reason is pro teams like it in 4 because of Jin Q. And they haven't really understood the potential on 5. But once people know about the, I think, is it Exposure? The AoE one? I don't know the exact name of the facet, but the AoE Cold Feet, once 5 players get their hands on this, they'll also be calling to play it from that role. But
it's Exposure as well.
Has been exclusively playing it with the Rhyme facet.
The Bone Chill facet.
Bone Chill, yeah.
That's what they use in
That Rhyme are the stacks.
Yeah. All right, here you go, Yellow Submarine. I would love... See, there's not a single Exposure game. They do go for that. Good. All right. Zoo was the answer. Zoo they did. Good job.
And now you're looking something for Lorinov in the mid lane. Again, they don't have that much control. Lorinov loves to play all these elusive heroes. What is a hero that... Okay, it's just classic
Storm,
Aurora
Ember, Puck,
Storm.
right? You can just list... You can list every hero there and you get one, yeah.
If you're the one who's getting the initiation, getting the kill immediately, follow it up with the global silence, there's so many like good saves, especially with Abba, a global silence as well. They did... I do like their draft like 10 times more compared to the previous one.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I think that this Lycan pick could definitely work for them. It's not the easiest hero to play, but I do like the fact that the both supports can be like very vulnerable against Lycan if he hits his timings.
Yeah, I think we could see potentially some of the repeat from the previous game though, where like a Sanasa PA lane is pretty strong, and if you find a couple kills early and then you see the inevitable aggression, like Yellow Submarine, their game plan, there's no layering of like complexity to it. It's get items, run down the lane, take objectives, progress the map, and then eventually Aurora, they'll have an Aghanims on Storm, gripping, like vortexing people, PA jumping in, Toronto Tokyo frontlining, global to protect it. So I think the security of late game is towards Aurora, but Yellow Submarine infinitely better. Like they have all the tools to create tempo. Yep. I'm intrigued to know, because if iFall is playing the Venomancer, will he play lane, use Gale level 1, then go to jungle with Plague Wards? Like, how are they going to play Venom now? They've shifted from the Amaterasu, like, I am the jungle. Like, it's a slightly different identity, but Yellow Submarine, they must be aggressive. They must kill the lanes. They must pressure the map.
It's interesting. It's got shades of that draft we saw with Nothing to Say the other day, where everything was constructed around the Tinker support, and then, surprise, it's a core Tinker. So
yeah. Along those lines,
it's a nice little flex there at the end.
Yeah, the key thing is they're utilizing their stand-in. Like we mentioned it in the pre-show, it's like in this position, if they defaulted to picking the Tides or the Timbers or whatever for If I Fall, I think their draft would have been just very weak, and we would have just seen a 2-0. But to then bring back what your stand-in can provide is the key to it. But the stand-in has to perform. He has to. It is his game. He has the last pick. He has, all the pressure on him.
Yeah, but still favoring Aurora Gaming's draft, but this draft from Yellow Submarine looks so much better, and it's going to be much more even game. Always happy to see Venomancer, whether he's going to be going to jungle or not, but yeah, most likely it's just going to be 5. Maybe he goes to jungle because he has Dragon Knight with him, and then he can be the one who's like solo sustaining in the lane.
Do you, with the Marcy facet, pick me up?
Yeah.
Personally, I kind of see this as like the new age drinking buddies. The idea that a position 4 can just reposition and like play quick fights. Do you like it when they use it to just like
go in
or like, but disengage? How much have you been seeing Marcy's like disengage?
I've seen some griefs happen as well, so it can be very good. I think in this game they really don't have that one hero who's like, wow, I want to be thrown in. Maybe Lycan could be.
Some things actually occurred. We've just put it on screen. Apparently, Nightfall chose Shadow Shaman.
So that's why the game is paused.
Well, luckily,
sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
No, thank you.
That's great.
Thank you.
I just thought that might be significant.
Richard.
Yeah, no worries.
Obviously, there's 2 scenarios here. 1, they get a remake because they misclicked, or 2, we decide to rule and force Nightfall to play the carry shaman that they clearly intended to play.
Or we force Mira to play carry Phantom Assassin.
No. Nightfall, but when he came to this tournament, on that piece of paper, he put position 1, Nightfall. Anything he picks must hit the creeps.
Unfortunately, apparently the teams have agreed it was a bug. I'm being told in my ear it might be getting remade right now, so we're not going to see a carry Shadow Shaman on Nightfall.
Oh man, I wanted to see Shadow Shaman, Hand of Midas, level 25. He uses on Storm with the Aghanim Scepter. Everything gets zipped.
If I was adjudicating, I'd just make them play it.
Unfortunately, as much as I'd love that
penance for the first game.
Yeah, I'd love that to be the case, but yeah, I do believe that most tournaments have the logic of you're allowed 1 misclick. The second misclick, we will talk about it. The first misclick, we'll let you fix it.
And that's why no one signs up to Lewis LAN.
Yeah, that is true. How many people attended the last one?
0. Me.
God. That's 1.
Do I count as a person?
Sure. So yeah, we are going to have Nightfall switch back over to the P8 at some point, but it will be a treat to watch Lonoff play Stormspit that you already mentioned. I do need to double check the stats though. I feel like he's pretty high up there on Storm games nowadays.
No, absolutely. Every single time he plays Stormspit, this guy owns. He has a good backup, as we said, with Silencer and Abaddon behind him. Also, this time around, Rabel will have a much better game. Even though he solo killed Loranov twice, I think the overall game for him is going to be much better because he's building into Diffusal Blade from the mid lane. We saw Pengler in the previous one going for Mage Slayer into Aghanim Scepter, which didn't have that much impact. But yeah, Diffusal Blade against Storm, Abaddon as well, who doesn't have that big of a mana pool. Same goes for Phantom Assassin. Could be really good.
He has 185 competitive games on Storm Spirit.
What's his win rate? Probably like 65?
58%.
50. Oof.
I know. 6.66 average KDA. It's pretty good. I mean, you can't complain.
Hidden satanic messaging in our broadcaster.
Yeah, along those lines. Don't call me out, man. Come on.
I see what you're doing, Team Governor.
We got to fill.
I'm watching you.
I mean, it's happy that I'm seeing the other Submarine smiling, you know? Like, especially after you lose that first game and you know you're on elimination. Like, some teams and players can crumble, right? But they're pretty chill right now.
Yeah, it's also good that, seeing the funny side of the accidental misclick as well and not being triggered.
No, I still wish it was a like a vote, you know? So then Yellow Submarine can be like, no, I think you should play the Nightfall carry Shaman.
I think Mira would play Phantom Assassin carry and he would play 4.
I mean, okay, being a support player at high rank, right? At some point, you're going to have to be the higher rank in the game. You might have to play a core role. I'm sure Mira's probably dabbled in some carry PA, carry DK to secure that MMR. I feel like I've actually probably laned with him, actually, in some of these games. It's not the best fun because, it's 4 supports versus the enemy having all these core players. But, we try. Let me check. I'm trying to check the history of Storm Spirit games total because I feel like Loranov surely with 185 games has to be like historically up there. Okay, it's actually less. So it's actually 119. So the 185 is inflated by some other maybe non-tier 1 to 2 games, but he's like around 60 games away from overtaking Somnus to be number 1. He's like top 6 at the moment.
Speaking of Somnus, bring that guy back. One last ride.
I swear that's like
for the 5th time.
Yeah, isn't he just like the Chinese Seb, right? It's like I'll play, I'll retire, I play, I retire. Like how many times can you truly retire from Dota?
Esports retirements don't count, man.
This is true.
I've had sandwiches that last longer than some esports retirements.
Yeah. Are they still tasting when they come back, or?
Yeah.
That's hesitant.
I think the shortest retirement that we ever had was Fade back from VGJ, or was it the other team where he retired, got out of the contract, and he's like, I'm out. Next day, he joins a new team. Play the system.
Yeah, no, he did. He beat the system.
Is that actually? That's just a way to break contract red. Literally, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It took me a long time. I was processing it. I was like, wait a second, he just evaded like buyouts and everything. Damn. Well, hopefully the game's made soon.
Have you ever retired and come back?
Have I ever retired?
Yeah, I've done it.
No.
I'm actually known for this. I've been threatening to quit esports. No, it's not really a threat. People would like it, but I've been threatening to do it for ages, and then I just get bored, and I've got nothing to do around the house, and so I'll do esports today, I suppose.
I don't mean this in a rude way.
Yeah, okay.
But
it's going to be rude then.
Sure.
Looking forward.
I don't think we're old enough to seek that retirement yet. Because most pro players, when they retire, they're like around 30.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. I keep forgetting you're in your 20s still.
Yes.
You're a young buck, so...
Even though people want to call me 40-year-old bald man in pubs.
There's a reason for that.
I know. I do clearly look old, but it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
No. Esports till I die. No retirement.
Yeah.
You're what we call a lifer.
Oh, wait. Hold on a second.
There's no way out.
You said esports. Don't you mean Dota?
Yeah, Dota. I mean...
Just be careful there.
Okay, I had one wish. I wanted Artifact to succeed. I really love that game. I still play the game from time to time, by the way. This would be the other esports I would venture in. Yeah.
You actually still play it?
Yeah, from time to time I bang it out.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Like you're like the one guy on Steam.
No, it's like
there's a couple,
I swear, isn't it like low hundreds who play that game now and again?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you play the bot matches, or do you like how long does it take to queue for a game?
Depends. If I don't find the match immediately, I just close it most of the time. But I still want to get that feeling. It was one of the closest feeling that I got to playing Dota in terms of the excitement that I got.
It was.
I see that you guys are pretty standard.
Yeah, no, it's just.
It was a good card game.
Yeah, listen, I'm one of those guys. It's just like I couldn't imagine queuing for however long it would be to get a game of that.
Yeah.
To have that experience again, I didn't like it that much. But it was good.
It was good. Artifact 2, too many ideas. We tried to fix the game, but didn't work out. Artwork was also made in Paint. I don't know if people remember that. We didn't have all the graphics ready. It was funny, but yeah, definitely.
What about
Artifact.
Underlords?
Underlords, we played that one quite a lot during the Chinese TI. I think we were banging it out all the time, and then I kind of stopped afterwards.
I wasn't talent
Never
for that
been
one.
aboard with it.
No, I mean, I just never played Underlords. Wait, did I play Underlords? I don't know. Maybe. The issue for me is, like, I don't ever look at any other game and enjoy it. Because I have Dota brain.
Dota.
I have Dota brain, where it's like, you know, my girlfriend, oh, you want to play this game? I want to play some Stardew Valley or something? I'm like, sure. And it's like 5 hours in, I'm like, Dota.
You know what?
Dota.
I could be playing Tiny, try some new item build and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. Well, my brain is works differently because I've been. You know, I don't know if you guys have dreams about Dota.
I've never had a Dota dream.
I actually recently, and this is kind of weird, I recently, like before I went to bed, I would start thinking of like the laning phase, and like I would start picturing the lane going, should I sentry block in this wave, and if I do sentry this one, then they can do that.
Oh no, I'm trying to relax, and I'm not trying to get, like
no.
when I'm about to go to sleep, some of the moments, some of the like big plays that you made, you're like, hell yeah, this is good, and then you fall
Black
asleep.
hole.
Is this where you like hook fogged and he doesn't get the kill, you still his rampage, you just...
No, I've never had a Dota dream. I've only got 5,000 hours. My hours probably aren't comparable to you guys.
Hold on, wait. Surely Fogged and Owen are just somewhere.
Yeah, maybe we could summon
where are
them.
they?
Fogged, his dreams are only World of Warcraft and or Dota.
Or laning with
both at the
Lacoste.
same time.
These two are like
yeah.
unranked fiends together. You know,
I have seen that.
They dabble. My honestly, some of my favorite though is just queuing randomly solo queue into Lacoste in unranked. But anyway, were you?
No, I was going to say that it's actually worth noting that in terms of MMR, obviously you're very high. You're ancient, I believe. No,
I was about to. That was the quickest
12K.
fuck you I was ever going to give live on stream.
Obviously, got past 12K. But what I love about Dominic is he's ascended and realized like unranked is the true nirvana.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, you meet
Good for
a
you.
lot of pro players as well in there. Like Shad is the one who loved to play some unranked games as well.
I think a really important thing to note for the community is like unranked. If you want to play like proper Dota, unranked is the place because you play with friends, varying MMR, you're all on Discord communicating. So half the barrier of playing Dota is like dealing with the like getting to know your teammates, hoping that you're going to befriend them, not being toxic to each other, then playing a high competitive, high stakes game. As soon as you play unranked with friends, all that barrier is gone, and it's like, oh, I want to try a new Bloodseeker combination with Tusk Kick. So you draft it, you play it, you enjoy it. So it's like the complexity of the game is simplified. Sure, the quality might be lower because it's not to your rank potentially, but it's like if you want to enjoy like the I guess competitive nature, unranked is the place to bring your parties together.
It also circumnavigates my low communication score. I can actually talk to people in.
You want to talk about this live on air?
I don't care.
You don't? Okay. You need the help, or we already gave you some help. We already told you how to improve it.
If we can spam a few turbos together, that would be real sweet about now.
That I will not do. I actively do.
I never played a game of Turbo in my life.
Have you not?
No.
It is.
Never even tried it.
It's one of the best game modes for people who can't play Dota based on like their what's it called, like their workload, their like 9 to 5s or whatever. If they have like kids and stuff, 'cause it gives them like the dopamine hit of like, yeah, I get to play Dota.
I can tell you a story about Turbo.
This was the worst game
while they're remaking the draft. In case you're wondering, the game isn't live yet. I was talking to Slacks about things he liked to do, and he says he only takes enjoyment from Dota if he can like mentally destroy his opponents. So he used to get up at like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, you know, sneak out, he'd get into the Turbo queue, and he knew that down there would be players who were like, you know, just one game before I go to bed and play work, and then he would lock in techies, and he would draw out these Turbo games like so. You know, the Turbo game was like an hour, just so people would rage quit because they had to go to bed.
I mean, that is weirdly impressive, but also very Slacks-like, and a way in which you would have low behavior score, communication score. So don't follow in his footsteps.
No.
And then you might be able to become a better player.
No,
but they are
draft on the screen.
Yeah,
you want to try to guess?
Yeah.
Sure.
I reckon a Lycan could be really good.
I've seen this before, though. I have seen some Twitch chat people perfectly predict drafts before. So maybe we can just roleplay them now in this instance.
Marcy, and there's gonna be Dragonite, now Abaddon plus
Shadow Shaman.
Shadow Shaman, yeah.
This is all you.
No, this is not me. I'm not playing this game solo.
I want. This is your moment. This is your shining moment.
And Pango again. A couple of bans. We saw...
I just don't like the Pango.
Fast. They have this written down.
You know what would be even better? They misclick here.
Oh, no.
They pick a new hero right now.
They're picking so fast that they misclick one more time.
Yeah.
I would actually love it if they did the same thing.
It is Storm Spirit last pick. There we go.
So clutch. So clutch. Again, I didn't want to make any predictions. I feel like.
So which draft do we like more?
Surely production can just rewind and replay the last 2 minutes of what we said. Like, not obviously blabbing about Turbo, but like, you know.
Come on, earn your day rate.
Okay, here we go again. I'm really happy that Yellow Submarine, Amaterasu, was able to utilize the Venomancer, go to the Lycan, Aurora Gaming, early game, some damage problems. They might get run over by the Lycan, the Pango, Marcy, and the Venomancer, but if they overcome the early aggression, my golly gosh, does this team like to play a 30, 40, 50-minute game. Many ways to pick off and push out the map. So
it is a lot of tower damage. You have Venomancer, Dragonite, and Lycan. You have Roche taking potential, Tormi as well. This is the game where they could definitely take it.
To be very clear, Yellow Submarine, much better draft than game one. They have the damage, they have the pressure. They just need to execute on the fact that Aurora showed discipline to outscale them in that previous one.
Yeah, and like you say, you know, they've got a kind of team where they can group up, push towers, take objectives. If they all bring it together, it's a very executable idea.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I've said many words, Richard Lewis.
Is this the longest segment you've done or something?
No. I
was born in the...
No. I've done many more segments.
Yeah,
it's just more, when you have a technical error, sometimes you fear there'll be a second or a third. So everything I say, I'm trying to reserve myself. But then I realized that PGL fixes the problem quickly.
There it is.
And the game is underway.
And with that, we will hand you over to the Foggy Pixel Duo.
Hello, thank you very much, Richard. Yes, we're ready with the action here for Game 2. Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but we're good to go now. Everybody's on the right heroes that they want to play, and we can get stuck into the action. This time around, without a doubt, this is definitely a better draft from Yellow Submarine. Right?
Infinitely last game.
There is potential with what they've got here. Yeah, we'll talk about some of the facet choices we've got coming out.
Yeah. There's a Frost Dragon. I don't think I've seen the Frost Dragon picked by many people at all. So that's really interesting to me, especially because it's the safe lane too. So yeah, I've seen pretty much strictly corrosive now because the Fire Dragon got nerfed so much. So really interesting that he's going for this one because it's also the versus healing usually, but there's no healing because the Abaddons don't even skill Miscoil. So I mean, it's interesting. We'll see if it ends up working,
but the slow is very strong.
The slow is very strong, but there is a Storm Spirit and a PA with evasion.
Sure, they're jumping around.
They can jump around, move around,
target to target.
As much, so.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see the approach from that. And then also they have the, if you look at the Lycan, he has Pack Leader, I think I saw, right? So rather than going for the Alpha Wolves, he's looking to play with summons and look to surround. I think that's versus the two supports in particular, why he's doing this one. But Alpha Wolves are also very good versus the supports and good versus Storm. Yeah, interesting. Just different approach for sure coming out from Yellow Submarine, more of their style, and we'll see if it ends up working. My one thing that I do have to say is, it's a different draft. It looks infinitely better than that first game, but I do feel like it's on a timer again. It's a draft that does have to look to play fast and get quite a bit done because you're playing versus a PA and Storm Spirit.
No, absolutely right. Yeah, this is the thing. End of the day, Aurora, they still got kind of those core two. Arguably, maybe even the best two right now.
And even one of the best third.
Lauren off and Nightfall, and you think the Abaddon also, yeah. Well, we saw obviously last game, Yellow Submarines try it out, but it was in the carry position. Toronto Tokyo back in the more natural position that we're seeing Abaddon being played in right now.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Seems pretty good.
I like it much more as the offlaner. It just seems to, it gets like the same item timing, it feels like. So it still feels like it gets super farm, it applies the same pressure. So we shall see if this approach ends up working out from the side of Yellow.
Sure. And it's bottom lane, so it's like Marcy duo. Well, Marcy at the moment a hero that you're not a huge fan of.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of the hero because it's fun to play.
It is fun.
But unfortunately, or fortunately for people, in pro play, I think it has one of the lowest, if not the absolute lowest win rate in all of pro games. It's a very difficult hero to execute. And I think they mentioned on the panel too, they're using the pick-me-up facet more recently than the fleeting flurry on the support. So they don't even transition. And it can be a bit of a hit or miss.
That's an overall win rate there has...
it's just here, right?
Not been too hot. 15% win rate. That's out of a decent amount of games played.
And Lordoff in this mid matchup should have a pretty free time as well. It's one of his
Look at the
favorite
blood.
heroes.
They might get
Blood
kills
Grenade.
here. Amaterasu, he's
And
gone.
got him. I mean, Silencer plus PA, similar to that Jakiro plus PA. Silencer's very good at bullying currently, and
has he got this as well?
He might have him. He might have to salve. He doesn't use the salve.
Salve would have saved him?
I think the
Probably would
ticks
have, right?
during the hit distance, so he loses.
You
brain
got to
drain.
protect your brain, right?
That's exactly it. You don't want to lose the brain.
No, he's losing a bit of his brain.
And look at Panto instantly. I like this. He buys a null talisman and a wind lace. So he's going to look to dominate this lane on the Silencer after getting these 2 kills on the 5 position. I like when players do this, is they get the stats and they're just like, okay, now I'm truly going to bully because it gives me the mana regen to continue applying glaives. Hot start for Aurora. And they get the pull off. It's a half pull as well. So a Panto doing exactly what you want to see on a 5 position in these first 3 minutes. Half pull, so it's going to deny the entire wave, and it's going to have the creep wave under the tower, and he gets 2 kills.
It just feels very hard now for this Marcy Lycan lane to get aggressive, right? Without the threat of them, you know, Panto and Nightfall just turning and killing them.
Yeah, because even if they go for Panto, right, which is the only one they really can go for now at this point, it could be very problematic for them. Mid actually, even. So Rebel, he's handling his own versus Lornoff. I've seen Lornoff do very well versus some of these Pangos when he plays his Storm, but this time around it is even. And it's time for DK to be left alone. So this is the other question now. They do get the lift up on Nightfall, but this does not look like an easy trade.
And yeah, because Panto could just keep pelting them with its glaives coming in. Amarallis is dead. Nightfall can easily jump away. Amaterasu can't chase him. So more brain drain here for he's up to 3.
And top, it's a jungle Veno. So now he's laning it versus Shadow Shaman plus the Abaddon by himself. Amaterasu's actually going to have to TP out. Didn't pop the stick before it. Okay, he'll live. Whew. Top, they're going aggro. Nesphere is by himself.
See if iFull can head over to help out.
Put some Veno wards on Nesphere to slow them down. Mira's dropping low. The tower.
Whoop, shield comes in. Mira will indeed die.
Now Tokyo.
Maybe they could play for the Abaddon kill as well. He's got level 1 charges. Shield up in a second.
Man, Jungle Veno's so insane. He just walks in and joins, and this is actually almost getting the kill onto Tokyo.
I mean, they really want this.
It's gonna be so close.
He's gonna be fine.
Live. And they get the kill again. I mean,
down
Panto,
bottom, and he just used the TP. Remember.
Panto, 4 brain drain.
Already, at 4 minutes in. So no TP on the Lycan.
This is a problem already.
Because this is the thing, right? It's not just the fact that there's a silencer popping off. It's the lane that the PA's in, right?
Exactly.
You know, Nightfall's having another easy start.
This is all pre-corrosion as well, too. I don't even know if he's going to go for it. I mean, he has like most of the components, but he might just not do it now.
We'll just rush Battle Fury.
I think he's just going to rush Treads Battle Fury because he can just go Blightstone Band and turn the band into the Treads. So yeah, he doesn't even need to go Corrosion to be able to dominate the lane, as they've already done that. Lornoff looks like he's actually maybe giving some respect to potential rotation. He's jungling until he gets his level 6 on the Storm, because he doesn't know where the Veno is ever, right? So there is the potential that the Veno just comes out behind you, even if you're in the mid lane as a Storm, and just catches you with the Pango. So being careful there on Lornoff.
I mean,
but it's not a full-out jungle Veno, because he did have to go help his DK.
He did
so
turn up and help him, yeah.
He's not level 6. So usually what we see, if it's a full jungle Veno, they hit 6 right now, around the 5:15 to 5:30 mark, and then they make that big move. So it's been slowed down a little bit, but he did help his DK, which was necessary. Speaking of the DK, he helped him to, protect him to get that kill trade, but he's not able to get any last hits up here. Now he's getting the rotation. He is getting surrounded. 3 heroes versus the 2 at the moment. Pango roll is online, but he's using it in the mid lane, and Lornoff has hit 6.
So easily able to dodge it. He's going to look to try and go for the 6-minute power rune. Rebel will be able to get that.
Smart plays really from Lornoff to make sure that he gets the 6 nice and early. Top.
They're going to TP in. Amarallis looking to help out. They go for Toronto, Tokyo. They're going to get it. And they can turn to Mira as well, but the 4 of them, they'll be able to pick the 2 kills up easily. Double kill for Nesphere.
Heads up move there, Rebel. Instant TPs with the haste, or instantly gets up there with the haste rune to be able to join his allies. And he did get both last hits on Nesphere, right? So very necessary. He was down to like, I think he was bottom of the course right before he gets those two, so now it does get a nice little enabling boost.
Well, they're going to look to try and go for Amaterasu. He's got the TP available, so yeah, straight away TP.
Still brutal. His timings are going to be slowed down so much. He wants to be able to get the summons, the Dominator, the Overload, to be able to deal with these pesky supports that suffer a lot versus those summons, but it's slowed down a lot.
They're going to come looking for it.
I don't think they make it their time. Top
okay,
Tokyo.
They were considering it. Don't get him again. So once again, both offlaners having a bit of a tough time. Rebel did see if he could find a chance to make a move down here.
Hey, those kills really matter. They completely almost completely fix this early game. It's just the bottom lane that's still that big problem. And the Lycan, overall in this game, once he gets the Dominator, it still is a problem for Silencer and Shadow Shaman. But yeah, slowed down by a significant margin. So Nightfall is going to be the one that's the most happy out of all this.
I mean, will they try and go down there again with the Pango, do you think, anytime soon? Or, like, well, when is sort of the window to kill the PA?
Maybe if you want to rotate the Pango, you send the DK through the portal, and then you go for, like, a wraparound and go for the tower push as well, too. I could see that. Lornoff almost actually have the burst for him.
Rebel can try and chase. He's got a fair bit of mana left. And, yeah, enough to get safely back towards his base. We'll see the TPs come in.
You're up. Can he close the gap onto Rebel?
Not quite.
But the cat, Nightfall's actually cutting him off.
They might still have a chance, yeah. A little bit of a block.
Oh yeah, they got him.
Yeah, they do, and they're going to get some more brain drain here for Panto.
+5. A little bit of an over-aggressive play there from Rebel, attempting to go for Lawrence.
What? They can try. He's still not hit the 6. That's an easy one. All right, there we go.
He is. The two supports on the side of Yellow Submarine have hit the 6 before him.
Put some pressure onto the tower top as well. Nesphere in the dragon form.
He is actually struggling in this exact same fashion as the Lycan now at this point. You know, the offlane thing that happened in the last game, initially it wasn't happening until these last few moments. Now it looks like Aurora does want to continue looking to shut down this Lycan. They've got the log grab from Mira, level 3 shackles at the ready.
I guess and this is the way nowadays, what with the safe lane DK, you don't go for the Armlet Mask of Madness, you go for the Maelstrom build?
I don't know with the Frost DK.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Maybe it's some different adaptation that he's going for. Global.
They're going to pop the Global just to get this dive in and make sure there's no backup. Punish the Lycan once again.
Top again, he's still level 5.
They should be able to get him with the Unleash. Very dead, both offlaners not having a great time.
Having a miserable time. 4 deaths on Toronto, Tokyo, 3 on Amaterasu. Mid lane Rebel also getting a good trade onto this tower here. He might be able to finish it off with the Marcy near him. And he's about to have Diffusal done, so his timing is really good versus this. Hey, a lot of heroes that can suffer versus Diffusal as well in the early game. Not the Storm so much in particular, but the other 4. Infinitely better than that last game.
Absolutely. Well, a lot more potential this time from their draft.
Yeah. Actual disables and ways to take fights. If I fall, continues to get this jungle going. Toronto Tokyo finally makes it back toward top. He has it 6. If I fall, we'll be okay.
They're still looking to see if they can trip him up mid, but well, that's difficult.
Should be able to finish up the tower here.
Let's see what they can get here next. Look to move around towards the bottom. See if they can catch Nightfall.
Oh, okay.
That's fair. It's going to try and get the lead in. Aurora on the retreat. Mira probably the one to be left behind. I'll try and shackle the Centaur to stop the stun, but he won't be able to stop himself from dying.
Should be able to get Panto. They want to go for the bigger kill. They're going for Nightfall.
They've got the angle here. Good bounces with the Rolling Thunder.
They've got him.
They've got the control.
The moves are hitting.
And Amaterasu seeing if he can also pick up this Silencer kill to the side.
Should have him. Can Panto somehow play his way out of this?
Oh.
He's got it.
They got the stun. There we go. Good moves from Yellow Submarines here. take up the three of them. They can put the push down onto this tier 1 bottom. So really getting some of this pressure going.
Very nice rotation. And their lineup, that's what this lineup is about, right? It's about taking these early towers and snowballing similar to that last one, but even more so about taking early buildings with both the DK and the Lycanon. Did get some stats, by the way. So Fire Dragon is only 3 times this tournament, 13 on Corrosive, and 7 on Frost, actually. So I guess it's been on a lot of the games that we didn't get to catch.
Yeah, we've not casted any on the games that we've had with our Dragon Knights tonight. And now how it's been winning?
I can get you more of that in a moment.
So because I remember earlier, one of the facets did not have a good win rate.
And Nesphere top, they're setting up for him. Big pull, global, he's relatively tanky. Not enough, though.
See Amarallis and if I fall.
Oh, off the mark.
Off the mark with the rebound. Serpent Ward's going to get dropped down.
That's awkward.
I've got the shackles holding in place the Marcy. So, yeah, sometimes it misses.
The pick-me-up sometimes can be a bit of a grief. The Gregen Rune, Lornoff won't continue committing for the Veno. A big hit. They will be able to get the DK, slow down that farm. Nightfall, Battle Fury's finished. His timing is still incredibly good.
Yeah, still very much the ultimate concern in this game.
Truly.
Free farming PA. The track record's been pretty good for those PAs. Yeah, the Submarine, whilst they do have that little bit of a lead, is it going to be enough?
That is the question. Because it does feel, like I was saying, I feel like it is, it's not exactly the same as the last game by any means with their draft, but it does feel similar in terms of timing. But they are transitioning right now already into having these 4 cores as we do see most times with the Venomancer. Level 9 up on him. If I fall, has Solar Crest on his way toward his mech. So in these first 15 minutes, they are very strong in team fights. Lornoff.
Oh. Quick dodges.
Very close to getting caught. If he gets hit by the rebound, he's
they can combo him down with the Rolling Thunder. They're going to try and go for the move here now, Yellow Submarine. Look towards top.
They burned a lot of Lornoff's mana there, so they know that he can't respond to any movement that happens. So instant smoke to top.
Been able to make life pretty tough for Toronto Tokyo so far this game.
Hey, there's no, it's a tier 2 that they have to TP if they want to help, and it's a Shrine of Wisdom too that they're looking to steal. Aurora's bringing more.
They're bringing in the TP backup. Toronto Tokyo's got the borrowed time. Panto's going to get caught here as well, so the silence is out of the fight. Red Bull continues to roll in. Dragon Tail follow up. They'll look to try and finish off Mirror. They'll succeed. Toronto Tokyo's going to start running. Lornoff's going to try and fight back. So the Vortex pull back onto Nesphere, but Toronto Tokyo's gone, and Lornoff, he's now alone. He can't fight this. So again, Yellow Submarine outnumbering Aurora in these early fights.
They got the catch on the 2 supports with the roll. That was actually perfect. Even though Lornoff TP's in, doesn't look like Nightfall wants to come and join. He just wants to be able to hit the creeps, not risking his life up there. Good aggressive move. This game, the moves are hitting, actually. Last game, they tried to make these smoke moves, but it was limited for them to actually connect on it. This one, 3 or 4 of those smoke moves have connected now. And their lineup taking these towers, taking early Shrines of Wisdoms, Tormentors available for them as well. And very close to having that Helm now for Amaterasu. That Ancient is going to be a problem for them to deal with.
Aurora, they're not afraid of looking for fights though themselves. They've got the Global Silence ready to go, so they'll head down towards the Tormentor area with this smoke play.
They want to contest it. All ults available. Borrowed time back up in 20, so Toronto Tokyo has to be a little bit patient how he walks in. Mira, just charging forward because they've got the global.
They're going to try and jump Nesphere. With the Vortex, the rebound's already going to take him out. They're still going to try and chase on, but that rebound will get them enough space.
That was beautiful. They waited too long for the silence.
And now they're ready to go back in. Rolling Thunder from Rebel coming in, comes to a great angle here to allow them to kill the silencer. Also gets the back into the rebound follow-up from Amarallis is perfect here. Once again from Yellow Submarine. They're taking these fights pretty handedly.
Backline Mira, can he finish Nesphere? He actually will as the Shadow Shaman. They do get 2 kills, but they will lose 5.
Yeah, they get the team wipe. I mean, yeah, these fights for Yellow Submarine, good moves, quick moves, and great saves from Amarallis. And initiations. He's in and he's out.
Both of those plays from him were actually so beautiful. They hesitated on the global a second there on the side of Aurora. It allows him to get the rebound reset, and then, yeah, they can chase forward. Beautiful fight. Couldn't ask for much better. I mean, unless Nesphere is able to survive, of course, but... Right here is where you can tell Aurora's like, uh-oh, this fight is already a big problem for us. We are surrounded, Veno's behind us. We're getting completely sandwiched on.
Yeah, a good sort of angle from Rebel, just kind of rolls through the entirety of the fight, gets the back lines, and yeah,
Such
we
a
say
nice
just
lane.
the fact that Amoralis is following him, ready to get that jump off after the Rolling Thunder and keep them locked down.
It's looking really good for them now. Some big kills they've been able to get. Toronto Tokyo has actually completely pivoted away from going towards this scaling routine now as Sabaton. He's gone Blade Mail. So no Radiant's going to be coming up for Toronto. He is very much so the bottom of the course. Almost becoming that support. 0 and 6 for him this game. And Amaterasu, even though we said he died those 3 times in the laning phase, he's got his core item. He's got the big one that he needs to be able to assist with the team. And for Toronto Tokyo, he cannot assist as much as this Lycan now at this point because of how poor he's become. If I Fall has also now surpassed the Storm Spirit after these moves, after obtaining the Shard. And it's looking much better for them this game. Lornoff, zip forward again, but Rebel.
Yeah, it's hard to catch him. It's pretty deep here. But does he have the damage to finish him off? He's still alive,
close. He got him.
He'll finally get him, but he had to use all of his mana for this Lornoff. So
And
whether he gets out,
cannot get it right.
it's going to be a trade, and at the same time, Amoralis did end up finding Panto, so at the end of it all, it's again just Yellow Submarine getting that much more.
And it's a heavy force. I mean, Aurora may be feeling a little desperate, at least to force some type of action here. They are getting still good farm on Nightfall, but that one feels pretty desperate, at least.
And it feels like just, yeah, unnecessary. Did they need to go for that tier 2 dive? They've got a PA. He's hitting creeps. He's having a great time. Do you need to be diving tier 2s? I don't know.
Like, sometimes it might be tempting because you're like, oh, we have global up. Let's make global. Let's have something happen with global, but diving that far, not worth it. Glyph on cooldown. Yellow Submarine looking to set up on bottom tower. BKB's finished for Nightfall. Nightfall. Ooh. Very close to getting that
They are bringing the numbers down here because they do want to try and fight whilst the global's still on cooldown.
Global cooldown, tower low, no glyph. They're getting the surround here.
Who they're going to find first? You see Rebel jumping in towards the back line. They've got the stun on Toronto Tokyo. Nightfall tries to turn towards if I Fall, but the angle's there once again from Rebel. Nightfall has to put the BKB in. He has to run. Jumps back towards the supports. We'll be able to turn and help them take down Amoralis.
Toronto Tokyo, he really is just the sacrifice this game.
And they're not able to push him off the tower. So 19 minutes in, tier 2 bottom falls.
They get a kill on the Marcy, but they lose way more out of it there on the side of Aurora again. Yeah, Yellow Submarine. Yep. So you see, with a much easier to play draft, we're seeing them.
I mean, yeah, this is the thing, right? We knew that these guys could come out with a much better performance. It just really was that game 1 draft was not it. But here we have them now, looking way better. And showing us, exactly why they got as far as they have so far in this tournament, knocking out the teams that they've done so far.
And Amaterasu, I haven't been highlighting this too much after the laning phase, but he's done a really good job of stalking them with wolves. He's been very annoying.
So they try and get the jump here around the mid, but again, they're not quite ready to fight here, Aurora. Mira gets torn apart here, no chance of a TP away.
They just have to full disengage. I mean, these supports just can't play versus the Lycan.
Yeah, full Greaves now online as well. So they've got all the tools really. Like, yeah, the team fights are just not it right now for Aurora.
And it's Greaves on Venom. And, I was mentioning Amoralis, sometimes these Marcies don't get the best type of scaling nowadays because the pick-me-up. And they don't have the Fleeing Flurry, but he actually is about to have BKB, and he did get blessed with Brigand's Bait. So they're transitioning not just from a 4-core lineup, perhaps into a 5-core lineup. This Aurora.
The smoke top, and they do have the global. But it's still hard to fight around the pit.
See who they can catch. Nightfall leading the charge. The Roche is getting low.
And they go. There's the global. The time with the Vortex. They're going to try and jump and get some kills here on the way towards stealing the Roche. Towards Nesphere. Roche on force. Lorenoff's able to steal the Aegis. So Lorenoff will get the snatch. Can he get the kills though? He's going to turn back in towards it 5-4. He's pretty low on mana here, Lorenoff, but they've got the Hex locked down onto Amoralis. They'll clean the Marcy up as well. Aurora, they make the steal happen. Lorenoff, they don't get the kill. They snatch the Aegis, and they are able to take the 3 kills only lose one themselves. It's a big one, Nightfall, but still, the numbers favor them, and the Aegis stays intact. So they're going to have the chance now to look for that next team fight with an Aegis.
That was absolutely massive. I mean, Aurora completely getting themselves back into the game, even though there's a 5K lead for Yellow Submarine. Yeah, with this Aegis now, Lornoff can feel much more comfortable picking and choosing his target and just full committing for them, and maybe even just giving his life once to kill off one of those targets.
Yeah, we'll see it again.
They got a lot of cleave damage. Look at how stacked they were.
Yeah, that's true. Coming in with those first few hits from Nightfall, and there, Lornoff knew exactly what was needed to do, saw how low Roche was, so turns his attention back over to just finishing that Roche. It doesn't get the last touch on it, but is in position to immediately pick up that Aegis.
That's huge, honestly. Just denying an Aegis away from a team that wants to snowball, because that's the one thing we're saying, right? Yellow Submarine's draft still wants to be able to get ahead and stay ahead. So losing out on an Aegis to be able to continue getting that pressure, it's going to hurt their momentum quite a bit here. Now this is going to give Aurora time to get their global back up for the next play also. So 20 seconds until that's going to come up, and Yellow Submarine has to hesitate. Wait for BKBs in particular. Dota Plus definitely favoring the PA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that the team is 5K behind, but still given a 73% probability, I mean, indeed, the PA factor has got to be the reason why that's pumped up.
Yeah, they need the BKBs to come out for Yellow Submarine, and then they need to get quite a bit done with it. The AC is about to be finished too, so maybe the next Tormentor might be that next choice for them, and then look for still wanting to team fight, but you have to be very careful and very aware of the global silence and the jump. Have to have some way to protect Rebel to be able to get his Rolling Thunders up.
Taking the jump on Tarasi. Here we go.
Every time with the global. He's got the AC finished.
Into the Vortex drag back, but that good rebound to try and take it away from them, but Nightfall's ready to close the gap. As he's in with the Phantom Strike, takes out Amaterasu here with Lornoff, and Amorales will also get cleaned up. They can make these plays now, and Yellow Submarine can't seem to stop them.
Aurora feeling good in this game state now. Even though that AC was finished, they have more than enough magic damage, and they did get the shackle off before the rebound. You saw Mira with the tongue, the long distance, keeping him in place. He's got the lens now, too, to play from the distance. And now he does actually have a Ghost Scepter, so they're starting to get these items on both supports to deal with the Lycan after that whole Roche play.
Silence, fool!
You can see the way that Aurora's posturing, too. Like, I'm always curious about these type of situations, too, when teams are playing. It's like, if you asked Aurora right now, do you think you're in a gold lead, or do you think you're actually behind? Because I'm sure right now, with the way that they're posturing, it looks like they probably think that they are actually in the lead.
I think that they were probably, because they're looking at their PA and they're just like, well, Nightfall's massive. So, yeah, we're in a very solid spot when it comes to gold, even just across the board, even though they are actually on the numbers slightly behind.
Yeah, but it's a distribution, right? Because the Venno has core net worth, or even more so than that. So it inflates the lead a little bit.
They're going to try for the smoke themselves now. Yellow Submarine still is into this minute and a half at this Aegis.
40 seconds, no global. I think they're starting to feel like they can't fight into global at all. That is 2 BKBs done, right? Okay, it's actually just the 1 BKB finish, so Marcy not quite having it just yet.
It's only the supports of Aurora down here right now.
Yeah. They're reading the move.
And you can see how deep Lornoff's farming. As close to Yellow Submarine's base as possible.
Truly seems to know. And he has an amp damage for this next fight, too. Still 50 seconds on Aegis and Global. It's back up.
They couldn't get anything here, Yellow Submarine.
Aghanims is finished for Rebel. But they've lost, I mean, completely fallen off a cliff with their momentum.
Yeah, that Roche, that Aegis still really was the beginning of the... Again, just sort of the reality of, okay, this is sort of the state that the game can drift towards when they have this PA Storm.
Lornoff, still 30 seconds with the Aegis. Heavy vision committed down here from Yellow Submarine to avoid the gank.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Or Lornoff's just going to cut the wave instead, just to not let them get the push going down bottom. Toronto Tokyo is going to tank the wave. They might go for Tokyo here.
Can't quite. Yeah, it's still kind of hard.
Too close to the base.
There's kind of, 5 heroes chilling down there for the last couple minutes and not really much been done with it.
Guess they're just going to go for Tormentor, but their base might get sieged. I mean, Mira, he's got a creep wave top. He could drop Serpent Wards. It's only level 1 wards, though, but
sure, I mean,
it's still pressure.
Indeed, might be worth it once you know they're somewhere else doing another objective.
I think so. I think you drop the wards here. Another creep wave's coming in. They have a catapult up here, so it's actually going to do quite a significant amount onto this tower. Yeah, they're not reacting. Maybe they're afraid to react because of the potential global instant jump from Lorinov.
Put the fortification now.
Okay, they're going to start TPing over. There's a ward to scout them, though. Mira did place it. More than half of the tower, though. Very good usage of a level 1 Serpent Ward.
Where do they look now? Are you still trying for these smokes, even though that the global's up? You got to try.
It's hard. You have to scout them at least. Like Amaterasu, like I mentioned, he's still been doing a good job scouting with his wolves, but they're not getting given these opportunities now at this point. And they all did have to go back to the base, so now they all have to progress outward at the same time. And yeah, it's just gotten a lot harder in those last moments, just because now I was mentioning for Amaterasu, he's great versus the 2 supports until they have those defensive items. And now it feels like he needs a nullifier to really answer them and deal with them, to pop them before the fight starts. They have so many different ways to protect themselves.
And who's going to deal with this PA?
And that's going to be the big question.
Level 20. Level 20 PA. Who's the closest on the side of Yellow Submarine? What, level 17 Pango. I mean, Nightfall's that far ahead on the XP and on the gold.
Feels like
nobody's close to him.
Yeah, their timings have really gotten quite shot. I just got the DK stats, by the way, if you didn't want to hear them. It's quite a long delayed, but... The Frost DK is 4 and 2, Fire 0-3, Corrosive 9 and 5.
Okay. So yeah, the Frost stonks are going up.
Seems like it.
It does feel like it's drifting into sort of a similar spot as that last game, where it's like,
getting harder
what's next for Yellow Submarine?
Yeah, the game is just getting to that
There we go,
point where
smoke.
you don't want it to get versus a PA and a Storm. See if they can get the catch to stop this momentum. This is probably their most important fight for the side of Yellow Submarine.
They have to find someone with the smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Smoke coming out. Toronto Tokyo actually getting himself a Blink Dagger. He's looking to join toward his team. They're claiming the high ground. Actually going through the portal.
I'm looking forward to this, though.
Which one?
What do you make of the Pango build?
Of course you're looking forward to that. He's not going to do it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why wouldn't he do it?
Coming through the portal.
Anyway, let's see what we got. BKB straight up with the unleash. They're going to lift to Toronto Tokyo, but Nightfall's up the jump. Global Silence is
the roll came off.
Okay, see what they can get with this. Back across towards Toronto Tokyo, but they've lost Amorales. Toronto Tokyo still has the borrowed time. So a lot of focus there was put onto the Abaddon, and Toronto Tokyo is still fine with this.
Back in.
They can absolutely get back in. They are looking for Nesphere. They jump the Dragon Knight, Nesphere to fall, the Shackles onto Rebel, he's gone as well.
Aurora has done it. Big fight.
It feels like they have. I mean, Yellow Submarines, they try, but a lot is thrown down onto this Abaddon that Toronto Tokyo doesn't care about at all. The only one they kill is the Silencer, but he already got to do his job. You know, he popped R, Global was used.
Honestly, too, I'm waiting for this fight recap. I know, look, it's not coming up. They actually got the Rolling Thunder off pre-Global, too. It was actually a really heads-up play from Rebel. He goes through the portal, instant blinks to the side, and then just starts the Rolling Thunder. So it was actually a pretty decent approach from Yellow Submarine, but yeah, they just got kited, right? They just got resetted out of the team fight. Storm and PA both jump out, wait till they get the Rolling Thunder to be inactive, and then Mira disables one target, Storm disables another, and they just, yeah, they finish off that fight. Aurora. It's truly understanding their timings this game.
Yeah, we'll see that again on the replay. Just like they were ready to go. They wanted to look for this, but very split on the targets, and they just couldn't really get anything big. The positioning as well. Nightfall and Lorna are able to just freely kind of jump in and out of the fight. You know, they wait out the sort of the major cooldowns.
Exactly.
And then as soon as they seize the chance here off the back of Mira's Hex onto the Dragon Knight, they just get back in and clean up.
And now they can get the secondary Roche as well. Well, they didn't get the first last hit, but they got the Aegis, and they'll get both that Aegis plus banner for this push. Just seeing, honestly, in that fight too, seeing a bit of a lack of damage on Yellow Submarine. They couldn't really stick on the targets because of it. They're hitting Toronto Tokyo, but that's kind of what he wants in those fights. Vanguard for Panto.
Okay.
Going the Crimson Guard. To be able to protect himself, him and his buddy.
All right.
Him and Mira in particular versus the summons.
Well,
sure.
have it.
Why not?
Innovative builds coming up this game. Unfortunately, He's not queuing up the Battle Fury anymore. Rebels lost.
I told
his
you
way.
he would not queue up
the Battle Fury.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not why you do that ever.
Maybe if you're against the Nature's Prophet, you know. You got to get out of that Sprout.
No, because there's no more Sprout
There's no
leash.
Sprout
This
leash, so
talent
you just
doesn't
get
exist
out
anymore. You
anyway.
just walk out.
It's a shame.
Is that a scan that connected? I think it was, actually. Lornoff.
I know he's in it.
Scan on the left side, but Rebel plays it safe, blink south.
Radiant's top
Okay, nullifier finish. So now Amaterasu has a way to stick on supports.
Yeah.
But they are quite a bit tankier anyway now as all this time has progressed.
Set up in the base.
And now it's scary for them to come outside versus this PA Storm, and they're shoving all the lanes in. So top lane now starting to get pushed in, mid and bottom. They're forced forward.
See what they can get done. They've got, you know, it's a better chance than in game one. But overall, the trajectory seems pretty similar.
Yes, absolutely.
They do have fighting. Probably going to go.
They do have fighting chance, I would say, in this game. It's a very uphill battle now at this point versus the PA with this type of farm.
I mean, the PA, yeah, Nightfall's just too far.
And Nesphere just doesn't have the answer versus him, right? Like, I'm just watching the DK in particular. His damage is just not really there versus either of these two cores, the main ones.
Looking for that Bloodthorn, but it's going to be quite a way away.
And Aegis Storm, 16 Galvanized. Global's back at the ready. They're going to drop the wards to force the issue. Nightfall's here.
And they're in. Forward. They've got the Global. They're going to be able to get the catch on Amaterasu outside of the base. Nightfall's ready to come in with the follow-up damage. Hex to follow up. There's no saving him. Amaterasu goes down. Try and jump the back line. They managed to get the connection onto Mira. They've got the Ghost Scepter. He's going to be fine for now. They'll continue to try and control him with the Rolling Thunder, but Mira's able to blink out. He survived. They couldn't even kill the Shaman Fog.
Oh my god, and Nesphere ends up going down at the end of the BKB.
Oh, they're ready to dive. Forcing them back to the fountain.
Mira. It's a bit deep.
Yeah, I mean, he trusts in his Ghost Scepter to protect him if necessary. They'll throw some tips out.
I like that tip. He's like, yo, you're confident, man. And he does have shield. He does have Gale Guard and the Ghost Scepter, so.
That's one set of Rex.
I mean, that's the game.
It probably is.
That was their big commit play from Yellow Submarine with a Rolling Thunder plus a BKB DK blinking on the Shaman, and they couldn't kill him.
Rebel. He's going to get caught here. Is there any way to get him out? They've got the rebounds. Try and drag him back to safety. Dispose as well, but Rebel, can he live? No, Nightfall's in. Finishes off the job. I mean, he can always start tanking the fountain if he wants to dive with the Satanic.
Mira's telling them, guys, we have a banner over here. Can we hit the tower? Thank you. And they will. Creep waves up. Nightfall back to full HP, and Lornoff still has Aegis as well.
I mean, this is the thing as well. Like, this game, the draft was definitely better than game one, but was the reality of it that it did still have flaws? Because they were doing good at the start. It just collapsed so quickly, it seemed.
It's a lineup that wants to get ahead and stay ahead, right? It still is a timing lineup, and losing the Roche is massive. Like, that really is, like, everything. Giving it to Lornoff as well, too, right? Like, him not even dying with that Aegis initially. Yeah, it snowballed things massively.
Here we go.
Come forward.
Going to try for Nightfall, but Nightfall's just able to put the BKB.
Stand his ground.
And Amarallis has to run. So they just get back into the grab onto the Marcy. He's dead. They'll tap out. They've had enough. GG's cool. And with that, Aurora will take the series 2-0. And it did look pretty easy for them, folks. Game 2 momentarily looked like there was the potential for it to be a little more of a challenge. But the second half of it was like, oh, okay, here we go. It's a repeat.
Yeah, because you also, like, you look at the gold and you're like, oh, yeah, they still have gold lead, but it's a lot of inflation, right? Because that Veno is an extra 6,000 compared to maybe where he actually feels in a way. So, yeah, I mean, Aurora, I'm liking the silencer plus jump play a lot. A lot of teams are doing it. It's looking really strong in most of these games. So, great game from them.
Absolutely, yeah. Clean series, clean wins. Aurora, it's all theirs today. 2-0 against Yellow Submarine.
Yes, indeed. Nice little comeback, although you can always argue, of course, that was always going to happen based on the draft and the heroes that they had. But ultimately, in the end, Aurora, that we saw in interview content, they'd said, look, we want to have top 6. They're into the playoffs. Might not have been the cleanest path, but job done.
Yeah, I don't think it really matters how they get there, especially for a team that is relatively newly formed. They've got probably many scrims under their belt, but officials not so much. So yeah, to get to the playoffs, to be a top 8 team at Wallachia is testament itself to the players and what they can do in such a short amount of time. And I think this game also shows a little bit of discipline being installed in the team. Under the pressure of Venomaster from the jungle, Lycan, the Pango, they were able to pick and choose their fights to ensure that they weren't really giving too much on the map.
Yeah, and also the way they started the game, Yellow Submarine, as we said, they had a much better draft. They needed to keep the momentum. It was very important for them to get this ball rolling with the draft that they had. They needed to be like grouped up together, moving as a unit, but that first Roche got stolen, and this is where the game kind of broke. Because if you look at their lineup, they have an insane amount of push, Helm of the Dominator, Lycan, Dragonite, the Venomancer. It's just that the Aurora, decision-making wise, they are a better team, and they also did like try to split off the combo, getting some pickoffs as well with the global, so nicely done.
But I do see some cracks in their team, which I think they will struggle when they go up against maybe like a Spirit or someone. Like the fact that Toronto Tokyo is having several deaths in his laning phase. Nightfall has 2 games against Yellow Submarine been able to just farm without the need of him overly playing into the game. I think Loranov has been incredibly active on the DK and now the Storm Spirit, where I think better teams would force the cores to overlap and to make their moves. So I think there's some potential issues down the road for them, at least with their current play style, but they weren't truly tested in this game. And you can see how Nightfall, look at him. Look at the stats. He's just chilling. He's farming. He does have high kill participation. I'll give him that much, but I think it's the first 15 minutes is what I'm really thinking about here.
Yeah.
And he also does have double Sanj. He has S and Y, and he also has Abyssal Blade, something that we don't see usually. People are kind of skipping this item build, but it does make him tanky. Maybe in the end he was just like, okay, we want to end the game. But I wanted to highlight some of the things that they did really well at the early stages of the game on side of Yellow Submarine, because this was such a good Lycan pick overall. It was 23rd pick overall. 2 supports who don't really do much against the summons. Later, like you saw that he was going for the Crimson Guard on Silencer, Ghost Scepter, you're playing against Pango, who's all physical damage. So yeah, Tormentor fight, 16 minutes into the game, they were ready, and they are the ones that did take that fight. So I don't know if we have the clip ready for that one.
I think we do. They said we do. It's there. It's coming.
It's coming. It is there. So this is the fight where they feel super strong. Like Loranov is the one who's zipping in, but we saw a little bit of a grief coming out with the pick me up facet. But at this point, also Pango is rolling in, and they have nothing to stop him from rolling in, so that was really nicely done by Rabel. And also Lycan, you can see that he is going pretty ham with the summons. 2 supports, they have nothing to deal with the summons and the Lycan at the time, so they're going to be losing that fight, and they're going to be losing Tormentor. They needed to drag the game for another good like 10-ish minutes, so that the supports, they get some kind of items for themselves. So Tormentor will die after this one. Nicely done. You can see the gold lead, 5k before killing the Tormentor. They just couldn't keep the momentum though.
But this clip also shows the volatility of Silencer, right? Where when he misses that global, it enables the Marcy to defensively use the pick-me-up to reposition. It then breaks that fight, which gives a lot of life to Yellow Submarine until they start getting better at it.
And at this time of the game, like 16 minutes, you can see the big difference between 2 offlaners. Abba, he's struggling. He's 0-6-3. At one point of the game, he was 0-4-0, playing way too aggressive. You can see his kill participation was not there. He was really having a bad time. While Lycan, he finished off his Helm. He was about to finish off his Helm of the Overlord as well, which is a pretty big timing for them. It's just that they were unable to capitalize on it.
And oh yeah, the Loranov clips. So I kind of forgot I asked for these ones. So yeah, I think the main reason for Aurora feeling quite good is Loranov. I mentioned it earlier, but on the previous clip we just saw that he got the kill on the Pangolier, and then here in a clutch moment, based off of the stuff that Lacoste was mentioning, if Loranov doesn't take this Aegis, this 5,000-6,000 gold lead could easily become 10, 12, 13k. But early pickups with Loranov, then the Roshan steal. Because you have the Silencer to sometimes cover you, sometimes not. Here, he didn't need it, but I feel when you do have a player like Loranov on your team and you have a need to like come back into a game, he's always going to hunt the map to find that next move. So I think yeah, a lot of respect for Lorna from what he was able to do for Aurora in this game.
Awesome. Well, we are ready to have our winners interview as well. I believe we've got Mira joining us. Yes, hi. First of all, congratulations on making the playoffs. We heard in an interview you were aiming for top 6. You're in the top 8. Do you feel on course for the target?
I guess so, but we need like the good opponent, you know, like in the playoffs, because like if we like face some like very strong teams like Spirit or Tundra, it will be hard for us. I think we're not ready yet. It's our like first tournament, and we're like without the coach yet, and we have stand in mid, so it's kind of hard for us. I don't know, like emotionally. It's not like that good. So yeah, we're struggling a bit, but we try our best now.
Yeah, hi Mira. Glad you're back. I wanted to ask you, after the last TI, you decided to take the break. What did you do during the break?
I was just like chilling in my home, just sitting home playing Dota, like sleeping from like 5 a.m. to the like evening and just doing nothing, you know, some sports.
The dream.
Yeah, you were living the dream, definitely. And you got the itch again to play competitive Dota?
Yeah.
Were you the one who initiated it, or was it you getting invited to the team? How did that work?
No, it wasn't me who initiated it. It was Nightfall. But I kind of like was super bored, and I got like some propositions to go, and I just chose to play with him. So yeah, I was just bored, like sitting home for 6 months. I got it. Just go and do something, play some tournaments.
Yeah, glad to see you back in the scene. I want to ask you about Kiyotaka as well. Is he officially part of the team? Is Lauren off a stand-in? What's the situation here?
He just like didn't get like visa in time, so he just couldn't like join us.
I see.
It's hard to play without him.
Yeah. And I also wanted to ask you about how is the team dynamic, because you guys don't have the coach right now, correct?
Yeah.
And also I know that Nightfall talks a lot. This guy, like always, whenever we see him on camera, he's always talking about something. So how does that work? And also how does that work during the draft?
I guess we have like enough voice, like just in game and about the drafts and like everything, but we need like second opinion, so he can work with someone in his duo and prepare. So like that's the main point we need coach for like right now and looking for.
Oh, good to hear. I hope you get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess easy question maybe. How much fun is it just playing with like a new team where like I guess ideas are fresh? Like I feel like. Yeah, is anything getting shut down, or is like every idea something that you try to kind of use?
It's much fun actually, because I just don't feel like any pressure. Because like when you play in Spirit, you feel the pressure like all the time, because like everyone expects a lot from you. And here, like I'm just chilling and just giving us time. So I'm just having a good time with my boys. It's very nice.
And talking of pressure. Venomancer jungle, it pressures the early game. Do you enjoy the fact that Venomancer is a jungling hero? Do you like the fact that? Do you like the idea of jungling being a thing?
I think it's a cool idea actually for Dota. Like it's something new. Like we need just more heroes for that. Like not just like one. That was Nyx like with Veno on the last patch, and now it's just like solo Veno. So it's like not that good. And but I need. And I think that like one sec, the Dota like needs like more heroes like Veno, so we can be more flexible.
I read that. That's a fair answer. So expand the jungle.
Yeah. Expand the jungle. More camps actually. We need more camps.
Here we go.
More water.
Yeah, more water.
Now you're cooking.
6 players.
Well,
6 players. Yeah. Good junglers.
So look, Mira, thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on being on the playoffs. We're all looking forward to seeing you play again. Take care and get some rest.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mira. Bye-bye.
So yeah, there you go. We've broken Dota. Officially, we're getting pros to talk about having massive jungle.
No, I mean, I feel like if we take the meme part aside, I think what he's saying is the concept of Venomancer he doesn't mind. And I rate the fact that it's like, he just wants a couple more options, so it's not as predictable, right? Like I think hero depth facets, like that is what the future of Dota will be. Like where if a hero has like 3-4 facets and suddenly one's a jungle facet, one's a laning facet. Now when you draft a hero, it's like there's so much depth to it, but you know, Dota is a complicated game. It's a beautiful
What if
game.
we add a facet that is called jungle facet for
every hero gets a jungle facet?
haven't even learned the facets we've got now yet.
It's like double mid or jungle facet. That's like the new Steam name.
Oh my lord. Anyway, guys, great talking to you. We're going to take a break. When we come back from that break, of course, we're going to have Falcons versus Heroic, a rematch of last season's final. So we have an extra special content piece first.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Coach Swap. That is right. Today, I am here with the champion, reigning champion of PGL Wallachia Season 2. Coming back again, it is Mr. Caps, a.k.a. Moodang. How you doing, dog?
Just chilling.
Good. And then, what was your name again?
Crap.
All right, Owie 2000, right. Reigning champion of Captain's Draft 3, I think?
I wish.
All right.
I didn't win that one.
At any rate, welcome, gentlemen. Today, we're going to be playing a little game where you are swapping teams. Now, you guys have to draft for your new teams against each other. But here's the twist here. All right? You're going to be talking to each other the whole time. Okay? Do you know the players on Falcons?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay, great. And when you're done, I'm going to put your drafts in my AI here, and it will tell us who it thinks won the match. Let's go. All right. Who's drafting first? Welcome,
Me.
become the captain.
I ban first.
You're going to ban first. You're banning against Heroic right now.
Yeah,
Who would you
I'm banning the Earth Spirit because I lost last Wallachia because of that hero, so I'm traumatized.
Oh my god.
Okay, I was actually gonna pick Analog Earth Spirit, so he already knows. Alright, I'm gonna ban Razor, because Amar and Maui only play one hero. And also Timbersaw, which is also they only play one hero. I wanna remove Husker for the game because we have two really dirty, three actually. Like I have two, he has one right now, right? Husker players, and I want it to be a fair game.
Okay, very good.
All right, I'm gonna ban Amar's other hero. It's Mars.
Okay.
What else does Amar play?
Bristol.
Bristol back.
No, I shouldn't have said.
Enemy coach, he's so stupid. He's giving me free bans. Okay, now I'm gonna do a serious ban.
Okay, serious ban.
Yeah, because Yum and Analog are really good on this hero. You guys should ban this hero.
Okay. That sounds very serious.
I'm gonna pick a flex. That is a good ban. Because I am Team Falcons, you know? I pick flexes. Yeah.
Okay, Dragon Knight. It's boring as humanly possible. A nice Dragon Knight
That's one strength core for Team Falcons.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pick Divine Llama's best hero, which is Beastmaster.
I don't think Divine Llama's on the team.
Oh, he was on the team.
All right. That's fine.
Was that his best hero? I don't know.
Oh no, guys. Okay, more bans coming up.
Phantom Assassin. And I'm gonna ban Gyrocopter.
Why?
Because I'm making the draft easier for Heroic, because we are so good at Falcons because we don't need a good draft to beat. Yeah.
Why are you doing
this? The problem is I was gonna ban Gyrocopter so that Divine Llama didn't call me Sammy Boy.
Okay.
So like now I don't know what to ban. See, I'm getting to his mind. I'll ban Snake King Crystal Maiden because it counters Divine Llama, Beastmaster.
Okay.
And I love Crystal Maiden.
All right, he's actually taking this very seriously.
Okay. I played a pub with KJ and he played AA. So he likes it.
Is this accurate?
He was in my pub playing AA.
Okay.
Did you guys win? No, he lost. He messaged me after. He's like, I convinced my team that they could win, but it was hopeless. Because like his offlane was like 0 to 15 at minute 6. It was really funny. That sounds like KJ. He almost carried the game on AA, so it was good.
Okay.
Okay, so I would say the Heroic Drafter made a huge mistake because my 5 won, I don't know, 20 games in a row with this hero.
True.
That's true.
True.
Big
That is the
mistake.
classic.
So I already won, right?
Yeah,
Because
looking
Snake King
pretty
is playing
good.
Enchantress.
All right, go ahead.
I'm picking another STR melee flex hero because I'm Falcons,
Okay.
right? I'm picking Slugger now.
Don't you feel a little bored doing that?
That's another strength core.
Okay.
A little bit. Anyways, Schofield played Tuskar like 18 games in a row. So I'll just play Tuskar. And Parker's the best Shadow Fiend in the world, so I'm picking Shadow Fiend.
Dang, this is getting serious.
That's a Season 2 Wallachia combo right there.
Yeah, all right.
It's good.
Drinking
Shadow Fiend, it's a really good lane.
Very powerful.
I don't know my draft's looking so good, to be honest. I didn't really think about who's laning together.
That's okay, you'll figure it out.
So I need to pick another STR core.
No,
That's
please.
also a flex.
No.
I'm picking Doom.
Oh my god.
Because, like...
Ooh, that's not much of a flex.
Yes, I've lost to Marine playing Doom mid.
Marine Doom? Okay, sorry. I mean, he plays it a lot. You guys should actually ban it. Marine's a good dude.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll ban Analog's best heroes. Okay. This is one.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not good on the meta, but it's one of his best heroes.
Yes, he has a very powerful ban. We've seen so many Zeuses lately. Thank you.
Yeah, and enough. The hero got nerfed. So, let's see. Okay, he needs a hero for crit. Crit only plays Hoodwink.
That is true. I was waiting for that.
The
one.
other hero crit plays...
I have his most picked heroes here. Snapfire, 75% win rate on Snapfire.
How about Snapfire?
Wow.
Okay,
I haven't seen this hero in like a year, but that's okay.
You can't mess with that statistic there. Okay.
That's a lot of wins. Maybe we should pick it.
No, I don't think so.
I'm banning the other Analog's best hero.
Okay, Analog's the best hero. I could look that up for you if you don't know.
Yeah, look it up for him so you can tell him. He really needs to know.
It's Koro, guys. It's Koro.
Okay. Incorrect. It was a Kunkka. 70% win rate with with 90
Kunkka's
games.
getting picked. It's good versus Slaughter mid. It's good versus DK mid.
All right,
And then
here
I'm
we go.
gonna surprise you because Crit is actually in the flexes and he's gonna play Slardar.
Wow.
And now I need to pick a core.
Crit Slardar?
Okay.
Yes, he has been practicing.
All right, here we go.
And then I'm gonna pick Invoker for Maureen. Last pick because I know he's really good on the hill.
Okay, great. Very good.
Yeah.
This will be a wonderful game to watch. So what would the mid player...
So, stats? He's a Kunkka.
No, I'm not going to pick it.
You said this is most played.
No, you now have to act as the player. What would the player say?
Wow.
Okay.
Analog.
All right, guys, I'm going to need you to give your own draft a rating. And then I'm going to need you to rate each other based off of authenticity and accuracy.
I forgot his heroes.
Okay, great.
Can I go first?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I have Parker as best hero. I have Divide Llama as best hero. I have Analog as best hero. I have Schofield as best hero. I have KJ in the one pub I played with him. His best hero. The one pub. So I feel like I have their 5 best heroes and you can't lose.
On my side,
yes,
I started the draft pretty well, you know, but then I couldn't resist the memes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The 3 flex picks into...
But I think he can agree with me that I have some pretty good ones.
Okay.
Yeah, like the flexes, the Maureen Invoker.
Maureen Invoker is good.
Yeah.
Everyone should be really scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for your reviews and for taking this so seriously. I'm going to go ahead and put this into the AI right now. Calculating. Drum roll, please.
Wait, I'm Shadow Fiend.
Congratulations. The winner is Team Falcons. Well done, Team Falcons. Unbelievable. The work that Crit was able to do on that one. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, I hope you guys learned a lot too at home. Thank you for watching Coach Swap. Bye.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. It is time for Falcons versus Heroic. And Dom, two teams that know each other pretty intimately at this stage.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, these teams have played each other quite a few times in 2025, in 2024 as well. This is the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 2. It was a best of 5.
Banger.
It was a banger, one of the best grand finals we pretty much ever had. But if you look at the past encounters, it is also says that Heroic, they can't win in a best of 3. Like, they just cannot. They're
It's only one series win, right?
Yes, it is in BO1, and they also did win in PGL Wallachia Season 2 in a best of 5.
Yeah, no, I think Heroic in general in the tournament so far have just been struggling a little bit. I think, of course, they did make 2 roster swaps.
I was going to say, it is worth bringing up the roster moves. I mean, to lose Parker is, you know, just such a blow. He was like the player of the tournament last season.
But there's also a lot of factors going into teammates, right? Based on the philosophy that you bring, the ethos, what's your, like, how are you gelling in and out of the game? So sure, Parker had a good tournament, but, you know, based on what they were saying, his, you know, actions weren't maybe helping the team for the longevity, right? So one good tournament isn't worth a year of that type of struggle, right? But I think the same argument could be applied to, say, like the Vailama, right? Like him leaving the roster and that getting changed out. Sure, it wasn't like you're going to win a tournament consistently, maybe one, but his loss, I think, has also made the team struggle a little bit, where not only did you lose your carry, you now change your offlaner as well, and like they were the key building blocks in why they were able to win that tournament, and now you lost both of them. The replacements, they're going to have to step up and fill that void, and there's going to be a lot of growing pains.
There will be, but there's also going to be a lot of pain if they do allow Team Falcons to get the hands on their Nature's Prophet, because they've been utilizing this hero so well. If we look at some of the stats, this team has broken quite a few records with Nature's Prophet. If we talk about like the GPM, XPM, gold earned, last hits per minute, you can see that there's a lot of overlapping between only 2 players from Team Falcons, because they do play from position 1 and from position 2. And one thing that they do really well is scoutings out. They stack with the Treant. They also utilize this Nature's Prophet, especially from the mid lane, relatively early on to maximize the damage output, stacking the camps, and also using the Dawnbreaker as the combo. So when the Dawnbreaker reveals the whole map, then the Nature's Prophet ulti is going to hit everything. And the last 4 drafts, it's very important to point out the heroes that they've been banning, because Team Falcons, Bristleback, they're sitting at 3-0 right now. This is definitely a hero that we're not going to be seeing anybody let them have it. And also Nature's Prophet, where it was banned in 3 of their last series, and also got picked up once by Team Tidebound.
Yeah, I think the key thing from that draft breakdown was the fact that against Spirit, they tried to go for pacing, aggression, and they got destroyed.
Yeah.
So then against Tidebound, you could see that now Skidder, he played 2 terrible games in a row. They'd shifted the dynamic of Falcons. They still were greedy in farm and play, but they'd not been as aggressive. So I think they're kind of a little bit lost, at least in the last 2 series, where they tried to go aggressive, it didn't work. They tried to go only scaling, that really didn't work. So they're going to have to find a little bit of a middle ground, because if they especially against a team like Heroic. Even though this is a 2-2 position, Heroic haven't been on the mainstream too much. We've not really seen them. They will happily run over a game. They have the aggressive players. They, Whisper on the correct hero, Analog on a Huskar or a Leshrac can easily break a game. So if Falcons are too greedy, like they were against Tidebound, they might have some problems.
They are definitely very greedy. We always talk about Amar being like one of the greedier position 3 players. And I checked the numbers. It is actually Whisper who takes more farm by 2.5% more than Amar, who is like very farm-oriented offlaner. So could make maybe a difference in this one. I also want to see them play something less greedy. I know that Falcons are playing these Tricores, but
well, I was going to ask you about that because obviously we had Amar take a Void off lane in one of the games that they didn't do too well in, and it's I'll throw it over to you, T.
Honestly, I feel like using the word greedy is quite vague. I think the specifics is for Falcons. They aren't winning lanes, so that when they have scaling heroes, they can like pressure their opponent through like pickoffs and farming. Right now, they're losing lanes with scaling heroes, so then all they can truly do is like skip waves and farm. So I think as long as they add an element of, map pressure or even just get better at the laning, then they'll be fine. But a first pick Tide overall.
First pick Tidehunter. Well, what's the answer here? Do they want to go with like straight up Doom? Amar loves to play the hero. He hasn't been playing much of a Doom recently. And one thing to point out is also it's banned. Never mind, it's banned.
Because against Tide, there's 2 options. It's Doom or Ursa.
Doom, Ursa, the Slark, these type of heroes. Monkey King can also work in the lane, but Tide is just one of the better offlaners right now. Amar, his win rate in pubs in the last week is 26%. You don't get to see this every day.
Wow. You don't want him on your team, clearly, then.
No, I've been praising Amar. I've been praising Amar for so long, but you gotta also point it out when he's not doing well, and they're gonna snatch his hero almost immediately.
A signature here.
I like the fact here because additionally with the bans, Heroic, as much as I don't think they're flexing it, I think if there was a world where Falcons instantly pick an Ursa, maybe they start going, okay, Tide can do to this lane, blah, 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 blah. So I like that Falcons didn't overreact to the Tide and go, you have team fight, we will have team fight. And especially with how all the Amar players, all the Mars players are doing, it's like you just go Yours, Blink, Hex, BKB, Refresher. Like your ability to match the team fight of Tide is possible if you do the correct build, which again, a lot of them are doing now. So yeah, don't overreact to heroes early on. I think this first pick Tide, maybe I'm overthinking it, but I think there was some bait and Falcons did not take it.
There's also one old school classic that could come out. I know Eastern European teams love to run it, Parivision, if it's a good game for it. Disruptor is one of the few heroes who can actually lock down the Tide, where you have relatively free entry to the fight, knowing that you can deal with the Ravage so it doesn't go off.
And there's the Ursa ban. So it's going to be probably an offlane Tide now. That fully locks in all the potential like creativity gone. Let's just secure Whisper his hero. I need to double check the drafts, but it feels like it's been some time. It might, honestly could have been 24 hours. But since I've seen a draft where it's like off lane into off lane, as actually like your opening, I feel like it doesn't happen. I'd like to know when that last happened though. Again, it could be recent. I'll check after the draft. A Viper ban as well. They really want to secure the Tides game. What fives would you go for Falcons? Do you go back for like the Enchantress for snaking, like the old school?
Is that a hero right now? It definitely feels lackluster.
Tinker's banned. They could still technically pick Crystal Maiden if they really wanted
Crystal
to.
Maiden,
some generic laning hero. Yeah, kill him in lane.
Because he's not really strong at level 1, level 2.
Silence is also available, which I forgot, but
this is the hero that deals with Tidehunter. You're never going to be lacking damage. All you have to do is maybe bring a third hero to be able to kill him, because with the tag team, you're definitely going to have enough.
And we also saw in the content piece how Aoi also kind of forgot. Again, that content piece we promised was recorded for this event. Aoi just completely had no idea the carry or the offlaner for Heroic, because he kept drafting for Parker and Divine Llama, bless him. But he also mentioned, of course, Schofield. Tusk is one of his specialties.
Yep.
I think both teams would have loved this like super active pressuring four that can just roam, with Mars and Tide relatively independent in that offlane position. So a strong rotating roaming four can, like Lacoste mentioned, can break the game. And it still opens up for the Crystal Maiden, the Silencer, any of these heroes later on in the draft for Falcons.
Quite a lot of team fight coming out immediately. Phoenix plays Tidehunter. It's been really a while since I saw these two heroes being paired up together. They complement each other nicely. You have a little bit of a heal for Tidehunter, just enough so that he can maybe get the Ravage off. And on the other side, you have the biggest AoE in the game to protect the egg with.
I think like Nature's Prophet is still available. So like strong ranged hero to keep pushing the waves out and play. I think as soon as you open up with like Tide Phoenix, strong map play can punish them, as they need to get to the correct position to take the fight, use Ravage well, use Egg well. If it doesn't go correctly, you're kind of waiting for the next round of spells. So we'll see where Falcons want to go with it, but Heroic yoinking the DK. I feel like this content piece really just is exactly, I feel like Heroics are drafting, they want their double strength cores.
Yep.
Yep, they got them. Stealing the Falcons' philosophy.
I'll wager you won't see Snapfire this game.
No. Or whatever the other bans were.
Yeah.
It was like 80% meme and 20% accidental truths, it seems.
Maybe it's coming. It's against Phoenix. They love
Very
to
good egg
play
here.
it.
Yeah, true.
It is not a hero right now. That's the problem. I mean, this is the other one that kind of works well. If you want to bang out that Crystal Maiden right now, would be a really good time because you have... I mean, I'm fine with the Disruptor still. Mana Aura for Gyrocopter, he does use a lot of mana. It's also a setup for him. So if you isolate one of the heroes, which is going to be Tidehunter on the side lane, you can definitely grab a kill.
The question is, does Falcons care more about the lane to pick Crystal Maiden or the game where they pick Silencer? Do you think they need more team fight to match what Heroic's presenting right now with the Silencer pick? Or do they want to shut down the laning phase? And then instead of all of that, they go for Muerta, which potentially is just going to be the 4 actually, because snaking, blah, blah. I've just realized Gyrocopter Tusk.
Tusk, yeah.
So
do you think he's going to go for the other facet? Because this one got buffed, the Drinking Buddies. Is it good enough?
Yeah, honestly, I think Drinking Buddies is initially, Drinking Buddies was not respected. Then people realized how good it was. You know, wins a TI. And with the damage buff, was it an extra 20 damage? 25 damage?
Can't remember the exact number.
But either way, it's like a good buff of damage. Of course, the nerf to the hero beforehand is it's shorter cast range when you're trying to go to the hero. But yeah, I think Drinking Buddies on a position 5 Tusk with a Gyrocopter is potentially viable, but we've seen Tag Team on position 4 Tusk, and we've seen position 5 Muerta as well. So the Tusk and the Muerta are very interchangeable right now in the draft. And then Heroic go for the Morphling. A classic hero into the Gyrocopter. You take over him, you have Flak. In laning phase as well against Mars, it's very hard to die. So, yeah.
Yeah, great against Gyro, great against Mars as well. If you're turning into Mars, Spear definitely feels really good. So on side of Heroic, they're going to be looking for position 4 here. I'm thinking maybe Earthshaker just to have that, because I don't think you need more initiators, but I also like the fact that position 4 Earthshaker feels good to play right now, because you can bring back the lane. Tidehunter, as we said, weaker in these first couple of levels, and the Earthshaker could definitely take care of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else they can go for. I don't mind, because you have Tide, it also opens up for like the ranged heroes to be played. If you want some additional lockdown, you can go like the Shaman or the Lion or whatever like this. Could be a good move. But I think, yeah, ranged hero to provide a little bit of lockdown, rotate to mid. I don't know, I feel like Shaman.
Shaman definitely works. Good later to break Mars, break Side Gunner as well with the Aghanim Scepter. Still need to get to that level 15 talent, but overall it could be good. Overall, team fight coming out from Heroic just seems way too good, considering what they have with Tidehunter, Phoenix. You also have Dragonite. Damage on their side is not really like instant type of a damage.
That's my issue though with Heroic's lineup, is they have team fight, but it's all locked behind items being on the cores to utilize, right? Because DK Morphling, DK needs Blink Mage Slayer.
It is a bit of a slow one.
Yeah, it's a slow one. And for Falcons, their early fight, Muerta and Tusk, anywhere they go, should provide kills. With a Gyrocopter with cooldown or Mars with the Arena. And with Ultimate Last Pick, I think Falcons should be able to dictate a lot in this game. Sure, if we're talking about 40 minutes, it's very even. But getting there, I'm siding with Falcons a little bit more for the aggressive capabilities. What is the analog hero then to kind of like tie this to... No, not analog. The position 4, sorry, like you were mentioning. What's the position 4 then?
I'm fine with Shaker. I'm fine with Shaman. What are we looking for? Malrine, maybe some Lina, something that can build. I like Lina because this hero builds into mixed damage. You are going for a right click now from Lina from the mid lane. You're building into Maelstrom, Mjolnir, great against DK and Morphling.
I would still go for the mid Nature's Prophet. I think the fact that we've already described Falcons having more aggression and more like damage in the early team fight.
Builds into same items, yeah.
Build into the same items and progresses the map. If you overlap DK Morph and Tide to farm, it's going to hurt them a lot. They want to have one lane each for nearly 20 minutes of the game, it feels like. So yeah, I think Nature's Prophet would be the way I'd go for Falcons. Heroic does have one last ban. They're banning out the Husker and protecting their DK. Be interesting to see what Heroic thinks right now. They ban out the Monkey King. Sure. They just care about the actual lane matchup. They don't want DK to have no farm. I guess it does kind of tie into what we're saying, because like if DK as your Blink Mage Slayer, we saw Lorinov utilize it. If he has no game, it doesn't matter if you have all the team fight in the world. There is no one's connecting the dots. Like DK kind of is like the glue to their drafts at the moment.
5 seconds remaining.
Really thinking about this one.
The thing is, well, like the Shaman suggestion, is it's still low damage. You can progress map, but then you'll just die to arena and cooldown when you go to the tower. So I don't like. I'm just a little worried this last pick it could potentially put Heroic in a very difficult position if they go the wrong direction. They have 13 seconds, so maybe that pressure will get to them. We'll see when they pick the hero.
Morphling Tide always was slow, probably always will be.
Sure. Morana.
Just a casual Morana.
Casual Morana, yeah.
Nothing too crazy coming out from this one. Not the best in the lane. It's good throughout the game. Not the best when you're playing against Mars. You get locked inside of the arena. You're gonna die.
I just like the fact that once you get into the game, Moonlight Shadow, adding evasion against Flak, like there's a lot of small things where it will utilize in the fight once they're online. You've got Sunray, you have Anchor Smash damage reduction, DK damage reduction, mischance on Morana, Morphling has like their overall lineup is really beautiful in the fight. But it's just can they get
position for Moranas that we see? Usually it's played from kind of 5. Maybe I'm thinking more of a snaking, but you also have Tide on your side, so you can leave him alone a little bit. It's not going to be the easiest considering what he's playing into, so they can definitely kill him with the magic damage, but at least you have DK plus Morana that can be paired up together and look for the kills.
It does protect them somewhat from Nature's Prophet as well, if you can arrow the tree, but I feel like I'm reaching there. I still like Nature's Prophet for Falcons.
Yeah.
The reason why it doesn't feel too bad is because your Gyrocopter naturally will itemize to be quite tanky, but a rare Timber. We don't see this hero at all. But you can see from the bans from Heroic, right? It was a Husker and it was a Monkey King. They really wanted DK to play out the mid lane.
Yeah.
And Marine's like, you know what, lads?
I can
make this work. Yeah.
And I'm sure he can in this one. It looks like a really, really good Timbersaw game. You're playing against Dragonite, you're playing against Tidehunter. Not too many things that can stun you. Sure, later you will have Shard on Tidehunter, Dragonite with the Blink Stun. But other than that, it's also mid Timbersaw. So have in mind that he's going to come online slightly earlier. We'll have that extra bit of a burst damage. All of his spells are going to be maxed out. Heroic, slow lineup, a little bit low on damage. And with mid Timbersaw, they can definitely put the pressure on Heroic. So Heroic will need to stabilize the game between 15 and 20. And if they don't, this could be like a relatively easy game for Falcons.
Because it's Falcons and it's Malrine, Timber's fine. But so far at Wallachia, the only teams that have played Timbersaw have all been eliminated.
Ooh. Yeah, they didn't just lose. Yeah.
They're gone.
Shadow roamed.
But like Lucas mentioned, if there ever was a time for Timber to be viable, it is in a 24 pick when you are 1v1 against a DK. There is no there's no easy Yules buyer. Like Phoenix might have to buy it. Morana, actually Morana can buy it. I take that back. There is a good Yules buyer in the game, so that will pressure the Aghanims. So we're looking more towards like Blink, Kaya, maybe like a BKB. So if they don't buy Yules and he gets Aghs, then Malrine will pop off. I don't mind it. I'm content. I'm content.
I'll bring our commentators in. They can tell us what they think. Whatever happens, guys, one of the teams from the final will be out of the tournament.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited to see what Marin can do on the Timber, but I think I'm a little skeptical still on the hero right now. I don't know if it is it. I don't know. What do you think about the Timber Fogs?
If it wasn't Marin, like if it's not Marin or Amar, then I'm probably not with the hero. But if one of these two guys play it, I'm usually pretty down with it. I'm similar with you guys though on panel about pacing is my concern really for the side of Heroic. I like both drafts if they can get to that point, but yeah, I feel like the pacing could be an issue for Heroic. So.
All right, well, the game's about to start, so I hope you pace yourselves. See you at the end.
All right, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun to see. So, Fogged, when we've got these two lineups coming in today here from Heroic and Falcons, I mean, what sort of stands out? It's these last picks, right? We're getting to them, you know, Marin Timber, and then, yeah, Heroic, Schofield. He wants to play some Mirana.
Yeah, well, that stands out a bit there. The Mirana, I think, is one that we're probably going to see rising a little more. I'm still uncertain how good the hero can be. I think there's some, you know, hidden potential with these Lotuses as well that can be cool. And the new damage that comes out actually catches a couple people off guard. So, see how that actually ends up going in the lane. The other one I really want to point out is Yuma on the Morphling. He's had, I think it was one of the games earlier in the tournament that he completely popped off on, and he is playing versus the Gyrocopter.
He is.
If he can get to those points. My issue is he's playing into a lane that can actually pressure him. I know Morph versus Mars has been played a lot. The Morph can do it well versus that independently, but I think Muerta adds an extra element. You know, a call-in catches him, the dead shot. It can be a bit of a difficult lane, so let's see how these lanes do go down, and let's see if Heroic can get their draft online. Because if it can get online, it can be very strong, but Falcons does seem like they have a bit of an edge in the early game. Did he end up going Drinking Buddies, by the way? Or did he go tag? He just
got tag team, yeah.
Okay, so looking more about just the lane. Even though I think Gyro is the best one for Drinking Buddies, yeah, it's about just winning your lane. Schofield has to skill the leap, so they actually do force him to do that with the shards there from snaking. And them early picking this Gyrocopter because the Tidehunter, they wanted to have this hybrid damage, you know, this magical damage that can bring down and pressure the Tide early game, because I've seen these Tides just get away with way too much.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, has sort of the response been there for the first pick Tide, do you feel?
Yeah, does feel like it. They have a ton of burst damage that comes out later on with the Timber Saw as well, too. And just the lane, this lane, I'm worried for Whisper. I don't know how much Mirana really contributes in this type of lane, especially when you're forced to skill leap nowadays. So I do feel like this is going to be an absolute free farm here for Skitter. Yeah, let's take a look at how this mid matchup ends up going. You know, Timber's gotten some changes in the past. Changes recently to make him a bit weaker in some of these situations, but Malrein's still very comfortable to play it in this matchup versus the corrosive DK. Since he is completely resistant to all the physical as the game progresses, right? It's going to be nice versus the fact that everything is physical from this corrosive dragon.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult to kill him.
Yep, that's for sure. They'll be able to kill him later on if Yuma has a good game, right? Because Yuma can turn into him, throw his spells back at him, but we shall see. First 2 or 3 waves so far for Yuma bottom, looking pretty good. But Amar also getting those extra last hits as well. They'll get the majority of them actually there.
Is there much of a chance for these two heroes to trip up the morph in the laning stage?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Even Phoenix too. I think this can be a very scary lane for Heroic if they're not careful. If they're careful, they could definitely farm, but if they overstep their bounds once or twice, could see some kills rack up. Yeah, I feel like Malrein is just going to absolutely free farm. So you're going to have to just deal with the fact that there's a full free farm Timber Saw in the game. He's very focused on those last hits, and he gets the extra deny even there. Under the tower. 6 denies on the Timber versus a DK. I've seen at times the DK still be able to do okay in the first few levels. But yeah, that's pretty huge for Malrein getting those extra denies on him. Because the Breathe Fire sometimes makes the DK just has like a, 15, 20 base damage advantage, but Malrein playing it very good those first few waves.
Now, what do you imagine the build's going to be from the mid for the Timber?
I liked what Tiwa's suggestion.
Yeah.
If he's ahead and they don't see the Mirana building Yules, he can go for the Aghanimus build, but if not, he can go for this Blink Kaya build that we used to see. If he feels that he's strong enough to just withstand the pressure of any of the damage, because there's not really any rotations that he has to worry about early. the arrow plus DK, I don't feel like it's going to be nearly enough damage to bring down this Timber. Especially because the Breathe Fire, I'm going to keep mentioning, it's physical. It's not magical right now because of the Corrosive. So that makes a big difference in terms of trying to burst this Timber early.
Yeah, do you think, because what are the reasons for Analog sticking with that fast sit?
It's just the more comfortable one, but like,
sure.
You know, this maybe was the game, you know, I was talking about the Frost one last time. This could maybe have been one where the Frost could, you can see an argument for it, but I like the Corrosive one much better in almost all games anyway. But maybe this could have been a game where you pivot. He's taking a beating. He's going to take a second Whirling in a second. Analog. Continuing to have a little bit of a difficulty first round here. All three lanes at the moment for Falcons looking good, in particular that top one. I mean, Schofield, he just has to arrow creeps.
Yeah, which isn't going to do much to help his Tide, right?
And Malrine, it looks like he's actually just going to start maximizing a bit here, so he's like pulling neutrals. This, I feel like Malrine was one of the big... Malrine and BZM were the two that started doing this the most for me. Is when they get ahead, they start to like pull these neutrals, or even when they're behind and they can't lane, they pull neutrals a lot to be able to get that extra farm.
Oh,
Skeeter.
They get the arrow.
Got a Lotus. And now Schofield.
I mean, Skeeter wants to kind of get back in, but it's pretty low.
Good connection there. That bonus damage from the Starstorm almost catches Skeeter off guard. He's got a salve, so he'll be back up to full. That was close, though.
It was. There's a little bit of an opportunity for Heroic to make something happen, top.
And here he does it again, pulling it to the neutrals. Analog trying to at least sap or steal a neutral perhaps here. But he doesn't want to miss out on the wave, so he actually cannot contest or steal XP from him.
Schofield. They've got him. Finally, first blood will occur as Snake King in there to finish the job off. As top lane doesn't look to be getting any easier for Heroic anytime soon.
No. They're always going to have kill threat on this Tidehunter in the laning phase, especially if the two of them are there. Malrine is about to hit 6. Might look to make a move. The Colin connects, but he gets the shift off. Nicely done from Yuma.
I can try to make these efforts, but now it's I feel like it's unlikely. It's going to have to be a big mistake from Yuma now, level 4, to get caught and die.
Yeah, unless it's like literally it comes from like the behind the tree line or something, right?
Sure.
Crit. He might be the one that steps up too far. They don't throw the blood grenade. They actually don't commit for the kill there. Guess he's prioritizing setting up for the rune. Analog.
They've got the chakrams online now, Malrine. Not quite enough to kill him.
That is so close. Malrine will be able to play himself out of that one there too, as Analog lives with what, 10, 15 HP it looked like there. Malrine. Looking for the power rune. Crit not in the vicinity to help. Analog. He will spawn top. Schofield there to secure it. He's actually just going to take it. Denying that fill up from Malrine. Tower damage. Be able to get actually almost none here because he clears up the wave with the chakram.
Yeah, crit hit.
Catapult will be dead.
Is going to indeed help be able to hold them back.
Whisper.
Chance for them to reset a base.
Activates his Kraken. It looks like it should be enough. Rotation's coming.
Falcons. The snowball here to dodge the arrow. Jump forward. Look to burst through Snake King. He'll drop the shards to try to hold them back. Another leap forward from Schofield. Snake King will die.
Schofield?
He's going to die for it.
Is that worth it? You give the kill to Skeeter and now.
They might get Whisper. They've got the chakrams on him. He's too low to be able to try for a TP out. They burst through the Tide. They keep this top lane a very good spot for Skeeter.
And look what time it is. Shrine of Wisdom, Malrine, he's racing toward it. KJ. Oh, he gets into
He's
it
in just in time. He's going to get it for himself.
This early game from Falcons, we said it could be a problem, and this laning phase is looking very strong for them right now. Getting the double Shrine of Wisdom, Mars top net worth, Gyro top net worth, and Whisper really struggling. It's ideally how they wanted to start this game out for them. Schofield. Another missile on him.
He's only got one leap left. I think they know it.
Probably pretty dead.
I mean, missile into the chakram. Malrine making these moves.
Whisper too. Very likely to go down here. Ton of damage.
Yeah, Malrine can head back over and help out. More damage in with the chakram. Another one. double kill for Malrine.
He takes the last hit there with the pullback
Oh,
of the
of course.
shotgun.
If his team's calling for him to swing back and stick around for another, he's making sure he gets it.
And they're going to have time to actually swing toward mid and maybe even get the rune. It spawns bottom, but they're going to be able to get that one anyway for crit. KJ and Analog have to be careful.
And they're looking to hold it.
Amar is here. He's got ulti if he wants to.
And they'll make sure that Malrine is able to grab it for himself. So amplified damage rune ready for the next play. This Timber's starting to get out of control very early on.
And we're seeing a bit of a deviation of the build, if he commits for it. It looks like he's queuing up the Atos at least right now, so maybe wanting that extra form of catch for his team. Interesting. And he has some stacks to farm too. Yeah, this is a dream start here really for Falcons. As we said, even though on paper, you know, Heroic's draft, it's a strong draft. It's just about this early game is can they get away with this greed? And so far the greed is definitely being punished here from Falcons. The levels, I mean, getting those double shrines is really going to hurt the supports too. They were already struggling. Schofield level 4, KJ level 4. They kind of have to jungle a little bit here and just catch up in terms of that level before they show up to those lanes. You're seeing even Whisper jungling, so map pressure, lane, I mean lane presence right now on Heroic, nobody's laning. Everybody's jungling.
That's not a good sign.
That is not a good sign.
No. 9 minutes in.
Schofield is trying to like arrow and range creep here and there, but yeah, it's 5 heroes jungling right now at this point.
I mean, because which lane are you looking back at and saying, well, that probably should have gone a bit better for Heroic? Now, which one sticks out the most?
I mean, honestly, the lanes were not that easy for them. I'm not sure. Like bottom went,
they were just hard lanes.
Bottom went okay. I just think Falcons put themselves in a position to be able to really bully these 3 lanes with their draft. The Timber last pick versus the DK, the Gyro Tusk versus the Tide, and then the Mars Muerte layer. That's the lane that can be the trade one. But yeah, they just came out ahead with Amar getting 69 last hits actually at this point. Nice.
Yeah, the numbers are looking kind of crazy here. Pretty early on from Falcons.
Big stacks being made on the side of Heroic, too. They need to secure these stacks. If these get stolen, that would be devastating.
Who's clearing them? You putting the Tide in there, or is it just too low level
Might be a team. It might be a team clear. Or the DK or Tide, somebody. But Malrine, he'll work on his own Ancients. He also has a tremendous stack. Let's watch that net worth. He's at 4,400. Let's see what we get.
This is going to be a very quick ASOS.
Yeah. He might even just pretty much have it done after this. Might take him a couple extra seconds. Arcane Boots back up in 5. He should have it finished up after that. There it is.
Yeah, it's done.
Yep.
That's it. There was 30 ASOS complete here, but 10 minutes in. So you're going to have this incredibly leveled Timber running around the map with ATOS at 10 minutes in, level 10.
1,800.
Good luck against him.
1,800 HP.
Yeah.
And you are, don't really have that much magic damage as Schofield. Careful there.
Amar and Snaking.
KJ.
They're going to find him.
Easy kill. Whisper, got the Ravage.
They're going to try and punish this.
They stack the stuns.
Oh, maybe they can at least get Snaking. They can. They get one of them.
Amar.
And they get Amar as well. Meanwhile, Malrine's not been able to kill a Schofield. He's able to lock him down. Just turns and catches and kills Yuma.
Whisper also unlikely to get out of this one.
Oh, this is getting pretty messy. This is.
Analog actually gets the follow-up stun.
Does he want to though? He's just jumped into 4 heroes. I don't know if he wanted to do that.
God. And Whisper, he might get chased in the base.
Yeah, he will.
He sure is. They're just diving forward for kills.
Well, on the plus side, Malrine doesn't have TP available.
But do they have damage?
They're not killing.
They are not.
And now he's going to see the stacks. He's like, well, we'll be back for those.
And he's got the shovel, so he can actually dig a water rune very quickly here, pick it up, and have mana to be able to continue on. And now he knows those stacks are there too, so he's probably communicating.
Schofield stacked them again.
They might go for this. He gets an arcane rune on Malrine.
Absolutely. If they could go over there, if they have to do so, they have to deal with their stacks. They got to take.
They just have to take them. They have to just bring the whole team right now on Heroic to take their stacks. They can't let these get stolen. So they will do that. Heads up play from Amar, getting that spear onto Yuma, catches him right before he gets the shift. That's probably the biggest catch that they were able to get out of that. But multiple chain sequences of kills. Whisper having one of the roughest games I've seen on his Tidehunter. He's below crit on the Muerta.
There we go. They're getting to clear these stacks.
Are they going to clear the Ancients in time, though?
Whisper's trying.
Uh-oh.
He's falling pretty low, but it looks like...
Can he actually even kill them?
I mean, he can eventually, right? Careful.
Okay, he'll finish it off, but they're going to lose their tower, and they've lost their DK. And my goodness, look how low they are.
There we go.
Oh my goodness.
They got the stun.
Oh my god. 100 HP. Whew. At the least they get that.
But that still kind of feels kind of rough, right? When you manage to clear the ancient stacks, but you're still in the bottom 4 net worth.
You sure are. And now your ancients are blocked. This is a very, very strong first 13 minutes from Falcons and Heroic. Their lineup just needs time.
Yep.
But even with time, it can be pretty problematic, like you said, if your Tidehunter is this far behind. It's always going to be kill threat versus him. And let's see where they go from here, because the supports have hit 6, right? They do have the egg, but their damage is looking at incredibly lackluster now at this point with the tough start that they've had, especially into these tanky bruisers. Malrine, almost 2k HP. And looks like they're going to go for stealing the Shrine of Wisdom again. They're swinging over even Amar. Snay will get stunned and comboed. But their Shrine.
Yeah, they're already there.
And he's got the blink to get himself away, so they'll be able to deny that XP as well. Snay was a bait.
Heroic. Even with sort of the group of them there, they didn't feel like they could try and push over to Falcon's side of the map. Try and find anyone. They're still holding back.
I mean, at this deficit, it is terrifying. Your damage is just very, very lackluster, and Falcons kind of has everything with their draft at this point, too. 15-minute mark, about to be hit to Tormentor. Falcons can probably just set up for that one for free if they'd like to. Heroic, a very difficult approach to be able to go for that there. And Analog needs this Mage Slayer ASAP just to be able to reduce at least some of the damage of the Timber from poking him. Amar, he was waiting in the trees if Yuma does show. Now they'll back away as that Tormentor is spawning.
Yeah, no chance of Heroic having anything to say about this.
So far, it's just been little to no mistakes from Falcons, really. They're just playing their draft almost to perfection, while for Heroic, yep, their lineup definitely needs some time, especially for Yuma to be able to have that matchup versus the Gyro. But yeah, it's a big deficit right at this point between him and the core. Is 1,700 behind. We've seen Falcons a couple times in this tournament, have a bit of struggle in some of these games, but this is looking back to their powerhouse on all their comfort heroes, right? They do have a bunch of Grandmasters here, so. Let's see where Heroic looks to go from here. Not easy to kill targets.
Who's going to kill this Timber?
It's if they 5-man him and they have Yuma turned into him, right?
Oh, they're in. Okay, it's a little awkward. They get the arena down just onto Schofield. Schofield turns with the arrow on towards Amar, but Amar's still fine. They're able to have the rest of the team finish off Analog. Now turn over towards Whisper.
He's isolated again. 2 cores down.
And at the same time, they're continuing to chase for more.
Amar is just kiting them.
He's just kind of dancing around, keeping them interested, buying time for the rest of the team to come across. If Falcons want to go for another dive, they might. They hit the Atos.
The spear?
We're not going to latch onto Yuma.
Snay dodges the arrow. They can't even get a kill.
And this is the thing, nobody's dying on Falcons. Even there, when they're killing, kind of hitting stuff on Snaking, they don't have the ways to finish off the job.
I mean, Snaking's tanky too, right?
Yeah.
He's got 1,600 HP. This isn't a, standard 5 position which has like 1,000 or 800 HP or whatever it is. It's a tanky Tusk level 9 because of all these shrines that they've gotten too. And I saw Yuma. He turned into the Timber there, but he actually couldn't get any connections. Amar dodged both of the spellcasts that he went for there, and then, just distanced himself from the fight while they isolated both the DK and the Tide. They're going again because there's no Mars ulti. They might be able to find Skitter here.
There we go.
Finally getting something going their way.
And what can they do with this? Might be able to take the tier 1 tower down bottom. Same time, though, Falcons are coming in with the push top.
Falcons do have TPs on... Amar's not really that healthy, so maybe he won't go. But they have TPs on Malrine if he'd like to set up the defense. And looks like it is going to be... The Atos is the only outlier, but it is going to be the standard build afterwards. The Kaya straight into the Aghanims. He sees that Schofield went Atos rather than going down to Yule's build, so Dispel won't be there for that Ags, at least at that point early on.
I like the build from Whisper as well.
What's he gone for here?
Blink into Midas.
Oh, gosh.
Or maybe just Midas instead of the Blink.
It might be feeling like territories like that, but that sounds pretty rough.
Is this indeed? Yeah. Do you think he's queuing these up because it's the order or it's the options?
Or he's memeing.
We'll see. We'll find out in a couple of 100 gold time.
I feel like he needs the Blink, but it does make him literally a Blink Ravage, which is quite awkward because he doesn't even have a Vlad's in his build. Which is actually very interesting because he's playing with a Morphling also, right? Usually we do just see them almost always go for that Vlad's. And yeah, he's just going to rush the Blink. I know Yuma had the, he bought himself a Morbid Mask, but
he didn't finish
it. He didn't finish the Vlad, so I was expecting Whisper to go for it, because it's just the standard build-up for most Tides. Not going to be the case, though, as Roche, easy here for Falcons. Oh, and an arrow even to assist them. Thank you, Schofield.
Schofield could go for the steal.
He's going to try.
Do it. Oh, he's not going to get the chance. Oh, he might live, though. No, probably not. Maori's going to find him. Oh, maybe still with the Midlight Shadow. He's out there, so Schofield will not die for his efforts.
That was the most Schofield play I've ever seen in my life. But he lives, so it's not the most Schofield play.
We've got the Aegis now.
No latching. Sorry, no trees. That's not a real wall. Aegis on Skeeter. Ag's finished up. BKB on Amar. Now they have the answer even versus the Tide Blink Ravage. He has to catch it kind of perfectly on them. Off screen, we see the wall there.
Just shaming this wall for not acting as a wall.
Well, you go through it, so it does make sense.
Oh, there we go. It's a fake wall.
Commencing this push. Now, the fights just have gotten leveled up more difficult as we're going to see it again. It's insane that he lived. Look at this little smile on Schofield, too. He's like, oh. He's like, oh, I guess I'm
trying to think, because if you spear inside the pit, does the wall work the other way around for spears?
At the back of the wall, if I'm not mistaken. The back of the pit, right?
No, like if you're inside and you
I think it still goes through. I think if it's only on the back honestly, who knows at this point?
Yeah, see, we can't get through this one.
Ah,
there
so
we go.
Specific ones.
Ah, we
Write
found
that down, everybody. Someone needs to make one of those interactive maps that shows exactly which walls latch for the Mars Spears. 10k lead, keeping it very steady here, Falcons. Not seeing the wombo, not seeing the combo coming out from Heroic just yet either. No Ravage into Egg. They do have the Shard picked up on the Phoenix, so they do at least have that, which is probably the best tool to perhaps bring down the Timber.
But it's a perhaps.
It's a perhaps.
That's as good as we can give it.
Yeah. And he is about to have Aghanim, so as soon as he gets that, it's not a perhaps anymore. And Skater just goes from tower to tower. Another tier 2 claimed.
They're looking at Maori.
Can they do it here?
Let's have a look. It's looking pretty good.
They got him.
There we go.
Aghanims was not delivered to him just yet. Good chain stun Skater. Can't get himself out. No, they can't stop his TP.
So they're finding these kills. You know, we saw them down.
They got one.
In the ancient triangle, they killed Skeeter. Now they've shown that they can kill Maorine's Timber in these specific situations.
As long as they can get the chain stun. Now that he has the Ags, they literally have to get that chain stun off before he gets that. Schofield is queuing up the Yules immediately, though, so he is going to be able to have that Dispel eventually for it.
There's the Midas.
He actually did go for it. All right. You know what?
He wants to scale. He knows they're not winning this game now, but maybe they're winning it later with the Morph.
Yeah, I mean, that is fair. Their lineup is about much later timings when they have the Morph versus Jaro matchup. It's just, yeah, we'll see if this ends up paying off for him. If we do get to this like 45-minute mark or so, then absolutely we will see that. But let's see Amar.
Warp.
Tries for a guess, doesn't connect. Still 90 seconds on the Sages. They saw the Midas. They definitely saw the Midas. That's what that's for. Well, now that you see the Midas too, for Falcons, you go. Tidehunter went Blink Midas.
Yep.
You know, now he has no aura. He has no extra backup. He's literally just a Blink Ravage.
Like, you can kill him.
Yeah. You can kill him, and also you can just play very aggressive to dominate the map now before that Midas actually starts to kick into effect. Which they've already been dominating the map. They have yet to lose a tower. They've taken 2 tier 2s, and they still have that one bottom to be able to go for.
minute left on this Aegis for Skeeter, but yeah, pretty much as that comes to an end, he'll have the BKB. It's on its way out now.
Yeah, they don't want to go for a jump here. Analog, I mean, they're kind of sticking around as if they're thinking about it, but Analog, he needs to finish his BKB. He's pretty close to it as well. And Skeeter is going to go down this route of the Revenant's Brooch. How are you going to be saying it from now on, by the way? Brooch or Broach? Because I've been hearing everybody saying it wrong lately.
It is Broach, and I always say Broach.
Is it
but
Broach?
I
It's
believe
Brooch.
No, it's
This one is Brooch.
It's
sure?
pronounced Broach, but it can also be pronounced as Brooch.
Because there's
both pronunciations are acceptable.
Are you sure?
I am like 99%
I'm not sure
on
at
this.
all, so.
I'm 100% sure it can be read as Broach, because I read it as Broach. And I know it's not spelled OA, it's spelled OO, but it's still Broach. But you can pronounce it as Brooch.
Can they finish him off? They do, but they get speared. Analog?
Let's see if Analog's... Yeah, I mean, Analog could be fine. Maybe they can still try and find something more. Moonlight Shadow trying to close things down. Analog's in. Got the Ravage. They're going to try and see if they can deal with Maureen. He's going to be fine. And now he's ready to turn back in. BKB popped by Analog. They look towards him, but Mars also got his own BKB. And now Analog with the rest of this BKB has to run. And missile coming in as the end of the BKB comes through as well. Supernova. Skitter's got the BKB though. Pops the BKB, looks to try and finish off the egg. They'll kill the egg off. Skitter's still alive. Yuma's trying to desperately finish off these kills, but he can't. Yuma falls. They get team wiped.
Oh, they actually dropped relatively low. If they weren't so far behind, they could have potentially bid something there. But Falcons, I mean, Crit actually coming in very clutch there. A couple of these dead shots with his Aghanims.
The damage as well.
Multi-fears on him. That was actually beautiful.
They're giving it a good fight.
They tried to get this big jump, but yeah.
And no surprise, they're just, and how fast this axe was.
Yeah. I like that he went for this, like he rushed it, right? And
Yeah,
he just went for the drums straight into it. I've seen some Atoses and Gleipnirs, but yeah, this was huge because you can see when they get the initial jump onto Maureen, he's got that counter initiation. Yeah, we'll see it again. Skater with that
fight.
Yeah, Skater with the BKB, right? Being able to commit for the egg makes a big difference there.
And Yuma did do quite a lot. We saw he got a lot of damage out during the fight as the morph. But yeah, just the situation and position they're in means that even with the right buttons pressed, they still can't quite take the team fights here, Heroic.
Oh, and Analog's BKB had literally just been delivered on the courier, actually. Yeah. So it was a bit fortunate for him that it got delivered there and he would have died faster. But yeah, they commit for the egg. Yuma gets some good flak damage, but it's just not quite enough. They're just a bit too durable. These little essence rings and extra heals, it's enough for them.
I almost trust you.
Tormentor now. Falcons set up for it.
That's going to be theirs.
Yep. Kaya-san's done, and he is going, ooh. The AoE bonus for the Timber Saw. It's going to Gleipnir.
Yeah, get those what? Big.
They're going to be huge.
Big chakrams.
Yeah, big chakrams, bigger whirling, bigger. I mean, okay, cool. Up to that almost 80% win probability right now. Analog, he's showing himself top. They've got the punch. They're going to spear him first.
Is he going to get the chance to BKB? He is.
But Snaking's waiting in the wings.
He is. Punch at the ready. BKB TP is not going to work out here. Analog goes down.
Patience from Snay. He takes the last hit. He deserves it. These Falcons, yeah, striking very hard now. 16,000 lead. They have this ward vision on top of Schofield. Maureen going for the explosion.
Yeah, he's ready with the timing.
Boom.
Scotty Jules managed to make the purchase, Schofield, though.
He does.
As he goes down.
Are they going to take away the Shrine of Wisdom again? They're just trying to truly bully them in terms of that. 6-20, and they've just been taking away pretty... Have they taken away all of them? I think so, right?
I'm not sure. Did they get the 21-minute one?
I think they did.
Yeah, they did, right? Yeah, that was the one that was set up around.
Pretty sure they've gotten all of them. Starting to poke high ground. They're actually going to pop their glyph to keep this creep wave alive slightly longer to keep this push going. They'll start to back away. Yuma is in position to get the Shrine of Wisdom on the right side, so they should be able to get at least one here. Maybe.
Heroic, what's the plan? What's Yuma?
It's
BKB Yuma.
Yeah, it's farm on Yuma.
Then maybe get in and it's just, is it ever going to be enough damage? They could probably still blow up one of these cores, right? They get the chances, or BKB focus down something like the Timber, have the answer, remove the Ags.
He needs more time. Even BKB's not enough. It's BKB plus maybe, honestly, his Revenants. I guess you have to go Revenants versus all this armor. So, yep. But yeah, there's going to be a Hex soon for Amar. So we've seen the build that, I mean, he doesn't usually do this one too often, but it's amazing this game versus Morphling. It's literally the absolute hard counter versus him. You saw that from XXS, especially the other day, as Whisper trying to get the Shrine.
It's going to be Falcons, as you say again.
They got them both.
And they even get the fear onto Whisper. He can't even run. They've got the control.
They know how. Yeah, this is a really tough one. They know how ahead they are.
We are kind of 2 stomps so far today, right? That we're kind of close to the goal. This is a stomp where it's not close on the goal, or the XP, or the levels, or the anything. This is a tough one for a row.
As Schofield shows for a hot second.
He's gone. Make a push on. Tier 3.
No glyph. You don't fight this. You just sack it. Go farm. Yeah, just farm on Yuma. They're going to continue, though. They're probably just going to walk to that mid.
They don't need to go anywhere, Falcons. Yeah, they can stick around. Go get the creep wave.
They're actually not just walking to mid.
They could have gotten away with it.
I feel like they could have just gotten away with it.
Maybe they won the Roche. So why not? Let's go get the Roche.
Fine, fair enough. That's better call.
But it definitely did feel like if they did stick around, what would Heroic have done? Yeah. So yeah, they're playing safe. They back off, get the Roshan.
Hex already done it for Amar. I mean, everybody's just so farmed on their lineup at this point. Heroic. This might be the last hurrah that they go for here, fighting outside and hoping for some gigantic connection. But
to this age, just on Skeeter.
They already killed it. They have a ward.
Do they really still want to try and take this fight? Schofield, he's got the setup. They'll get the Ravage off. They'll be able to, well, maybe not even straight away. He's able to get the Snowball off Snaking. Snowball on the Whisper, he gets the blink out. They're not even going to get him. They can back away from the Supernova. They use the BKB on the Dragon Knight here, Analog. They don't get anything, and now they're going to turn back towards them. Analog will be able to blink out.
They need to just run.
They really do.
And they used everything, Owen, and now their base, it's going to start getting sieged down. They have nothing to defend it.
And now Analog caught by the Atos. He did manage to get in, and they got snaking at the end of it, but he had to go pretty deep for that. And now the push is coming back in.
Hex.
Into Spear. Get the man to the BKB off Yuma. But he can't fight this. He's trying. But he has to run.
Amar just soaking the hits as well, too. Putting up that armor, putting up that shield. Schofield.
He's holding the creep.
He drags the wave. So to extend the game. Satanic for Skeeter. Will heal back up to full. Can he get himself away, though? Schofield. Snaking. He wants blood. There is a ward, though, so it does scout Snay. And Schofield will TP out. They live to see another day. Ravage still going to be on cooldown for 70 seconds. Egg as well. So Falcons, they're still just going to, with this next wave, commence the push.
What's the plan? No Ravage. No Supernova.
I don't know. Not sure how you approach this fight. Amar has ulti back up in 5 seconds as well. KJ looking to cut creep wave. My goodness, almost just dies instantly. Schofield as well. The two supports are trying to prolong the inevitable, but it does seem like it is inevitable.
Tough game.
Tough game.
Tough game. Maybe they'll have a bit of better luck in the next one. But this game one, it's looking to be just a continuation of the stomps that we're having today.
Mm-hmm.
We've got the buyback.
We're going to try.
They have the Supernova. They have a Ravage in 10. It's into this Aegis of Gyros, though.
And Amar is just parking himself here in case someone smokes. Yeah, or if he sees somebody.
Yep. There we go. Potentially the final smoke here from
because they want to wrap around and he's going to break it instantly. Smart positioning there. He sells, I mean, it's a refresher on the Tide, but he's got no mana.
He's buying a mango. He's got the Soul Ring and the mango.
Okay.
So all in on the double Ravage here.
Fully all in. Is there damage? Let's see. The final Rax is falling.
What can they find here? Whisper. There's the first Ravage onto a couple of them. Can he get the second one yet? I mean, he's not going to do it yet. He's kind of happy with the fact they got one kill. They killed Snake King. Can they kill Skeeter, though?
They're going back in.
Falcons is jumping back over. They get the arena, the spear. They clean up Yuma. They turn towards Analog. It's looking over, folks.
It truly is. It has been for some while.
We didn't even get the second Ravage.
He might do it here.
Oh.
He used the Midases, at least.
Press Ravage.
He used all the
Ravage.
Midases.
Oh, that's true. You got the quadruple Midas off. Well, it was a rough one.
It was really rough.
Rough game one.
I think it was just a beautiful approach from Falcons this game. The picks, the way they handled the lanes.
Last pick Timber.
Yeah.
She said Maureen Timber.
Yep.
Still as hot as ever.
Yep, they snowballed pretty out of control. The one lane that went decent, right, was kind of the bottom lane. Mid went okay-ish, but yeah, Maureen's able to just take over everything, and Falcons just, they crushed this one.
Yeah, they'll definitely be doing that last pick Timber again. 12, 1 and 10 from Maureen on the Timber. Tough one for Heroic as the Stomps continue. Game one, it's all Team Falcons.
Yes, a rough one indeed. Very one-sided, but you've got to hand it to Falcons. Obviously, an incredible draft, very well executed, and Heroic just couldn't get a foothold in that one.
It has to feel good to have these type of players on the team where you can pretty much pick anything that is good for the game and you know they're gonna play it. We're also talking about level 30 heroes because there's a big meme in this team that you need to have like level 30 heroes to be able to play them. Otherwise, if you suggest them, they're not gonna even consider them. So yeah, very difficult game. This game felt like it was over after the laning stage pretty much. At one point you had 5 heroes from Heroic, and we're talking about like 7-8 minutes into the game where everybody is jungling. They're not showing on the lanes. Tells you the story about the game.
I'm just a little bit confused how Heroic entered this series thinking that first pick Tidehunter was like a solution. I feel like Falcons haven't been in perfectly dominant form where people are, lost at how to beat them. We've seen teams beat Falcons in multiple series now. It's the 2-2 position in this fifth stage. And Heroic have basically looked at all the teams that beat Falcons and then decided, oh, we're going to try and beat them in another way. And it just, unfortunately for them, it did fail miserably. And I would argue that next game we will not be seeing a repeat of it because it just felt like they gave themselves no real tools to play out the first half an hour of this game. Where if they get to like 35 minutes, sure, we're going to have a competitive game. But like Lacoste mentioned, like you guys mentioned, a last pick Timber saw a Gyrocopter plus Tusk in the safe lane. That's super potent. Mars and Watt, again, another potent. We said that their laning wasn't as strong recently, but they picked like 3 dominating lanes.
They did, and the only heroes that they managed to kill is pretty much Skeeter once, Maureen once, and 6 times they killed Snake King, position 4 and off lane. Both Crit and Amar didn't die at all. And standout player, of course, it's going to be Maureen because of his performance. Really
Still
liked his,
got it.
Yep, really liked his itemization as well. He did pick up Road of Atos as his first item, so that's a good amount of stats. He was also clearing the stacks in his own jungle. These 2 teams, have in mind, are the best teams at stacking at the tournament, and there was a point in the game where they also were like 5-10 seconds late to be able to contest those stacks, maybe even get a kill on Tidehunter.
Yes, especially with the Timbersaw, I did fear. I mean, the game probably would have been over even quicker than it was had they stole those stacks. I think that would have been a GG.
Yeah, but this is where Timbersaw already got a kill on Tidehunter, and he's going to be the one contesting the enemy XP rune. Perfect timing. He TPs in. Phoenix understands that he can't really do it. And at this point of the game, he has a pretty free entry. We talked about them not having enough damage to be able to contest anything or to be able to kill him. Dragonite is all about the physical damage, not the best hero to rotate. And they're going to be pairing up these 2 heroes from the safe lane. Maureen is going to stick around, so he gets another kill. Very difficult overall game. I mean, you just got last pick Timbersaw. Not the most popular pick right now, but in a game where it's really good, and one of these games, it really shows that this hero can't still be picked.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel bad for Whisper. It's like he's like one of the best offlaners from South America. He's and then now he's getting like his hero first picked, and like you look at his end game items as well. Like he had the blink, the Midas, the refresher. He's in a desperate position. It's like optimistic at the very end, but no, I think if you're able to get him the matchup where he sees a little bit more from his lane, he's going to be able to run away with any game. Like, he's a great, Tide player, Mars, Bristle, Dawn. Like, he emulates a little bit of what Amar does for Falcons, but you need to set him up for success. And I respect that Heroic clearly had a plan for this first game, which they were confident in, but I also just don't like their plan. So it was, game 2, rip it up.
Yeah, tear it up. It was very sad at the end for Whisper, you're right. I mean, like, having to go back and sell items, get the refresher, then they went for a smoke. The smoke broke immediately. It was just, I don't know, desperation.
It was, and like, you had Timbersaw who was popping off completely, like 10, 11 minutes into the game. There's gonna be a fight where they're running in almost near the enemy tier 3 tower, and look at the network. This is where Amar is staying on top of the network. They're overlapping some of the stuns as well. Sure, you're gonna be killing Tusk here, but at what cost? And you see that Yuma's turning into Mars, and look at the spear and the arena from Mars. He's like, I'm gonna show you how it's done. Like, you just missed the spear, and the rest of the team, they're gonna be able to clean up. They're gonna chase them down all the way to the tier 3 tower and be able to get some even more cleanup. At this point, the game pretty much looks like it's over.
Yeah, and I think it really boils down to the supports that we haven't really mentioned too much, right? On one side, with the Tusk and the Muerta, anywhere you go, any jungle that you're in, you're going to be able to find kills. And the other side, that highlight, you had a Phoenix and a Morana. It's like you throw an arrow, you might put a Fire Spirit down, but it's like you're kind of poking from a distance. But Tusk Muerta, they're killers, and maybe that's where Heroic can look to adjust. Maybe the first bit Tidehunter is fine, but if they have aggressive supports, they play into the lane. So like, maybe my read on the Tide is potentially wrong, but it's the supports that need to be fixed. But the fact that they had those supports with that Tide and a farming DK and a farming Morphling, too much farm.
Yeah, shades of the previous series, a blowout in the first game. We'll be hoping for better after the break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Yeah, we saw lots of happy memories there in the break, but it will not be a happy memory for Heroic if Game 2 is like Game 1. Of course, Falcons very much in the driving seat, guys, as we'd expect when these two teams meet. We saw the tail of the tape in their history in the pre-show. What are we going to see here from Heroic? How do you adjust to a stomping like that, Dom?
They're starting with the hug. They're like, yeah, we got to hype each other up. Yeah, let's go. I don't know what they say. Maybe we should watch some of the stuff from Season 2 of Wallachia, because it did help them out with different players, of course, but I think they need to focus slightly more on the drafting, because this one was a bit of a rough one as well. We saw in the previous series as well how much the draft can influence the way you're playing, and this time around it was a bit slow. Seems like they are forgetting, even though Falcons lost the last 4 of their games, if you exclude the last one that they just played, that this is a very scary laning team that you're playing against. Like, you have Mars, who's staying on top of the network. This is not a farming hero by any means, and they're still making it work. So you need to also have something that can play Dota, something that can punch back, because the game kind of crumbled in 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, but also we're looking at Falcons that in their laning, they've had a Razor lane that lost against an Ursa. You had a Ember off lane that lost against an Abaddon, like a Void off lane. I think the journey to get to this series has been a little bit experimental. I don't mean even like the Razor, but more just like the way which they drafted. Like, we haven't seen these heroes too much from other titans that they played. So yeah, they're recalibrating, and I think Heroic maybe was shocked, like, oh wait, they are actually still in form. They just had a bad couple of days, right? And
yeah,
all
they
of that aligned
definitely
to one bad
switched
game.
up the drafting, because you mentioned that Faceless Void, also Ember offlane. These are not the heroes that are going to win you the lane. Maybe you're going to get some trade kills. With Faceless Void, it's going to be difficult. It's more about what I bring to the table once I get a couple of my items, when I get my Heaven's Halberd, when I have my spells maxed out. But other than that, yeah, Team Falcons definitely made an adjustment compared to how they've been playing in the last 2 days, and it's already showing.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind them utilizing Mars more, right? Like, especially
really good.
Like, the lane was good. There was no complications, especially when teams are already banning out like the Bristleback in the first phase. Even, like the Doom. Like, after that, then you're looking at more kind of greedier range tiers potentially for a Mars. So I like if they can create this, let's just pick Mars no matter what, we don't care. It's just our off lane. It plays into, I'd argue, the majority of the current meta for safe lane. It's not as if there's some insane hard counter that you should be afraid of. So yeah, maybe that's a new way that Falcons will approach the draft. It used to be Dawnbreaker. They tried to go for Slardar. Mars could be their day 5 adaptation.
I just think as well, you want Amar on the high impact heroes that he plays. When he's moved away from that seems to be corresponding to the games that they struggle in, as I mentioned, the Void, etc.
Bristleback, I don't think we're going to be seeing.
That's gone forever.
I think it's gone against Falcons.
Seeing red, that's the one that he takes. Most of the other ones do go for the other facet, but he loves to scale a little bit more. And yeah, also something to point out that Heroic, the series that they won were against Wildcard and Yellow Submarine, two of the teams that did look kind of shaky, even though Yellow Submarine did beat Nigma, did beat OG. Still, when it comes down to playing against the top dogs, it doesn't feel like they can match against it. And it's showing in this series as well.
Yeah, it's weird. T was talking about it yesterday, kind of the intangibles that a Davai Lama type player might bring. And I think, like, Whisper better player, but Double-Elimination was doing so much, you know, for the team in terms of almost sacrificial. And, you know, look, it was a bit of a meme style of play, but when you do lose that and then you've got a player as talented as Parker just kind of benefiting from it, Heroic were a very different proposition.
Yeah, I think the current version of Heroic, it lacks that kind of tenacity in the early game where Double-Elimination would bring that energy, be it a Beastmaster or an Enigma or even like an Abaddon. Like, no matter what he played, he would try and push the game forward, which then meant Analog, the mid laner, could then slot in behind that, and Parker had free farm. Like, it was a natural flow. But then you have Whisper, you mentioned earlier, I think the stat was like he's got some of the most farm from offlaners. So you got a really farm-heavy offlane. Your carry is hybrid, but he's still going hard carries, right?
Not as active, though.
So is Analog now the active player for the team?
Yeah, they definitely needs to be the one, especially in this series as well. I think he needs to have a relatively good matchup, because in the previous one, he was supposed to be the one who's going to be paired up with Mirana, moving across the map, some stun, blink stun into arrow combo, maybe some follow-up with the Phoenix, but we haven't really seen that because he got completely shut down and they were lacking some of the damage immediately. And as we said, Heroic, they're not going to get the hands on Bristleback pretty much ever throughout this tournament, maybe ever until Bristleback gets nerfed.
So, yep, draft underway, and there it goes again. You will never see Bristle.
That's fair. No complaints at me. Nice Talk also is in the same field, right? Play it 4, play it off lane, same thing. Heroic, they are first pick again. So I am really intrigued to know. Okay, we'll find out in like 50 seconds time. Is Tide first pick really like is that their thing they go back for? Because some teams, they're not stubborn, but they have an idea and they'll go, you know what, this pick was the problem, let's fix that, and then we'll get to play a better game. So maybe we get to see a repeat of the draft, but the supports will change, like I mentioned at the very end of that post-game.
I would be fine if they open up with a support. If Jakiro is still left in the pool, take Jakiro. Looks really strong. If Jakiro gets banned, I'm fine with them taking the task for themselves, because Schofield is definitely one of the better task players out there. Pretty much the same bans coming out from Falcons.
Yes. I mean, Tiny is a hero that they've also first picked before. They play in multiple lanes, support through mid, through core. I just want Heroic to just keep their draft open in a way where they can at least take the fight. I don't want them to go, you know, scaling, team fight, no map pressure. Because Falcons are just so efficient. They make stacks, they farm stacks. They always seem to outfarm any team that isn't at least dictating the early game. But at least they lost in a very obvious way. I think losing in a way where it's like some 60-minute close game, it's kind of hard to pinpoint it. You can kind of make excuses, but I mean, we've kind of said the same thing over and over again at this point, and they actually do, they do believe in the first pick Tide.
But this time around, they left Doom in the pool.
Yep, and technically Ursa is still available. So we'll see if Falcons want to jump on that one.
Ursa is fine, but I don't like it to be picked straight up in the first phase. Something about it just feels awkward, because there's a lot of heroes that Ursa doesn't like to play into.
I guess the point I'm making is Falcons not picking it, Heroic will now have to use some bans on it, right? So that's the thing, sorry. Not to insta-pick it. My apologies. Back for the Mars. Yeah, no complaints.
Look good. Look absolutely beautiful in the previous game. The way they played a lane, they did manage to pressure Yuma and KJ, getting some like early blink dagger as well, because one thing Amar does is he invests a lot of gold in double bracer when he's playing strength heroes. When he's playing universal heroes, he's going to be investing into like some null talisman plus raid band, magic wand. So he wants to be the one who pressures the lane quite heavily, and exactly what he did into Soul Ring with Mars, and then he picked up a blink dagger. So that Ursa that you mentioned gonna get removed. Very difficult matchup for Tide.
I don't even like the Tide first pick though, because it's like you now have to ban Ursa. You respect ban Viper because of Falcons. You then give Falcons a free Tusk pick because you can't ban all of them. The Tusk then opens up for a Gyro, so you push the wave. You're not going to pick Gyrocop to yourself. It's like, if Tide had only like 1 or 2 answers, it's somewhat fine.
It is a lot but there's bans that you use on Tide Hunter, that's for sure.
Silence is still good as well if you really want to go for that route. It's like, I get Tide's good, but I feel like Tide excels when you are So 18 is the final pick of the second phase. You see 4 of your enemy heroes. So on the 18th pick, you see 4, you pick Tide. You know your lane is good. You know you're not going to get pressured. Mage Slayer and Vlad, you're unkillable. Like, that's the game where Tide feels the best. To first pick a Tide, it's the same logic as like first phasing an Ursa.
Yes.
There's now more than 4 counters to it, right? And a counter doesn't have to be a direct I kill you, but just it complicates your game. And here we'll see where Heroic's cooking. I think a more aggressive support Joe is a way to fix this.
Yeah. That's why I wanted to see one of those 2 supports, Jakiro Tusk, which I think Falcons is going to take one of those 2. Try to split up, because if you get both of those, it's a lot of slow, it's a lot of damage. Save gives you a good amount of team fight as well.
I will just double check that they haven't played Tide in any other role real quick, just to be safe.
Yeah.
I don't think they have yet. Oh, there's the Tusk, surprise.
And they also banned out Jakiro, so they don't want them to get...
Yeah, only Whispers played it, so... There's a Tusk. But still, again, it opens up for the Gyrocopter. It opens up for this... Yes, free lane and Heroic just played the Morphling.
I think
it didn't do anything, right?
Get a better trade. I think you might need to take Muerta for yourself +1, because the support duo, as we said, didn't work out for them. I want to see something much stronger. Or if you want to go back to some Warlock PA.
Yeah, I was about to say Warlock PA could be a good adjustment. Yeah. You took the words right out of my mouth. I looked at you and I was about to say Warlock, and
it gives them it gives them strong lane. It gives them much better entry to the game, gives them a lot of team fight. And now they're thinking whether they want to pick Warlock or if they want to take something else. There's also a possibility that they take Muerta for themselves instead of Warlock, because they do flex it between 4 and 5, but I would prefer to see Warlock.
Why isn't it Vorlock if it's Viva?
I don't know, it's just the way it is.
That's interesting.
Just my brain.
I just noticed that. Because like Warlock's been banned all this time, and now you just said...
I think it's a combination. If it has W and V, that's what happens. Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Well, I'm learning things. This is awesome.
I like the point you made though about taking the Muerta, because if Falcons were to pick Warlock into Tide, Tide has Kraken, it's still okay, but instead they go for the Shaman. Sure. This line of Muerta felt really good. Like the calling against Tusk when he snowballs in, he puts himself into a bad position. Shaman, you don't like standing still against the Mars. When you hold that shackle, there's going to be a spear on you. You're going to suddenly be inside an arena, a shards as well. Yeah. Again, comfort clearly has been the option there.
I think they just might go with the same draft. They do have 3 if they want to pick up Muerta one more time.
Just do it. Yeah.
Or if they want to go for Crystal Maiden, that's also fine. Run this Tusk as a position 4. Which
Why would you not Muerta though?
No,
another silence.
No, that's definitely my first pick here.
Silence against Tide, against Shaman. Like, they've just played the draft. It worked out really well. I guess the only difference between Muerta last game, you were an additional egg killer. This time around, but. They do switch up, they go for the bounty. Just more aggression, actually. Muerta is like really good for team fight, and bounty is really good for pacing. Just track, get kill, and you have last pick in the draft for your mid lane. Got to think about. Probably not Timbersword as much. Again, depends on the mid pick, right?
Yeah, depends what Analog is going to play, but also you just opened up with Tidehunter one more time, so maybe that Timbersaw also needs to be one of the bans. I think they're shooting themselves in the foot by picking the same hero twice and also using so many bans to try to cover this pick.
It's crazy.
And then it leaves your rest of the draft very vulnerable.
And they have to pick Analogs. Oh, they don't have to technically, but if they have a high value mid pick, then picking it here is the play, so then you protect it with 2 bans. If they pick their position 5, then suddenly they're moving on, and there it is. They do pick the Huskar. Against Huskar though, Sniper is still possible. Liner? What the hell was Lena? Gee, I'm looking at Lacoste there. Lena now has to be banned out.
Yeah, he does love to play it, Malrina, as he loves to call it, or Pangolina, because these are 2 of his favorite heroes. I agree, because he's been playing quite a lot of Lina. She outranges Huskar. She also builds into damage, the right-click damage. Sniper is the classic one. And it also leaves... What else has
Nature's Prophet can be played.
That's the good one.
Yeah. There's Nature's Prophet, it's Sniper, it's Lina.
So they will get to choose between 3 of them. And is there something else that Maureen has been cooking? Let me just double check.
The thing with all of those heroes is Nature's Prophet into the scaling of PA Tide can feel annoying. You don't always feel like you can enter a good fight. Lina might be the better option based on that burst potential. But then you say, yeah, you go Mjolnir anyway, so you kind of... Nature's Prophet and Lina itemize identically. Obviously, map play is very different. But before that, Heroic needs to pick up their position 5, which is laning into a Bounty and a Mars. Warlock, of course, a nice stable ban. What else is a KJ hero here to bring some life to the game?
So they are banning out Dazzle, a little bit more sustained. That's a good ban.
Do you still get Muerta though?
I think they can. I think that's just a simple one.
The other option would be like the position 5, like some Shadow Demon, get a shard, put it onto your Huskar, get some additional save, put it onto like disrupt whoever Tusk goes on, whoever's in arena. Could be an angle to go for. But low damage once again. If the 5 pick doesn't provide strong laning, it's very easy for Falcons to know what to do in this game. Kill Huskar, everyone else hits creeps. If Huskar has a game, they'll follow him. If he doesn't have a game, mode farm, mode jungle. That's why this 5 pick, even though it's a position 5, if it doesn't contribute enough, then you are going to be lacking in. Yep, as expected, the Sniper and the Lina are banned out.
So that leaves Nature's Prophet in the pool. I'm fine with that one. It would give them that extra threat that we talked about, especially when played from the mid lane, who can easily rotate.
Primal is also available, where he just wave skips. Buys boots, wave skips.
Break mechanic.
Break mechanic with
3
Ag.
of those
3 of them, yeah. Ag Shivas.
I like this one.
Primal could be an option. It depends on the support, but I think Prophet if you want to play the map and the lane, and then like a Primal if you want to skip the lane, but itemize to kill off the cores.
It would be a banger of a Primal game.
It would be pretty good.
You would have to rush that one. Like, you would basically get Blade Mail into maybe a BKB. You'll see how it's going to go. Yeah. Maybe turn that Ogre Axe. And maybe they're also thinking about it because this hero does cause a lot of issues for Primal Beast.
Yeah, you can follow him.
And it's also like, if we're thinking about the heroes, they also know that potentially these heroes are coming, and Nature's Prophet also doesn't like to play into Clockwork, because having that extra bit of a, I would say even global presence from Clockwork, he can initiate from a distance, could cause a lot of issues.
I mean, you just wanted active supports.
Yeah,
and
it looks good.
Much more active supports, and PAs you're scaling. Huskar complicates the draft, where it just forces you down to a specific route. Like Falcons, ideally, they wanted to have another form of team fight or a starting the fight. Last game they had Timbersaw just to get into the middle of everyone, and then Mars can always get the good arena. Now if they pick a ranged hero, that initiation is on Mars starting the fight without that critical information of someone, and maybe that's where the bounty kind of helps out a little bit, because with invisibility he can scout out, get a deep ward, but the fight construct from Falcons is slightly harder if they do go for a ranged mid, but it's not impossible, but we shall see how they want to operate with that one. If they don't care about Clock, Primal, I mean, it's Primal Prophet, or maybe they've cooked some other idea that we just haven't thought of yet. Is there a hero that we're missing, though?
I'm not sure about the lane, but it could be maybe like Queen of Pain. I think it's the worst out of 3, definitely, but because you can jump out of cogs, you don't care too much. Sure, you're playing into Shaman. Maybe it's not the greatest suggestion. I'm down for Primal Beast. I feel like this hero could still be very, very good for the game.
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing a hero, and maybe I get surprised when one just appears on screen. Sorry. I'm happily here to sit and wait 30 seconds in silence, by the way. Just so we're... It's been many months since I've been shocked by the last pick of Falcons. Like, truly.
Their lineup definitely looks different. If you look at the heroes, this is not a traditional Falcons draft by any means. Maybe first pick Mars would give you some idea, even though they haven't been really thinking about first picking Mars in the last couple of series that they played. And in the end, it's just going to be that Nature's Prophet. You have Greater Treant, so lane matchup against Huskar can be good. Even though I saw matchup that did go in Huskar's favor the other day, also it does mean, like, it does depend which teams are playing it. But overall, I think Heroic did quite a few good adjustments. You have two supports who can play the game easily. They're not relying on the cooldowns too much. You have a much better lane for Tidehunter. It's going to be this time around Shadow Shaman on that position 4. And I think Huskar as a pick, they're going to use Huskar against Huskar Masters. So let's see if it's going to work out for them.
In last game, Falcons, the supports were just dominating the early game, and Heroic just weren't drafted strong enough supports to match it. This time, they have supports to mirror the move of Falcons, and I think it's all about the battle of supports early on. If Huskar gets enabled, he can take away your first Aegis, he can occupy the map, he can buy time for Tide and PA to feel like they're good. But if Huskar doesn't have a game, now Nature Prophet's taking your towers, Mars suddenly has Blink and BKB, and the map can be very small. So I think the supports on either side, it is critical.
Heroic needs to be ready once that level 6 on Malrine comes up, because we've seen that he's going to be stacking the creeps, using that Greater Treant for vision, and also they need to be ready to maybe even come with, I don't know if Tidehunter is going to be ready at the time, but at least Shadow Shaman needs to be able to help out the bottom lane, because this is where they're going to bring the numbers and try to kill the enemy carry.
It's also a difficult Gyrocopter game as well. Like playing into PA, PA naturally scales better than Gyrocopter. Huskar down the line, he can get an AC, he can go for Ags, he can taunt the Gyrocopter. It isn't as free of a game as the previous one. So I think Skidder has a lot more pressure on him as well, that if he doesn't join the correct fights or scale correctly, one bad placement and now Yuma's going to take over the game. So it's the volatility is now in this game.
Yeah, I think I favor Heroic's draft. It's just going to come down to whether they can execute it or not.
Yeah, well, we are about to find out whether they're going to be able to execute it or not. We're getting into the game. Remember, this will be a place in the playoffs if Falcons are able to win it. Heroic would be going home. We're going to find out what's going to happen. And over to ODPixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, here we go, getting ready for this game too. So we're getting a Huskar coming in. Of course, wasn't the ultimate last pick, so there was a chance to respond to it. What's it sort of overall ended up looking like, do you feel like? Is this a game where the Huskar will be a problem, or have Falcons got ways to play around it?
Ways to play around it, I would say, but this is similar to what we saw the other day. I know you were talking about the Huskar plus PA timing once you get to that later stage, right? With the Aghanims, the taunt, plus the PA having the items online there. That's where it can be very, very powerful. We'll just see how Analog is able to do, because I saw this matchup the other day, and on paper we were looking like NP over time has always been able to do good versus Huskar because the tree, the Incendiary actually allows him to kill the Greater Treant. So it's actually pretty interesting. So we'll see how Analog does in the matchup, and we'll see if there's rotations that come in to change that matchup in particular also, because both 4 positions are very good at killing the opposing mid laners. Clockwork versus the NP, and then also that Bounty versus the Huskar to catch him off guard. And let's see if Malrine does do that. We're going to see the tech, right? He's going to do the stacks. They're probably going to put some wards so they get that high damage Wrath of Nature in the early game. So let's see if Heroic is going to be prepared for that, because it comes out, like 6 minutes. If you're showing on the lanes, you get hit by like 400 damage from this Wrath.
Yeah, they've been very good at using that. And as we saw earlier today in the stats from Falcons, Nature Prophet performances, they've had some quite some record breakers. There've been some great games from them.
And the thing
has been Malrine or Skeeter.
And the thing overall for Heroic that just does look much better in particular, right, is that they don't have this like super pressure. I mean, it's still a strong lane in particular bottom, but it's not a Muerta Mars, right? With this lane that can just constantly set up kills. Looks like it should be a little bit easier for Yuma, even though he still did well. I feel like it should be even easier as this PA. And it looks like Falcons actually just wants to get the first blood. So they're going to start with 3 heroes just to go for this kill immediately. Looks like they know that Snaking's there because of that aura.
The shards should still be able to get this first blood with that. As the shards are down, Schofield.
Skeeter gets the last hit too. Crit will instantly TP bottom.
And this top lane, last time around we saw for the Tide, it was not an easy start to the game. It was a pretty difficult game. Is it a little better this time for Whisper with his support backup this time round as the Shaman instead of the Mirana?
Probably not.
Still tough.
Still a tough one.
Okay.
Yep. At least he has someone that can contribute stuff in the lane. Last time it was a Leap Mirana level 1, which does literally nothing. So maybe with the little extra like chicken fingers and stuff like that, it could perhaps, but I don't think so. It does feel like it's going to be another really tough and slow start for Whisper in particular. I'm mostly going to be looking at mid because I want to see how Analog does deal with the tree. Because, like I mentioned, I saw the matchup the other day and I saw that Huskar deal with it.
Yeah, you can, as you said, you want to try and kill the tree.
Yeah. You just spam the spears onto that tree. Actually, you know what? Now I look at it too, it's like I was saying that it should actually be better overall for Yuma, but he does have a clockwork in his lane, so maybe it's not going to be the super easy lane as Crit steps up, but he's got the invis, he will be fine.
Well, because you feel that the clock won't be able to do much to save him, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Top lane.
Schofield again.
He's going down once more.
I just think clock doesn't provide too much of that extra control or you know, extra harass, but maybe PI just withstands it anyway because of just the constant launch charges being given to you from Mars, but we shall see. 10-6 at the moment on Malrine, having that edge at the moment versus the Huskar. But Whisper's actually doing better. So, I mean, Schofield, he's dying for it, but triple cogs actually connects onto Amar there. KJ. Nice job there.
Both offlaners, yeah, better starts than before, right? They're keeping up with that of the some of the other cores. It's sort of the mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference. The amount of denies that Malrine still be able to get in with himself in the Treant.
Schofield gave his life to literally make it so that Whisper can have a bit of a better time. Double Bracers finished up for the Tide now. See if they can fight. I mean, Schofield showed to the lane again. Oh god, Schofield's dead again.
They're gonna get him once more.
They'll get a trade though this time.
They do, but if anything, that means we're solo XP for Skeeter. He'll take that.
Schofield. In very Schofield fashion. 3 deaths in the 3 minutes that we've had so far. But he's acquiring TPs.
And doing what he can to just enable these situations, as you said, where Whisper can actually hit the freeze.
Yep. Whisper now stepping up a bit far. Level 3's been hit for snaking, so he's got the snowball as well. Nice shards.
Yeah, indeed, making it very difficult for Whisper to run. They've got the snowball. They'll get the kill as well. So the continued positive action here for Skeeter. 3-0-1 already in this safe lane.
It's going better for Whisper, but it also is probably going better for Skeeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's getting that extra bonus from the kills and the extra XP, because now it was a level 4 Tide Runner that he gets that XP from. So far, Malrine has not gone back to get any stacks ready yet. He has adapted the build, I believe. I didn't see this last time, the Orb of Corrosion. I don't think I saw that last time on the Nature's Prophet versus the Huskar, but can understand why he wants it. That extra little bit of reduction can always add up. Analog, 20-6, so yep, he's doing a good job.
Top.
Uh-oh, top.
They're gonna get him again?
It is Schofield.
Oh no.
Schofield.
I mean, what's the plan now? Surely you just can't come back up.
Don't come up there. Honestly, Whisper, it's up to you. You've got your boots. You just go drag waves as best as you can. And Schofield, maybe you find somewhere else to go. Giving up too many kills up here.
And can they kill Whisper?
They can. They absolutely can if Skitter wants to connect over. But Skitter's actually got the connection of the creep wave. So and this is all
he's tempted to chase for the kill. Nah, it's a bit too far for him. Yeah, he goes back to the creeps now.
Malrine halfway to 6. Analog.
Top tower is under attack.
These denies are adding up, so a little bit behind in terms of XP there, so can't go for an aggressive play yet onto Malrine.
Schofield's got to be careful.
Schofield.
And we'll manage to get the setup and kill Crit down in the river.
That's a good kill. So far, Yuma not feeling any pressure down there. He's getting some good CS. Amar also getting that free farm, though. Now close to 6. Malrine, after this wave, will likely have it. KJ considering maybe to get a ward behind here to scout.
Oh, top lane. I don't want to say it, but it's happening again, I think.
It's happening again. He's dead.
Yeah.
Okay, Schofield. Another one for Skitter.
They got his Whisper got Snakey's courier at least.
Okay.
But yeah.
That's one thing. And KJ, he's playing near the mid lane, so they might look for a dive play onto Malrine when Analog hits 6. They also put the ward behind the tower there to scout if there was stacks. KJ, sneaky spot. The Crit's here with him.
They'll be able to get themselves out of the cogs, and further TP backup comes in. Sprout at the ready. Snaking. Not going to be able to trap KJ.
KJ will take that. He's got the regen. If Analog was 6, perhaps they can go for something there, but just shy of it as Skeeter. Chasing Whisper on his own here. Big Wrath of Nature
That's
bouncing
a lot
through.
of damage on these rocket barrages.
They got him again.
And Whisper's going down.
This top lane is devastating. Again.
On the plus side, it wasn't Schofield dying.
I
So
mean,
he
is that a
can
plus
feel
side?
good about himself. He's like, well, it's not me dying now.
I feel like that's a negative side.
Well, not to Schofield.
Sure.
You know, if he's getting getting flamed by the tide, he can flame the tide back now. Like, well, bro, you're dying as well.
Looks like this time, though, they're preparing to not get their Shrine of Wisdom stolen like they got every single time last time. So they will be able to get that one for KJ. So at least Schofield will get some levels. But my goodness, Skeeter really truly has been enabled in this game. He's
it's
1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that for the Gyro.
It's Yuma's been not completely free farming, but decently as Whisper.
No, they're going for him. TPs are coming in, though. See if they can turn this around. Whisper will be fine. Stepping up here, they get the grab on towards Skeeter. Skeeter, he goes down. It's time Heroic able to help out. Make sure that nobody dies this time.
They punish the over-aggression this time. This time they went a little too far for Whisper there. Gonna be able to come in with those TPs and get a cleanup kill. Not 2 kills, though. I thought they'd actually be able to get both. Pressure now, Marine heading toward bottom. Wrath of Nature up in 2 seconds. Yuma does have to be careful how he steps up here. He will be able to get the blink out. If Amar was able to close that gap, it could have been a kill.
Top lane snaking, maybe seeing if he can get the angle onto Whisper.
Still low. They've got the
Shots
Wrath
are
of
there.
Nature.
Whisper's got the Ravage. We'll be able to get it off, and yeah, they'll get the kill and get out. Whisper's gonna live.
They didn't use the Wrath. Marine had it up.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Maybe he doesn't have enough creeps on the map, I guess. I'm not sure. Either way.
Sorry, it would have been close. Maybe the numbers wouldn't have been good enough.
I mean, they have a ward actually in the triangle, so never mind. Whatever. Either way, he didn't end up using it there, so maybe he's saving it for another opportunity. As they'll get a kill. It's a Ravage. For a 5 position, but at the least it does get Whisper into a infinitely better position than he was the last game. Even though he's died a lot of times, he's actually having a much better game. And Malrine's net worth this game is actually quite low. Last time he was at like the tippity top with his mid NP. This time, I guess being pulled around too much with his movements has impacted his net worth. Whisper again.
TP backups coming in. Whisper. Oh, they'll get him this time. Malrine's not going to hold back. Has the ult. And will be able to finish off the job.
And he gets the last hit with it too, so does fix that problem with his net worth that was coming in there.
Crit's got eyes on Yuma.
Uh-oh. Mar. Got the spear.
Get the setup. Have they got enough? Yuma. He's trying to run.
Extra hit. Oh,
they'll drop the arena. Yeah, they don't want to mess around anymore.
He really wanted to hang on to it for another potential setup somewhere else, but does have to end up using it just in case. 3K lead now for the side of Falcons. They have a ward to scout Analog as well. He is dropping low, but they don't have anyone near the area. Schofield bodying for him.
Should be able to clean these stacks up.
Speaking of stacks, could we get the stack counter? If we put it up there, I just missed it. I'm sorry about that, but it does feel like we've had quite a bit again from Heroic. Really prioritizing stacks in both games.
Schofield's got an invis.
6. We'll be okay.
Skeeter backs off in the tower. Doesn't want to get caught out here. It's got the full crit coming out now.
A game pace slowing down, and Falcons starting to get that big gold advantage, at least a 3,000 lead. I mean, Malrine just being able to sit on the side there, gets that kill onto the Tide, clears up 2 ancient camps. Amar being able to posture very aggressively bottom, and Skeeter, we've already talked about how much he's been honestly just boosted from the extra kills that he's gotten. And now Yuma again.
They've got the setup.
Ooh, not enough.
Quickly able to cut out of the tree line from the Sprout. Make sure there's no connection with the spear. So Yuma will live.
Nicely done from Yuma. Quick fingers there with the quelling. Constant pressure though. The Falcons applying that pressure and getting the better farm out of the map at the moment with their movements. Level 6 on the clockwork. Let's see where KJ can go. He's quite good versus all 3 cores. Obviously not independently, he needs that backup, but getting on top of them can be very important with this clockwork.
Thinking. Sure. Whisper's got to get back. These two can definitely threaten him.
Every time he steps up, I'm worried for him.
This tower should be theirs. Not going to be bringing in any sort of TP reaction this time, Heroic. So the tier 1 top will be claimed. More money for Skeeter.
Drop the Serpent Wards in mid. Can they get the catch onto Maureen? They don't have an angle for KJ. They will just be able to finish off the tower, though. Next Serpent Wards could potentially be used to maybe to sneak some Roche if they want to do it with Analog. They do have that on the side of Heroic. Great way to kill Roche. They're going to smoke. They want to try to... I mean, pushing Amar out of this lane is important. And they do have the vision of him. This could be a big kill. Oh! Just kidding.
Probably not going to get it now.
Schofield hasted, trying to close the gap, but it's too close to the tower now.
Yeah, they can't push on into the threat of the arena setup.
Yep. Whisper. Snaking, trying to get the angle. Won't quite be able to. As now KJ. Spear does not latch to his cog. It was right off the mark. Might still get chased out. One more spear.
See, Amar, can he hit it?
Nope.
Not quite.
But they got him anyway. Track money. 10-4. Skeeter getting no pressure on him whatsoever.
This is the thing, right? He's just so far ahead. Yep. He had an easy start to this game.
They can't get to him is the issue too. There's too many other problems on the map that they're trying to deal with. While Yuma he's getting some farm, but he keeps getting delayed, right? They keep running over and contesting his farm on that bottom side. Skeeter is not getting contested whatsoever. So far, no movements out of Analog. He's 0-0-0 on this Huskar. He's just seeing Malrine maximize so that much better. He's getting that farm. He's getting that big separation between him and Analog. 1,400 between the two now. Wait, this cosmetic from the bounty leaves little daggers as well? Or? Oh, no, it was the PA. Okay, never mind, sorry. Yuma. Again, he's getting pressured.
Oh, nice jump over to the side, but well, Amar was ready though. In with the blink, ends up catching both of them.
Amar, can he get himself away? He's speedy, down the Wandering Whirl. He gets himself away, and it looks like they're gonna steal the Shrine of Wisdom. Again, Falcons, this early game.
It's getting rough.
It is indeed getting rough.
It's getting rough. Going the same way it seems the game before and the game before that and the game before that. Not an easy day if you're the team that's coming in kind of from behind in terms of what was expected from the series.
Heroic's got to start forcing stuff. Like I think maybe go Roche. You force another kill. Like you got to do something. Get your Ravage to be used.
Yep.
Set up with these. Try to set up at least. Amar.
Here we go. They should kill Amar.
This time they will.
This is going to be a kill.
They can't just keep sitting back. The sitting back, it's just allowing Yuma to get pressured and Skeeter just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, the gap between the two carries is pretty insane.
Too much.
14 minutes in.
It's way
so far ahead.
Tormentor. Looks like that might be the choice there for Heroic. But Falcons may consider contesting.
They could bring Skeeter over.
They can throw the tracks out, and Crit can do quite a bit of damage with shurikens.
I think Skeeter's going to want to be here. He's going to clear up the stack. Let's have a make over on Heroic's side of the map. Looks like he doesn't want to come over and join them, so they'll let Heroic take this.
Schofield, though, might just get tracked and killed by Crit.
Oh, is the tree going to kill him?
Tree.
Oh!
Actually gets out. That'll be the Battle Fury finish, so at least they get an objective there. That's a good move there. They didn't have to use much either. They do have their ult at the ready in case a fight does come to them.
Just goes to show, though, how much Space Skeeter felt that he was getting right, that he's like, I don't want to head over, I'm just going to keep hitting creeps.
Can't blame him when he's having just this free of a time on the gyrocopter so far.
It's going to be just a super fast Dragon Lance Crit Aghanim's timing.
Yeah.
This game, if this continues.
Might be one of the faster ones I think that I've seen because of those 5 extra kills he's been given and the 0 pressure, like we've been saying. You know, they're just getting to hit creeps. Malrine and Skeeter are literally just getting to sit in jungle and hit creeps, while the rest of the team just dictates the majority of the pace. Seeing Amar, he's queuing up Deso too this game. Probably because he's playing versus the Huskar, just getting that extra physical.
Yeah, I think that just goes to show as well how comfortable he feels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like versus the
he's
Morph,
gonna go the Deso build.
the Hex is godly, right? But if you want to go down the route of Deso versus some lineups like this, it can work. He also has 2 physical damage cores. Pretty much a full physical lineup from them besides the gyro damage and the Wrath of Nature. Or the gyro spells, I should say, sorry.
Dire are scanning.
I just no attempts to try and go for the gyro.
Nope. And their lanes are constantly shoved in. It's just doesn't seem like possible for them to actually get to him. He shows top for a couple of seconds, but the lanes just keep getting shoved in. They're even dragging creep waves with these treants. I've been watching Malrine for the last 3 minutes or so, just grabbing a wave with the treant, pulling it to another wave, stacking them up for potential Wrath of Natures. Potential Wrath of Natures. Ooh. Yuma, he's spotted right now.
Critical eyes on him. It's easy. Easy kill for Falcons. I mean, the pressure, as you say, just continuing on Yuma, whilst none is continuing on to Skeeter.
I feel like a broken record at this point, continuing to repeat the same thing. Looks like the line is drawn that they want to try.
Yeah, you gotta imagine, right? Yuma's got to be feeling a bit like, so guys, I keep dying. How's their gyro doing? He's having a great time.
So they'll go for the Roshan stuff. Yeah. This is what their lineup can do, but Falcons very well aware of that. And Skitter, he's got it. Getting some scouting. They're pretty low. Whisper.
They can't get to the Aegis.
Oh god, the shards. They blocked them out.
Somebody's got to grab it. There we go.
Analog's got it. Call down off the mark. They're considering going back in. They'll get crit.
All right, so they got the Aegis. Now time to start to get something going.
Come on, Amar. Is he doing it? He's bought the 1 hammer. I love Deso Mars. It's always just a treat to watch. People get, supports in particular, get one-shotted. Tusk Blink as well finished up. Schofield somehow has found a Blink in this game. I'm not sure how, but he has found some farm. So that can be pretty nice to stop the chain combo in particular from the Mars. If he can just stop the sequence to come out from the chain stunts, could be important. So far, just the game plan continues to be pretty much exactly the same from Falcons. 2 heroes sit on the sides, farm, while the rest put the pressure on. And for Heroic, maybe it is just wait for Yuma to have BKB, wait till he is as strong as he can be, and just go for that big play.
Yeah, they'll have the Blink Ravage online pretty soon.
And he has the Vlads, not a Midas this time, so
true,
synergizes much better.
The Midas still yet to come.
Yeah, no Midas.
We'll get that eventually.
I mean, you always know my opinion on Midas, so it's always funny when we bring it up. Great. They actually do get that dust onto him, but I don't know if they knew he was on the south side.
Yeah, it was just out of vision.
Sneaky play, a dust used, and double movement.
Oh, he played it safe. No Deso today. It was like after that Roshan and the Aegis goes to Heroic. You know, Mars like
smarter.
we can't afford to get the Deso.
Yeah, it's probably smarter versus Ravage, but we always want to see the Deso. Crit. Standing outside the base, stalking. They have great deep vision that they've been able to place to continue watching Heroic. And with this Aegis still for 2 minutes, or 2.5 minutes, is the plan from Falcons just going to be continue doing what they've been doing? Keep hitting the creeps? Don't need to worry about the Aegis? I think so.
I think it is. I think Skeeter and Malrine, they're chilling. They feel no need to try and do anything proactive. Just keep farming.
They probably wait for triple BKBs and then fight, right? That's used to be the answer versus Tidehunter for a lot of times, so they are approaching those pretty soon. Malrine almost has 2 components. Skeeter, 2 components finished, and they have the one on Amar. You'll like Amar's items queued up as they'll get the catch on Snay.
Okay. I mean, they can find the supports. Again, they're getting little kills here and there. And, oh, indeed, Amar's...
You see it?
He's got the whole game planned out now. After his team, you know, was like, you got to get the BKB. He's like, okay, I'll get it, but then I'm getting the Deso Divine Rapier.
I like that he queued up the Rapier immediately, too. That makes it even funnier. It's a push. They'll get a tower after this kill. So getting some space on the map with this Aegis at the moment. But Falcons are patiently waiting for those BKBs until they probably look for the big fight themselves.
Here we go.
See if Heroic can find another big kill.
Marion would be quite the nice catch.
I say another big kill, just a big kill.
And Marion's
just
already
killing supports.
He's already out of here as well. Yeah, he was farming the bottom line, but he's out.
Looks like they won't find crit.
And time running out now on this Aegis.
1 minute left.
They want to find one of these cores.
The support's just playing in between. It's difficult for them to get access to those cores. Look where Malrine's playing. He's in the base. He's actually standing in the base because he expects this movement to be coming out. Playing it super careful. Yuma shows himself mid. They'll get a track onto him.
And all this time, Skid is just chilling.
He truly is. Both of them. Malrine is almost catching up to him also. He truly is maximizing.
It's level 17 as well on Gyro. It's good, kind of 3 levels ahead of anyone on Heroic.
Get the jump on Malrine. Schofield. He's got the catch.
There we go. That's a big one. Finally, they're able to find quite the juicy kill.
That ward. I mean, that's probably how they have to do this, just place those. I think that's the first time that Malrine has put himself in that type of position, too. First time he TP'd into a more aggressive spot rather than like sticking around his Ancients or around like that bottom side. Biggest kill they've gotten.
Absolutely. Goes the way of Analog. He can start working with that BKB.
He's level 15, too, right? So, yeah, decent amount of XP that it gives over to the cores. Can they turn this into another kill? I think you probably continue trying to look for something here. Falcons is set up north. Aegis is getting reclaimed in 15 seconds, though, so could be a little dangerous. As the BKBs are online on the 2 cores. And Snake does have Blink, too, so he has the counter initiation if they don't get the BKB off. Because a couple of times, you know, the Blink Ravage can't just be in your face and you can't get it off, but Snake can be there. So we'll see if Heroic can get the potential setup here. Falcons. They want to fight. They want to catch him as this Aegis gets reclaimed.
Might walk into them. It's close.
8, 7, 6, 5.
They're going to go, surely.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. In with a snowball. Any help for Analog? There won't be. He's gone.
That ward catching vision of him just around the tree line. Patience from Falcons again. Getting the push going. That's 35 seconds, no Huskar.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yuma, I feel like now for the first time, though, has gotten a bit of space to farm. So he's been able to push this wave out bottom. But now they're setting up for him. The scan comes out. He's anticipating a movement. He gets a little more space to get
Got his supports moving over as well to be around just in case anyone was searching for action down here on Falcons. It's just snaking at the moment.
He's getting more breathing room, though, on this PA at the moment.
Can he out-carry this free farm Nature's Prophet and free farm Gyro?
Who can itemize pretty effectively versus him as well, too. The items are pretty good that they can go for either the Revenants plus MKB or whatever route they want to go. We shall see. A lot of PAs have been dominating. Definitely still a possibility. It's an uphill battle, but...
His arms continue to fly up.
Falcons is just doing the same thing over and over again.
I mean, Ski just got the full Revenant's Brooch, and he's ready to go for the MKB next.
Yep.
And that's going to be the problem.
That'll be the problem for you.
If he's able to get the MKB before Heroic's been able to get the PA involved and have made plays against the Gyro, this Gyro is just going to clean up the PA in the fight very easily.
And speaking of the fight, Owen, it's coming. Tormentor, the catch. Schofield, he'll get the grab before the spear, but he has to blink away.
I'll just spend a little bit of time chasing him. I do drop the wards, but they'll get him anyway. They come over the Ravage. And Schofield's still alive. He
Snowball?
might actually be able to walk this one off. Schofield, he'll get out of there. But overall, Falcons as a team push forward. And with the damage, the Skeeter's ready to pump out. There's not a chance for Heroic in this team fight. Yuma tries for the BKB TP out. The Skeeter's able to get the last hit in. It's 4 dead on Heroic. Skeeter getting the cleanup.
Couldn't burst Malrine in time. He gets snowballed. Even though he had BKB active, he still put him inside the snowball there for a second. Well, couldn't wait for the kill there on Yuma, but so much damage. Skeeter just cleaning house. Everybody trapped inside the arena. And now they'll both get that Tormentor too. Falcons just one step ahead, playing the fights, playing it patiently every single time.
And Heroic obviously felt very tempted to try and make something happen here with the way that, you know, Falcons had to push forward quite a bit. They get this Ravage out, the 2 of them make the jump onto Malrine, but the save's there. Snaking all the more ready to bail him out and allow them the chance to turn this around and ensure that even though Malrine does go down at the end, they make Heroic pay for it very heavily.
He only just goes down.
Yeah, he nearly got
Literally
away with that
last
Sprout
attack
play.
is the one that brings him down, so only just. Top of net worth, Malrine, as he does do on this Nature's Prophet. And now the lead is tremendous. 12,000 gold lead with these triple cores. Looking very difficult for Analog to really stand his ground versus either of them. BKB soon online for him, but either way, their damage is starting to get too excessive. Now positioned around the Roche pit too. They're gonna have Amar's ult soon. By the way, Amar has changed what he's queued up, sadly, again.
Keeps having his dreams stolen away from him. Probably by his teammates saying, no, Deso, no Divine Rapier yet.
I'm sure Amar doesn't listen to his teammates in that way. He makes his own choices, this guy. KJ will get pulled back in.
He's pretty much going to have the MKB online for the next push.
Insane.
He's that close. He has just had, honestly, one of the chillest gyro games
for him. He's like, thank you, Schofield, for giving me 5 kills in the lane, and then I'm just going to go be in the jungle.
And then nobody went and tried to find him.
15 minutes. Analog.
So he caught in the shards. He's going to have the backup of Whisper. But Skeeter's moving on with the damage.
Whisper.
They'll get both of them.
And Snaking, is he even going to live? He is, because of the Essence Ring. The jump forward from Amar.
He went pretty deep for that one. They'll punish him for that. He did sort of jump in. I think, you know, the rest of his team were like, oh, Amar's made the jump forward. I mean, obviously, it doesn't really matter too much because the rest of Falcons can clean up anyway. Heroic still having to head back.
Still a bit of a funny one there. Schofield gets him.
Yeah, he just went in Amar.
If he had BKB'd, he's fine. But
He'd had it with his teammates telling him he can't go this Deso Rapier build.
Shrines will be stolen. Cannot believe Snake lives again, as this Tusk is also very high level, right? Level 16 Tusk, 2,600 HP, very tanky. MKB's done.
And 28 minutes in, it's got to be one of the more fun gyro. I mean, this has to be the most fun gyro.
I say it's the most fun gyro.
At this tournament.
At this tournament, absolutely.
Well, this is crazy numbers from Skeeter.
What's his GPM actually at? 720. Pretty damn high. And the build looks, the build looks great this game.
Yeah, build's perfect.
MKB Revenant approach versus that PA. Analog still doesn't have the BKB. He does find crit. Takes him some time. That damage, that 15 talent, you could see right there. That should have been a much faster kill, but 30% damage reduction on the Bounty Hunter. It is a lot.
And what does Skeeter even need to go next? It's kind of done, right? I mean, what can he treat himself to? Does it still get the Satanic?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then,
Satanic,
it already feels like they can't kill him.
I think it's Satanic, eat Ags, and you go Butterfly.
Yep.
Because PA does not want to go for any True Strike. If we get to that point, of course.
Well, Schofield's courier there did have the completed Ether Lens on, so no Ether Lens for 2 minutes for him.
That's grim. They need every little bit that they can get for the next big team fight that's going to come in soon. The Falcons, they're just still, they're doing what Falcons does. Continue to grow that lead. Wait till they can pick and choose the battle that they want to, and they're going to smoke. They're going to look for it again.
It's definitely going to be a Rapier PA game.
I agree.
If there's going to be a chance here for Heroic.
He's
Yuma's
not doing
gonna
it
have to get there.
He's going Basher first. So he's got the SNY BKB, and now he's going Basher.
Yeah, I guess he's already spent up on some of the Basher.
Yeah. I thought it was also going to be Satanic Rapier, probably, but does want to have that extra lockdown versus
He's got the full Abyssal queued up, but I feel like, yeah, Basher, then the Satanic, then the Rapier. I don't know if you can go all in on buying the full Abyssal.
I can get why, though, because he is playing versus triple BKB cores, right?
Sure, but are you going to win?
Yeah, he needs damage. Amar jumps in.
BKB's popped. He's on top of KJ for now. He'll turn over towards Negi. They've got the opening control onto Skeeter, but he's still going to get to freely hit. The flak attacks flying out.
Analog.
He's caught. He's killed off.
And in the backlines, Yuma can't finish off Amar in
time.
time.
And they get the arena. The spear's there from Amar onto Yuma. Yuma can't even get Amar. The Ravage comes in.
Ravage into TP.
All right, Whisper's able to clean up at least Amar on the way out. It's something, but again, not a whole lot of anything.
I mean, it might be something, aka the end of the game with no Ravage to defend your base when you go for
Field.
Like
he
that.
bought back for this.
Another track.
And the missile will get him.
He didn't even track him. He just stood on top.
Yeah.
Bullying.
He dies as he lived, you know, dying to the gyro.
True.
Again. It's been a tough.
I mean, another very tough. Yeah. They're just, with this type of draft, it seems like they just understand once they get ahead how to just maximize the farm, and that's truly what it is. It's maximized farm on both gyro and NP. Ridiculous levels. And now when they respawn, yeah, there's no Ravage to go for the defense. These Treants quickly bring down the racks. Not the level 25 Treants, of course, but still enough damage as Whisper.
Look pretty dead. Another kill for Skeeter.
Did he cut the wrong tree? He used his Quelling Blade, but I think he missed the tree.
I don't know if he's cut his way out of that.
Satanic coming out for Skeeter soon. Amar throwing out the tip to Schofield, and Amar, he changed the build again. He went for X.
He's got that.
He doesn't need it anyway, but
he's ready to close it. He's a sensible man. Well, where's the Rapier? How close are we? Okay, the progress, right? He's not all.
The jump, it's on Analog.
Yeah, and he's not got buyback. There for 50 seconds. Falcons continue on to look towards the Mega Creeps. 33k gold lead. It's heroic. See if they give it one last shot. When they've got the full 5 of them up, they might not even get time for that. The tier 4s are going down too quickly. It's Falcons. Looking to close this up and move on in the tournament. There's the buyback. They'll try once more.
Still no Ravage for 20. The jump.
Look at the Hex. Gonna try and throw everything in and on towards Marin. They've got the stun as well. Do they have the damage to get the hook shot? Completely misses anything.
They don't have anything.
But it doesn't matter. This one's over. GG is called, and with that, Falcons will take the series 2-0 against Heroic. Moving on. And yeah, the day of the stomps, Fox.
Yeah, I mean,
we've had 4 stomps back to back now.
It truly just looked like an outclass, right? They were just kind of dancing with them, doing whatever they wanted. Even if you can look at the draft, etc. as well too. But at Falcons, they just knew exactly how to play versus this today.
Yeah, it was a tough series for Heroic. That was very much felt through and through throughout the play and the draft. Tough day for a couple of teams here, but a very chill day for a couple of the winners so far, Aurora and Falcons. The stomps, as I say, they continue. Falcons, they take this 2-0.
So to all the hate viewers, there will be no fail clowns today. Falcons through to the playoffs. And Heroic really got themselves into all kinds of trouble. Trouble that realistically began in the draft. So many resources dedicated to protecting the Tide first pick, and it just spiraled out of control from there.
Yeah, I mean...
Didn't work out.
Didn't work out. There's only so many times we can really talk about that one, but I feel...
you don't want to talk about it again?
I'm just a bit tired saying that the draft wasn't too good, you know, but I think Falcons, they, of course, have had a difficult Swiss group, but they've overcome it at the kind of the final hurdle. They secure their 3-2. And I think for Skidder as well, I think it's really good for him to kind of re-find a little bit of form. His last series, he finished 4-4-1, 1-5-2. This series, 3-1-13, 15-1-10. The Tusk Gyrocopter lane 2 games in a row was just, you know, devastating for Heroic to deal with.
And he's also playing more traditional carries, which I'm also glad that they did experiment a little bit more with some Dawnbreakers, some Slaughter. Sure, they are going to bang it out if it's a good game for it, but also seeing him on a more traditional carry does feel good in terms of the scaling that they do have. I mean, Amar also, he's the one who's going to be scaling. There was a Deso build coming out from him. Laning stage-wise, they completely destroyed the off lane 2 times in a row. They were playing against the Tidehunter. This Tusk Plus Gyro still very strong, even though you are going for a different facet than you were during the TI. It still feels very strong. You have the setup for the rocket barrage. You're always going to have a good chase potential. If somebody steps way too close with the shards, they're going to be dying quite a lot. And Skeeter, he was on a mega kill streak relatively early on.
I mean, I wish Amar went for the Deso. He went for the BKB in the end. But
he did, okay.
Yeah.
A bit disappointed.
It was disappointing, but I think just the way that he was playing this game was just utter confidence. Like every time his smoke break, he's blinking into the high ground. We already mentioned that the game might be slightly more difficult for the initiations, but as soon as he got that BKB, he just didn't mess around. He was always going into the middle of the fight, and you look towards, let's say, Analog on the Huskar, right? Like you're picking up Huskar, you're trying to force the draft. They still find a hero, right? We mentioned there's a sniper, there's a leaner, there's a Nature's Prophet. You know, Malreen, Nature's Prophet to Huskar, he had, what, like 20 denies in laning phase? They might have the same CS, but I think the lane just did not go as they expected. We've seen some Huskars beat Prophets, some Prophets beat Huskars. Clearly, I'm guessing it has to be a skill-based matchup. We don't see it too often, but again, yeah, standout player, easily Skidder. But overall, from everyone on Falcons, I think they have stepped up a lot since yesterday and the day before.
I was going to ask about that because it looked like they had a different tempo, I think might be the word. They kind of did feel differently. I know, obviously.
And they won their lanes.
Yeah,
that changes everything. Yeah. They were losing lanes for the last couple of days, but today at least it felt like they won their lanes. They still did their kind of greediness of farm, but it was after they break their opponent. If you don't break your opponent and you want to farm, you're going to get outplayed and outmaneuvered on the map. But if you break your opponent and then build 15k lead and your Prophet and Gyrocop to the top net worth, what can the PA do? She buys a BKB, there's no damage. And again, we're going to see it here. After BKB, she's looking for a Yasha. But look at Skidder. He already has like the brooch, the ag. It's just like, you can't even compare them.
You're never going to be lacking damage, and you can see the hero damage difference. A lot of that comes from the laning stage, pretty much 3 times more damage than what Phantom Assassin did. He's been very active. Your Phantom Assassin, sure, you have Battlefield, you have BKB. A lot of the time, Phantom Assassin doesn't lack damage, but also rest of the team is ready to back up Skeeter, as we're going to see in this fight, where I think a lot of the spell usage as well coming out from Heroic wasn't the greatest. Sure, this Ravage hits a lot of people. There is going to be Snowball save immediately coming out, so very nice play coming out there from Snaking. And then Amar, they pop their BKBs. Everybody's big and yellow. Suddenly, you see that they're going to be ready to clean up. They trap them inside of the arena. If they don't get the kills during that first like Ravage when it hits, they're definitely not going to be cleaning up the fight.
Well, we can bring in Crit. I do believe we've got him on standby for the winners interview. First of all, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. Obviously, with it being, you know, a 3-2 performance, how have you guys assessed your own performances here at Wallachia?
I think we had a good few days at the start. Obviously, yesterday we played pretty bad against Tidebound, I think. I think it was kind of a result of us losing to Spirit. Maybe a little bit of an overreaction. And then I think today we had a little bit more clarity in how we wanted to move forward in the tournament. And I think that helped us in this series.
Hey, Kurt, I got a question regarding the sides. Because right now I'm seeing that the last 19 games that you guys played, every single one of them was on Dire. And the Dire right now, it's very close. It's 48% win rate for Dire, even lower than 50. So why do you guys favor Dire so much?
Honestly, it's mostly that other teams just really like Radiant, and they just choose Radiant. So then we take
19 times in a row.
No, I mean, I don't know. It's not like we don't really have a priority. We're not sure which side is better. We're still figuring it out, but we don't have like a clear reason why one side is better than the other. So then it's just natural that if the other team likes one side more, they'll just play it more.
I see. And it doesn't have to do anything with Tormentor where you have to like defend it much easier, because a lot of the times you kill tier 1 tower, the safe lane tower from the enemies, and you still are holding onto your tower to TP to.
No, I think it's more like a laning thing, to be honest. I think the lanes might be a little bit favored for Radiant. I think that's probably the biggest thing.
I see. And I also got to ask you about one of your favorite heroes that you don't get to play. The hero gets changed way too much. I saw you playing a couple of games when Clink's on position 4. Do you think this hero is viable?
I didn't play it at all as position 4, so I only played it carry and mid, so I don't...
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, it's just kind of when I play pubs and I have to play core, it's just my go-to hero.
But I saw some high-level MMR players are testing it out. Do you think it has potential?
I think it's mostly for like profit, like you just eat the treant, but I'm not sure.
I mean, speaking of heroes, Tidehunter, heroic, first pick, 2 games in a row. Were you ready for that type of drafting? I feel like against Falcons, obviously they respect Amar, but obviously, and Whisper is a good Tidehunter player, but to force Tide in the draft 2 times, was that something that you were ready for? Or?
No, I think we knew that they were not going to give it to us, so they had to ban it or pick it. I think they just had other bans that they wanted to ban, so then they had to pick Tide.
And in regards to you said about Spirit kind of knocking you into a bad result kind of the day after, is that something that you feel like you've fixed? Because in the playoffs, if you have a bad result and another bad result, you're going to be going home. So do you feel like you've, at least for this tournament, kind of fixed that very reactive kind of look on a bad series?
I don't know if it was just like, we lost to Spirit, we were like, we know they're a good team, but then the next day we're like, okay, we lost a good team, now we're going to win. It's not like Tidebound is a bad team, but like Spirit is just on another level, so I think it was not far from us competing with Spirit, and then the next day I think we just had an expectation that we were going to win, and then they kind of hurt us when we were playing bad. I think that's the biggest thing.
Sure, and I don't know, we had another question, but I don't know the cost.
You played against both of the Chinese teams. You did lose against one of them, and China does look very strong right now. What do you think the biggest improvements that the Chinese team did to make it so far, to make it to the playoffs?
No, I think they practiced a lot. I think we played a lot of scrims against Tidebound as well, and I think they're trying hard. Like, I think they have good coaches and serious teams. I think it just gets you there.
All right. Well, look, I'll say from everyone here, congratulations again. Looking forward to seeing you later on in the tournament. Good luck for the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right. So there you go. You heard it there. Always great to get Crit's insight. I totally agree with you, T, that what we saw today from Falcons, even if it is kind of a mismatch, maybe in terms of the two teams, they definitely looked much, much stronger, much better. And I think the word he used there was clarity. We had a clarity of vision. We knew what we wanted to do.
Yeah, I think for a team like them, when you're often winning so much, maybe not recently, but conceptually, I think you need to be careful that you don't have that kind of the ego that they mentioned, right? Like, you lose to a team, we'll win the next one, right? And it's like, if they have this logic, then they can get surprised, especially because early in the year before we get to TI, the conclusion of the year, that's when people truly hit their best. So you've got to be careful. You need to make sure that every opponent is respected.
Yeah, definitely a team that can improve. They needed to play like 2 series to figure things out, what's working for them and what's not. Sometimes you have bad games, but I think they needed slightly more time to adjust to the new patch and to also adjust to the new map, because I've been saying that this is the team that has the best map movement when it comes down. When they were winning pretty much everything, they read the map so well, and they just need an extra maybe a week and they'll be ready to go.
All right, guys. Great hanging out over the course of the day. Great hanging out with you two at home. The champions of last season are out. Falcons are through to the playoffs. And we've got one more series to do. It's going to be Tundra versus Na'Vi. We're off to have a rest. You're going to have Shiva, Fear, and Jenkins coming in for this one. So make sure you don't go anywhere.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight. The heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
de plai, pe gură de rai, eu devin în cale, si cobor la vale, trec lumii de mie cu trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui vrâncean. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean care se vorbire, ei se sfătuire pe la profesoare ca să vină mare pe cel moldovan.
Well, hello there, and you're here for the final series of the group stages here for Wallachia Season 3. I'm Shiva, I'm your host for this one, and it is my absolute honor to be here together with two wonderful people. Fear, good afternoon. How are you doing?
I am doing great, and good afternoon to you as well. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
What's
the problem here?
I don't think there is a problem.
No problem, sir.
How are you doing? Because
I'm great.
Seems like you're going through something.
I'm great. It's good to be here. Yo, shout out to Fear. You're a TI winner, man. What's that like?
It's been a while.
You're nervous.
I'm very nervous being next to you.
I don't.
Why are you so nervous?
What happened?
Why? Well, your hands are so clammy all the time. I don't know what's going on with that.
It's just permanent nervousness.
I think it's a medical issue.
It actually.
You're American. You should have that free healthcare.
What I do know
wait
is
a
going on is our final series. So we should talk about Tundra and Na'Vi because there's going to be one best of 3 and winner goes through to the playoffs, loser gets eliminated. And I want to start with going a little bit deeper into Na'Vi. This is a team that maybe some people weren't expecting to make it through the final day here of the groups, Jenkins.
Yeah, this is a scrappy team. That's how I would describe them. That they go balls to the wall. These guys are really ham. Sometimes they'll go a little overboard, but that's interesting. You can understand how they're so high skill, mechanically speaking, because these guys actually have a lot more experience than I think people are giving them credit for. Shad got 3rd at the last PGL event. You have QBFY. He qualified for ESL Bangkok for Team Puck Champ. Then he was playing with Fortnite Man for Dream League. And then, of course, you have Boom. I mean, this is a decorated record. This is he was part of the inception of Gaimin Gladiators. Don't forget about that. Don't sleep on Boom. This guy's a legend. Look at all those things. TI 2022. Kaori. Let's not forget, this gentleman was on Quest. This was considered a top 3 team in the world at a point. Look at that. That's Riyadh Masters. Do you know how much money he won from that? 500 grand, $500,000. And then Sanctity. He was on Puck Champ, best in the region. He's probably the lesser experienced guy on the team, but was still top in the region, in a region where, Bet Boom and Spirit are the 2 that would be above that are getting invited. And these are 2 tier 1, like world top caliber teams that we're talking about here.
Yeah, not a team to sleep on at all. And on the side of Tundra, well, of course, for Na'Vi, they're here on an upward trajectory. I kind of feel like Tundra Fear is going the other way.
Well, maybe. We'll have to see on that one. But their performances right now are not what we're used to seeing, right? This is a team that you probably would have expected on day 3 would have been qualified already for the playoffs. But here we are on day number 5, and this is their recent results. Like Blast Slam, the first one in 2024, they had Nightfall here. They got to the grand finals. Key here is they've been to every single grand finals, either winning them or most recently losing to Team Spirit. This is a team you expect to be at the top right now, not here at day number 5. And we can take a look at the results here. They did lose some games here, but you can still know this team is good. Maybe Liquid's getting better. Xtreme has really been impressing us as well. This team has always been in the upper bracket, has always won its group so far through every single iteration with 33 on the team. Not so much this time around. And will they be good at bouncing back? I'll have to see on that one, but luckily for them, I'll say not the hardest opponent for them here. Na'Vi, I don't want to sleep on them, but Tundra, I feel like they just had some pretty bad drafts in the last couple series.
Is that indeed where we're going to go as to the reason why they're seemingly in a slump these last few days? Obviously, the matches yesterday they had with Xtreme were very competitive still, but on paper, they shouldn't have been.
New patch, right?
I think the one thing that we've been criticizing throughout this whole tournament is that Dyrachyo, when he has picked his hero early, this team looks good. When he's picked his hero late, sometimes they can suffer, because when you pick Dyrachyo's hero late, it's not like he doesn't do well, he does fine, but he does the same thing every single game, and it means the other players are getting less priority then.
Yeah, we have a graphic to back that one up as well. We will be focusing to see if Tundra does prioritize Dyrachyo's hero.
Like 100% win rate if they first pick his hero. And I understand this is only a total of 10 games, but you can see the clear trend here that the lower in the later in the draft they pick Dyrachyo's hero, the lower their win rate is. So this is reflected in the stats, and you know, it makes sense with Dyrachyo's playstyle. This is exactly what happened with Gaimin Gladiators as well when they were at the top. In Tundra, here they are at the top with Dyrachyo, same thing. It's the type of player he is.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to say that in theory, but you have to realize as well that there's so many bans in the first phase now that all these other teams kind of realize as well. There's a couple of Dyrachyo heroes, such as the Lifestealer, you can't let through, right? So how many of heroes can he pick in the first phase that are actually viable, right?
Yeah, that's true. And they're not going to let the Lifestealer through. In Tundra, they think the Magnus is good enough of a hero that even though they would love to pick that for Dyrachyo, he was kind of the one that was popularizing that, farming the Ancients. Now, they're not going to make the mistake again.
No, I was going to say, they realized yesterday, I think, that if they're not first pick, that hero should be banned.
Yeah, Magnus feels, you know, let me tell you, they removed all the cliffs from Dota, which is unfortunate for us cliffing enjoyers for Magnus, but it really feels like the hero went from good to even better somehow on the most recent patch.
Let's see. This has been 100% win rate, 5 picks, 69 bans.
Nice.
Yeah, this hero is quite nice actually, and it's an undefeated hero. It's very ballsy to give away Night Stalker. This is probably the best hero in Dota right now, if I were to guess. So, yeah, that Enigma respect ban, I get it, but... And then NP's not necessarily a hero that thrives against Night Stalker either, so I wonder what the plan is here, because there's no way you give away Night Stalker 69 bans away for free.
Yeah, I agree. That's just a nice amount of bans for sure. And I mean, Nature's Prophet, you can sprout him. He just flies over it. And you get Vision of Natures if you're ganking him in a side lane, even if it's a 4-position Night Stalker. Just the vision alone, like you can interrupt his TP with 2 methods. You can silence him, you can stun him with the Q, but you can also eat the Treant once you have the Egg Shard on Night Stalker, which is a big part of what gives Nature's Prophet his, you know, tower pushing abilities.
Yep. I mean, I'm sure they have a plan.
Why is Night Stalker 100% win rate? Like, what does he do so well that makes him first phase ban material basically, you know, 69
Well, he does 2 things, in my opinion, incredibly well. One of them is the fact that he has 3 abilities at level 2. So now he can just kill you and has that lane presence, add a Blood Grenade. It starts nighttime, so you get that advantage. And number 2 is he gives flying vision to his entire team, which is very OP for team fighting.
That's insane, honestly. And the thing is, like, as a cores get items, so they kind of always do a lot. But for Night Stalker, it's kind of a hero where if you could have run it as a support before, it would have been this good. It's just that you couldn't get through the laning stage as a support without griefing. And now, because you have 3 abilities at level 2, you can get through the laning stage and it's not griefing. So now you have this hero that's providing a crazy amount of vision, lockdown, you know, all of this stuff, and it doesn't need that much farm, and it doesn't grief the lanes. So it's just in a really good spot right now.
I really want to know why they let this through, because they banned Enigma over Night Stalker, and Enigma is a hero that is not super popular right now. I know they did run it on position 5 and won with it, which is somewhat scary, I guess, but as mentioned, this is probably the best hero in Dota, so I'm very curious on what this pick is going to be and what they think is going to be the Night Stalker counter. Terrorblade has always been very good versus hero because you get some vision, you can use reflection on him, you get the aura as well, and you can just right-click very hard on him and kill him.
And I'm assuming the Phoenix ban that Navi did earlier is already as a little bit of protecting the Night Stalker as well?
It's a little bit of a meme, but it has some uses as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm really trying to theory craft like what it is. I mean, there's the Lycan, which we've seen, and the idea is you take the Night Rain facet on Night Stalker, so it becomes night for the first 5 minutes. Lycan skills Howl, and then you win all the lanes because you have global Howl. But that's also kind of a meme, you know? It just, I feel like it's not enough. It looks like Tundra's just running a normal draft so far. Maybe the idea is you leave in the Night Stalker so they know that they get Nature's plus Abaddon or Nature's plus one hero that they think is like overpowered, and it's worth trading 2 OP heroes for 1, something like that.
Yeah, it's either that or they're trying to run a strategy where they're just so tanky that even if you do have the vision on them, it doesn't really matter. You can't enter the fight. Here's like
just ball up. Yeah,
Abaddon are pretty nice against that. They'll pick the Tide, which is very strong offlaner as well.
100% win rate as well for Boom on the Tide.
Go. I feel like Navi's getting a pretty good draft so far. Like this opening looks nice.
Who do you want Night Stalker to play?
Who do I want to play the Night Stalker?
Yeah.
Ideally position 4, since you do see the Tide already. I think this hero has some potential for other roles, but as per mentioned, just getting out of the laning stage is all this hero needs. And then you provide flying nighttime vision, which is very OP. And I think as position 4, that is perfect. And they're just going to gear up to win some lanes here with the Enchantress pick. This means you can't really put NP in the off lane. And I know Tundra loves to play this on Soxa, so that kind of block picks him there.
Yeah, and also you dispel the Abaddon shield, and with the facet that people are going for, it doesn't pop for any damage when you do that. So it's just a straight up dispel, and you're removing a bunch of effective HP from him. So I know people like Ench against Abba currently because of this as well. And the Undying comes out. I mean, they don't have the greatest Tombstone hitters. I guess there's Night Stalker, but as a support, and you're a melee hero, getting in there and hitting the Tombstone's kind of hard. And it's 2 melee strength heroes playing into the off lane who are going to be playing against an Undying. So
you just have to drag waves.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Night Stalker's great at doing that.
Yeah, he is.
He's, I mean, this is probably what you would consider doing anyway until you get that level 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth like trying to win the lane, right? The other option is you can potentially throw Enchantress, I guess, with the Tide and try to win the lane, but that seems just bad. So just drag the waves, get what you can. Tide is not going to have a great game, but at least they'll have some type of game. And both these heroes are great with just levels, right? You can stack for Tide later on. He just needs to get a couple items and he'll be fine. Same with Night Stalker.
Do you think the Tombstone's enough of a problem that they need a Tombstone hitter on Na'Vi, or do they have enough?
It's always nice to have more. Like heroes like Gyro could be decent for them as well. We saw it in the last series.
Gyro Ench is a very strong lane.
Yeah, it helps with the laning stage. It'll also just give them more damage. I'm okay with something like that.
This does confirm that the Nature's Prophet will be a core.
Yep, still could be mid, still could be carry. Nature's Undying is one of the most toxic lane duos you can possibly come up with. It's, you know, an Undying against 2 melee strength heroes, and then Nature's Prophet, who might even be able to solo that lane if he got enough of a decent start with the Treant. So yeah, definitely Navi's going to look to do some lane shenanigans up top.
This would be the first time Dyrachyo did play the Nature's Prophet, though.
Did we see BZM play it? I feel like we might have.
I'm checking.
Nope, neither have played it so far.
Okay.
So it'll.
But Dyrachyo has been playing it in his pubs, though.
Okay, there we go.
So the Ursa's banned, Lifestealer's banned. They're just going to pick the mid laner, an Ember Spirit. Makes some sense. There's not a lot of disable, but Shaman is a great disable.
Well, now this
strong mid laner.
This makes me think. Well, number one, you definitely, because Tundra has last pick, you got to ban the heroes that own Ember anytime you're in this situation. But I do question, like, how does Nature's Prophet do against Ember mid? I imagine it would do quite well because you're just all physical damage.
Yeah, I assume it's fine. It's not as punishing, I think, as some of the other options. Like the Huskar, Monkey Kings, Earthshakers. Those type of heroes will probably do better. But I'm not sure if you want an Earthshaker in this game. It seems a little hard versus Tide Night Stalker. But I feel like they do need a hero like that, so maybe they will. They don't really have a hero that can counter-initiate. I say counter-initiate because I feel like 33 loves to initiate with this Abaddon on almost every single game I see him play this. He'll go in first, get all the attention. They just need a hero that can go in after that. And whether that's Dyrachyo's hero or BZM's hero, we'll have to see. But they do have last pick, so.
They ban out the Terrorblade. So indeed,
and Na'Vi carry
the Night Stalker 4.
I mean, I'm still gonna mention the Gyro. It's his most played hero.
Yeah, for Shad.
I could see BZM playing Morphling mid against the Ember. It's one of the best matchups for the hero. He's been playing it in pubs, going for the Agi facet.
He did lose with that recently.
Yeah, I don't know how good it is because you have the Night Stalker silence, which kind of owns the Morphling, but I could still see it just because I feel like it's a confidence thing. Like he's just really confident in it right now. He has a good win rate with it in pubs. 60% win rate, and it's his most played hero. Cheever, is there anything that you would like to see BZM play?
Well, what if there's space for an Invoker on the lane, in the mid lane?
I think they have great setup for the Sunstrike. They have Sprout. You just put a circle, put the other circle down. You got Shadow Shaman gripping.
You're just getting my hopes up. The thing is, I'm saying it every day, and maybe me saying it is like cursing it.
He has
so
not
what if
lost
I don't
in pubs.
say it?
His Invoker, he has 5 matches in the last 8 days. He has not lost a single one of them.
Okay. So I'm thinking Gyro or Lycan for Na'Vi, because they have to pick first here. He does play both.
Both are excellent suggestions. I think Lycan presents this like massive problem where like, how the hell do you lock him down and kill him right now?
Yeah, it's very good versus all the heroes.
He's going to run down your supports, but I think the Gyro is probably a little safer.
Yeah, it's definitely safer. Gives you more team fight, gives you that stable carry. But the Gyro, you have to think about potentially maybe the Morph will come out.
Yeah,
on
Morph
Tundra,
will
right?
definitely come out if the Gyro comes out.
And that is an issue for sure. But perhaps there's something else they're thinking about. But yeah, I agree. I think the BZM pick is more interesting. Because whenever you pick a hero like Ember, there's just so many heroes in Dota right now that are quite good versus hero in lane. It just allows a lot of opportunities to pick kind of unique heroes.
At the moment, on the side of Na'Vi, there's quite a decent amount of team fight. Do we feel like Tundra has enough of that with their 4 that they got so far?
It's not easy to fight. I think you have to fight on high grounds with the Tombstone, but you are playing versus Night Stalker, right? So sometimes those high grounds don't really help you. That's why I hear like Gyro just gets that vision, really helps the flat cannon out in the fights. You just see everyone, so the flak is almost guaranteed to hit everyone. You can just, honestly, I think you just kill the Tombstone as Night Stalker in the team fights. Shouldn't be too difficult. Now BZM has to make a choice. The Morph does make sense if you want to have another carry in the game.
Yeah,
but do you want to have another?
I will say BZM has played 2 matches of Nature's Prophet in his pubs. He also won those. So there's a potential that he just says, give me Nature's Prophet, and then
Duracho could play Morphling too.
Yeah, he wants to. Against Tide, I don't know how that goes in lane.
You gave some great stats earlier.
With Undying, it's fine.
If Duracho plays the Nature's Prophet, he would be first pick, and therefore 100% win rate, they'd win.
And I think he
was playing Night Stalker.
I think he was first pick. Yeah, it's going to be BZM on the DK, which we've seen this matchup.
It's very DK favored, and especially because you're going back to the green facet, makes it even better.
Yeah, so that does mean that Duracho's hero was first picked.
Which means they won.
100% win rate. Yeah, they figured it out.
No, I think this game is not simple for Tundra to win. I feel like you're playing into a lot of team fight, good scale on Na'Vi. They have what I would call a well-rounded lineup here. And if this does go late enough, I'm very worried for heroes like Undying and Shaman, and even potentially this like Nature's Prophet carry. They're gonna have to rat, which Shaman and NP are good at, I suppose. Tundra's playing their own style, but I feel like Na'Vi has the meta advantage here.
I agree.
Yeah, go for it.
I think if Tundra can get an advantage coming out of lanes, and they get to the Glimmers, the Ghost Scepters, and these sorts of items, if they have a gold advantage, then I think the counter of the Night Stalker, the Tide, it is hard to play Shadow Shaman and Undying in this game for sure. But if they have a little bit of extra items, then I think it's...
Wait, who wins though? The 100% win rate Night Stalker with 69 bans and...
Or the 100% win rate Duracio first pick.
With 10 games.
Unstoppable Force versus the immovable Duracio, as they say.
As they say. Let's hear a little bit more also from our commentary team. What does happen when an unstoppable force reaches an unmovable object? Shannon?
Nothing.
What do you mean nothing?
The game crashes.
It did not crash.
Oh no, Dream League all over again.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
How are you doing, Cinderin?
I'm better now that I know he's okay.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
You guys are going to feel even better with this game. Thank you so much and have fun.
Thank you, Shivar. We got game 1 underway. Na'Vi versus Tundra. Best of 3 elimination series, Cinderman, in the group stage here. What are your thoughts on the lineups? A lot of talk about this Night Stalker. We haven't gotten to see a whole lot of him because he's banned every time.
Yep. Tundra choose to let it through in this game, and as a result, they will play against 200% win rate heroes in this tournament so far, which is Night Stalker and Enchantress, who has a 4-0 record, I believe it was. So, on top of that, Na'Vi also got their hands on Tide and Ember, who are two of the higher win rate heroes as well, with a much larger sample size of games than the Ench and the Night Stalker. So, on paper, a lot of good and strong proven heroes on the Na'Vi lineup. The question is it too much of a good thing? Does the lineup really gel well together in the mid game? Because that's where this Tundra lineup completely pops off, right? I just see a very clear red thread, a very clear vision for the Tundra lineup of what they want to do. It's a ton of heroes that are very strong at grouping up around this Tombstone, around this Dragon Knight, this Abaddon. Super tanky heroes that peak in the early mid game and just can look to take towers and force you to respond.
Yeah.
So better be ready on the side of Na'Vi for this.
As we have a pause so we can ponder those thoughts, Cinderman.
Yeah.
We will be seeing the Corrosive Dragon again on the DK. So minus armor for ya. Chicken fingers for Soxa. Whitemon goes for the Rotting Mitts facet.
Yep.
I don't even know what the other one is. Oh, it's a Soul Rip strength one, right?
I think this is the most common one. We don't see Undying that much. It's the third game of the tournament. I think he's 1 and 2, so it's kind of, you know, whatever. It's too small of a sample size to really conclude much, but yeah, Soul Rip has for a long time not been the preferred spell on this hero in general in Pro Dota. Whether you play it core, for example, off lane, or whether you play it on 5, we generally see people max Decay and Tombstone and maybe get 1 or 2 value points in Soul Rip, but not really make that their preferred way of playing. So Flesh Golem is a spell that if you haven't either played this hero or followed its trajectory over the last couple of years, this spell has got so much better. Like, it might be one of the most buffed ultis in all of Dota in the last 3 years, because like it got the amp, it got the slow, it got the zombie spawning with the facet. There's just like tons of things that makes this way
Do you
more
remember a time where we used to joke about how bad that ult was?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It got so much better.
Yeah.
It used to be one of the weakest ones, and now it's very strong. So.
Yeah, Tombstone used to feel like his ultimate.
Yep. In a lot of situations, it still does, but now his ulti actually feels like, you know, you reach some sort of powerful, you unlock something powerful. I was curious to see what Na'Vi would do about this fact. Obviously, they're off lane. The duo of Night Stalker and Tide playing into Undying is no fun. Double strength off lane. I thought maybe they would put Ench up there and play the Night Stalker with Gyro, but they are still prioritizing giving Shad the stronger early lane support in the Ench to get him off to a good start in Gyro. I wonder if they're actually going to swap that around maybe, like give him a little bit of a good start with the Ench, and then maybe Ench and Night Stalker can go through the respective gate, or you know, make some sort of a 3-man gank somewhere and then transition from there. Because this top lane, I think Na'Vi flat out cannot win. I think it's impossible. So
impossible.
That lane is a default loss at this level. Like, how does Night Stalker Tide win against Prophet Undying? It's not happening. So they're trying to get what they can through wave pulling and just causing, like, just breaking the lane. Because if you play it heads up, you just get destroyed. The problem is when you pull here, Whitemon can just fight the Tide and win the 1v1, which a lot of the time when you split the lane in half like this, the offlaner has a good time against the support. But even this one in isolation is tough. Whitemon is tying with Boom on CS in the lane, so yeah, that's a rough one. But aside from that, the other 2 lanes for Na'Vi should be pretty playable. I think the Emperor against Dragon Knight it's DK favored, but you're not going to get absolutely curb stomped. And the bot lane, I think I would maybe give them a bit of an edge with the Ench Gyro here. So,
but tell me a bit about why Night Stalker is so coveted right now, and if getting off to a slow start will have a huge impact. At bottom lane, Soxa with the shackle on
big
Shad.
Damage.
Blood grenade to follow, 33. Oh, he actually stopped an attack, but
he was
he'll find it
killable
anyway.
there. My God, I did not think they could pull that kill off at level 2, but well.
I think it's the first time we've cast 33 on the other facet as well, by the way. So Robotic Shield will explode.
Yeah, that's true. He generally has been taking the Mephitic Shroud. So as far as Night Stalker goes, I think the reason he's rated so highly right now is after the change where you get multiple skills, right? So on level 1 you have default Hunter in the night, and then you can skill Void, so you're much better in lane. And that means level 2 you have the choice of just getting Crippling Fear and being honestly a very strong support, up from being, you know, one of the worst. Night Stalker used to have a terrible laning stage. You also start at night if you choose the Night Rain facet, which everybody has done so far, I think. So then you further accelerate your early game.
Yeah, but let's say you get off to a rough start. Like, I would consider this a rough start. He's level 1, 3.5 minutes in. Nighttime ends in 1:15. Then what happens?
Then you get fucked.
Okay.
That's what happens in this top
There
lane.
you
Okay.
go.
I'll give you my accurate prediction. It's hard to say it's accurate before it happens. I'll give you my best prediction. They are going to suffer up top. Night Stalker, level 1, minute 4. The good news for Tide is Prophet can't really box him out necessarily. There are other offlaners that would suffer more under these conditions, because Boom, if he gets 1 or 2 points in Kraken Shield, he can ignore a lot of the damage. As a matter of fact, they're laying into the Racho a little bit now before it's too late. And he could TP out perhaps, but not opting to try it. They want to turn around and fight.
Oh, the Centaur!
Very nice
Very
help
sad
from
for
the camp
Na'Vi.
there.
They had a trickle of hope there as bottom lane, the Enchantress is going to fall as Shad left to his own devices, 1 versus 2. They're going to dive him.
Oh, no.
From afar, Soxa and 33 get another kill in this bot lane. So it's a disaster, top and bottom, and mid lane we can see BZM pressuring and has a pretty significant CS lead as well. So I would venture to say, Cinderin, all 3 lanes have been lost by Na'Vi already.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. They haven't only lost them, they're getting stomped. Like, all 3 lanes ahead by about 1,000 net worth, minute 5. I don't think I've seen a more one-sided laning stage in the entirety of the tournament, not in the game we've cast anyway.
And it's about to turn day, so
yeah.
it'll get worse.
So now Night Stalker will be weak. Your bot lane has gone exceptionally well for Tundra, so Soxa actually has the luxury of moving around if he wants to, because I think Abaddon can just float this lane against Ench Gyro now. You reserve your Aphotic Shield. If you get enchanted, you pop Aphotic Shield and run away with Phase Boots. So they can never really kill him now. And then, as you said, the mid lane BZM against the Ember, it looked relatively alright for a little bit, but then BZM really started pulling ahead at level 3 and 4. So
yeah, he's almost doubled his net worth already. As Whitemon going to be backstabbing here. Dragon Tail from BZM to set things up. Sanctity still only level 5, so no remnants. And that is going to be another kill for Tundra. 5-0. And now BZM with this Siege Creep can pressure a bit, but he's going to look for that power rune.
I will say it is interesting to see, this is obviously very early days in this game, right? But in this Swiss format, what has happened today, I feel like it's not necessarily characteristic, right? It's like we get to the final day of Swiss, all these teams are 2-2, you'd think, all right, these are going to be close matchups. It's been stomps every game.
Yeah,
there's been like a clearly superior team, and so far this one looks no different. Oh well, it actually does look different than the other games today, because this one might be even more of a stomp than any individual game we've had so far. Na'Vi need to... So here's the problem. They need to figure out a way of coming back in the game through the way of moves. You can't just make a raw lane win anywhere. You can't create that out of thin air now. So the way you come back is with rotation.
They need this Wisdom Shrine.
Yeah, if they don't get this one, oh my...
coming.
They don't have Tombstone, so that's the saving grace here perhaps for Na'Vi.
Stun with BZM. And Shad is going to force them out, and Boom comes from the north, so they will be getting the Shrine onto Shad, and first kill of the game, finally going Na'Vi's way.
Insta respawn for Whitemon.
I was trying to figure out why you yelped randomly.
That was a huge profit hold.
Oh,
it took like it took 3/4 of Night Stalker's health.
At first, I was like, did they steal the Wisdom Shrine? Am I literally not seeing?
I'm surprised you didn't see it. 2/3 of a health bar
I
just
usually
evaporate.
close my eyes in team fights, which would explain a lot. As the dive in the bot lane, Kaori dead again, and 33 off to a monstrous start. No surprise, we'll be opting for the Radiant's first item. He's going to get that super quick.
So here's my big concern for Na'Vi is... well, that's a small concern that he just vanishes.
Oh, they're stealing stacks too. Not huge, but...
I feel like this Na'Vi lineup does not play well at all from behind. This is a lineup that can accelerate very hard if the lanes go fine. If you have a Night Stalker with a game, if Ember has items or at least levels to play around with, and Ench is making successful gate rotations, there's been none of those three things. So when you're playing from behind against a team that arguably is designed to start crushing your towers and take over the map already now from like minute 10, and your lanes have failed, we need a little bit of a... We need some heroic moves here, is what I'm thinking. You need to wait for nighttime, so Cubify can do more or less anything on Night Stalker, because right now he's a glorified melee
XP
creep.
he's gotten in quite a while.
Yeah, it's nice that he can leech that from BZM.
Top lane, gonna have a shackle as Shad in a lot of trouble. Garachia with the right clicks will be more than enough. And he's pretty close to finishing his Maelstrom. And Tundra just running away with this game so far.
Yep, gonna be pushing top straight away now with the Ironwood Treant plus wave coming in. They have 3 heroes here. It's a very natural rotation. BZM is even looking for some trouble behind the tower.
Cubify is having such a hard game. That is rough stuff. This is with, he even got the Wisdom Shrine. He's still level 3.
Yeah. Honestly, the Undying pick was very clever here. And again, I wonder if Na'Vi got a do-over in this game if they would have just swapped their supports around. So that Night Stalker could have maybe done better bottom through ways of pulling, or at the least keeping Shadow Shaman busy. And Gyro could have maybe still farmed, and then top maybe Ench plus Tide would have had a better time than this. But even that doesn't sound that great necessarily, so just a really nice prep here from Tundra in the draft so far has paid off massively, and now it's just about staying ahead.
Yeah, BZM. He's just going to solo Night Stalker, and that's with 2 members of Na'Vi there. They just are so far behind. Feels like Tundra can do pretty much anything on the map right now. Soxa puts down the wards, actually kind of ignoring Gyrocopter for the most part. The Whitemon coming in, gets off his ult as well. Soxa taking a lot of damage to the Rocket Barrage as the Tidehunter Ravage does come out. Soxa will eventually fall, Whitemon as well, so 2 support kills for Na'Vi.
Okay, they get something.
Absolutely.
5v4, they use Ravage. Obviously 33 not involved in this, so he's just farming away at bot, but you gotta take what you can get right now if you're Na'Vi, and at the very least those couple of kills will help out a little bit. Now, it is nighttime, and this is when Cubify would love to, under normal circumstances, really start looking for skirmishes, use his ult to dive towers, but unfortunately you do not have ulti at level 4, so not really
maybe
possible.
Next patch.
Yeah, certain heroes get their ulti earlier, such as Meepo, which might have actually done better in that top lane than Night Stalker in this game.
I mean, he did start with a skill, though. So
yep, that's true.
You get 2
Now, imagine this lane with the old Night Stalker.
Yeah, it would have been even more rough.
Yeah. Even worse.
It feels like he is just leeching off of whatever he can find.
Yeah.
33, not appreciative of this. Yeah, he's got the Sacred
He's
Relic
being
already.
run down at nighttime.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
That's rough.
Boom making an appearance now. Doesn't have Ravage though. 33, not too bothered. He's just going to continue to farm away. Whitemon's going to connect here. Still about 1,000 from the Radiant, so another couple minutes away.
They find Kaori. And they will ever so slowly try to bring down the Ench.
Untouchable, pretty good at
actually
this.
Maybe gonna live?
Sucks.
No.
BZM will eventually breathe fire on him. This feels like the longest setup for the eventual Tormentor in 3 minutes. I feel like with quote-unquote forced objectives like that, I feel like Na'Vi needs to be planning ahead, and they have to. I feel like you gotta take a risk somewhere, and Tormentor seems like a decent place to try.
I agree. I think you have to try to get vision down there in time, because you know Tundra are gonna go for it. So if you can play some maybe obscure vision that the obvious sentry won't find, like a little bit off in a corner or on the way into the high ground, so that you see which path they're taking, and then try to set a trap with Tide plus call down. That's probably your best bet. I think if you give up this Tormentor and just keep letting Tundra run the map, you're playing not to lose. That's not really a viable comeback strategy. You're just playing keep away and trying to farm, but at this level, that's just not going to work in a game like this, so 100% agreed. You've got to use the spells that you have. The downside is the Tormentor fight will happen at day, so it's kind of a 4v5. Because NS will not have ulti at level 15.
If you look at the XP per minute, by the way, it's for Night Stalker. Whew. He's 108.
I don't even remember the hotkey to look at that. Oh, it's...
As they're going to find a lowly Rasta here. Stock this XP per minute's going to go way up here in just a moment. Look at that, a 10-point increase with just that kill. Cubify still level 4 though.
That is insane. He has half the experience of the enemy support.
It's crazy. I can't remember the last time I've seen anything like that.
No, me neither. That's actually insane. Yep, definitely worthy of a first pick, wouldn't you say?
It's not looking too good in this game, that's for damn sure.
Boom, gonna be slow to a crawl in a moment if he gets hit, but he's keeping the distance, and they actually fail to connect there. Nice Wrath of Nature, big damage, but yeah. If a single hit went off on Tide there, that would have probably forced out a Ravage or a Death. But Whitemon couldn't quite get there. The Phase Boots saving the day for Boom.
Yeah, Radiance is there for 33, Mjolnir as well for the NP.
Okay, they do get a Wisdom Shrine on the side of Na'Vi, so now Cubify almost level 6, minute 14. Yeah. So he might actually have it in time for the Tormentor. And
yeah, I think he will.
I know I've talked about it a lot, but I actually think this is a pretty big deal, because if he gets Dark Ascension and Flying Movement for this, perhaps you could find an angle where you can silence off the Shaman so he doesn't get to play the fight very well, or you can go on the Undying so he doesn't drop Tombstone, like whatever it is. If you can find some sort of impact that allows Tide, Ember, as well as Gyro to get all their spells off in good succession, perhaps there is a way to get that fight going, but first you gotta avoid disaster down bot.
He's gonna get gone on for now, but this is just a bit of posturing from Tundra. It's 33 with that Radiance. Very, very confident. Soxa will place the wards onto Boom. Not able to trap him completely though, as there's the Night Stalker coming from the north now as the Ravage comes out from Boom. Gets up a nice anchor smash onto 2 as Dyrachyo has to be careful. That calldown's gonna finish him off. A huge kill for Na'Vi as 33, 1 versus 4. They can't quite kill him. It's gonna be close, gets off the shield. Nope,
right,
does go down to the Impetus eventually. So 2 big core kills, and guess what? They only lost the Night Stalker that literally just hit level 6 a minute ago.
This was a very good result for Na'Vi, and it comes down a lot to the way this fight breaks out. Tundra kind of force it and use a lot of spells on the frontline Tide that they can't really kill anyway. So they use Serpent Wards, they use Shaman's Kit, and he just phase boots and runs out of the wards, turns around and gets the counterplay. And this is the first fight of the game that Na'Vi actually get to activate their lineup and get something done, and that worked out great for them. So
yeah, felt like overconfidence from Tundra.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
if they were more coordinated on that opener, if they had all their heroes together and they got a coordinated jump with Dragon Knight starting together with Tombstone and Prophet TPing in, I think that fight would have looked a lot cleaner, but they kind of forced it a little bit. And as a result, they also haven't taken the Tormentor yet. That is obviously up top this time because of Night Stalker's Night Rain facet. But they're not taking it yet, so that's good news for Na'Vi. They get a little bit of breathing room.
38% chance for Na'Vi. Would you agree with that? That fight.
Yeah, that's probably kind of accurate, honestly. I think that last fight was really big. Like, before that, I would have given them maybe a quarter, but it's a big swing.
Uh-oh.
For sure.
Initiation onto Shad. Doesn't have any reinforcements here. Sprout's going to be really annoying. It's Dyrachyo with the zombies. Not quite going to finish the job. And they will run away as the fortification was popped. But this is into a Tombstone. As Boom will try to secure that for himself.
Tundra lost a lot of resources there as well, though. And a Tomb, 200 gold for Boom. He's going to be happy with that. And interesting to see Boom here. Oh, that's a dead Ember.
Whoa.
Wait, how did that happen?
Okay.
Oh, he got caught in the river going there. I see. Got caught by Shaman plus DK. It's not a free Ember game by any means. If you get caught by the Dragon Tail or Hex of Shaman, you can be in massive trouble, so gotta be careful. But yeah, once again, at the very least, for the side of Na'Vi, things have somewhat stabilized in a game that could have got completely out of control. Nice juke jive from Kaori. Get away.
Yeah, this is looking, I mean, it was... I was slightly depressed for Na'Vi.
I mean, they're down less gold than they were minute 7, I think.
Oh, yeah.
It's comparable amounts, at least. So Tundra haven't really, with an absolute obliteration of the laning stage, they have not managed to gain further advantage, which is very unusual, to be fair, for this team. Now, finally, they will get the Tormentor. That will make things look a little bit healthier for their side, but Yeah, overall, I'll be completely honest with you. I thought this game would be close to over now.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, that they would be looking at maybe almost losing racks.
Fair, the games that we've cast from Tundra, like versus even just the last tournament, they've looked a lot sloppier and not quite as disciplined as we've seen them in recent tournaments. So I would maybe chalk that up to the same thing here.
Yeah, probably not in top form, right? The fact that they're here in the 2-2 scoreline of the Swiss, based on recent tournament power level, should have been a 3-0 or a 3-1 finish, right? In the Swiss for them. So clearly not running on full cylinders here, but still a game that is still theirs to control at this point in time. It's by no means should you be too worried for them right now, but it's good news for Navi that it seems like they are in a position where they can, through great play, equalize this game entirely. So that was not what I had on my bingo card after the first 7 minutes.
Nope.
I thought they were going to be run over, honestly. So that's a good look. That's a good sign. And we talked about the win rates of some of these heroes. We talked about the comfort level for Navi's players. So as long as they are feeling themselves and are believing in the moves, they can definitely get it done. I'm curious to see when they're going to make their, speaking of moves, when they're going to make one themselves here. They have everything available. They have Dark Ascension. It's becoming natural nighttime very soon. Tide is receiving his Shiva's Guard now, so a very strong item to get in your arsenal at this point. Gyro has the Aghanims.
He's getting chased.
It's not an easy kill.
Stun Daracha from the other side. The TP out is not going to happen. But yeah, Boom was considering the Blink Dagger or the finished Shivas because he had most of it completed. So Shiva's recipe is absurdly expensive now. Saksa find an Ember Spear, but the Crippling Fear looks like it'll be a sacrifice to save his ally.
Yeah, Ember better get out of there now then. Oh, here comes Roche.
Roshan.
Oh man, he needs longer arms.
Saksa, run into him. Courier, run into him.
They should just pick the curry out of the air and eat it.
Yeah. Chew on that shit.
Honestly, they should add that. Just have him grab it and eat it. I think.
And when he eats a courier, he gets bigger.
He gets empowered.
That could be a strategy for the enemy that can't kill Roche. They can feed him.
When he eats a courier, he poops in the river, and then it becomes infected.
All right.
And then when you're in the river, you take damage over time. What do you think?
That's my kind of idea right there.
I'm just ahead of the curve. I mean, with the stuff that's happened to Dota in the last 5 years, that's not out of the realm of possibility, I think.
Agreed.
Things that sounded absurd 3 years ago are just, oh, that's just another line in the patch now. So, you know. Wisdoms looks to be double Tundra here. Daracho teleported to the left side to grab this, so nice little experience snack, and Saksa will run over to the other one and get his level 12. For comparison, Night Stalker is level 7. Those are the two position 4s I'm comparing, by the way, so slight lead there for Saksa by about 150%.
If I will ult, get some nice vision, BZM, blinks, then Dragon forms. We'll be able to get out.
Gets the bonus movement speed from that Dragon form, so using it as an escape tool. Rather unconventional, but might have felt like it was necessary there. There are a few things in Dota that are more terrifying than when you hear Dark Ascension. It's like, okay.
Not this game.
Well, even then, this is why it's a first pick, Shannon. The level 7 Night Stalker with nothing could still scare away the enemy Dragon Knight and make him ult defensively.
It's just PTSD.
It's
muscle memory.
You just hear that Dark Ascension, like, oh.
Crippling Fear. He saw that 33 was in the area. He's going to continue to chase, though. He ain't scared. He's got a gem as well. As Cubify is all alone. No way to cancel the TP, though, so he'll be able to get out.
I love this early gem on 33.
Saksa,
really nice.
though. He gone on by Boom, but Daracho making his way over. Ravage only hitting Daracho. And Searing Chains only hitting one, as I don't think anyone's actually going to be dying here. Well, Cubify, if he stays a little longer, he might be.
I think Tundra can just Roche.
Yeah, Ravage being down. Definitely have that as an option.
I would say that's the pretty straightforward play call here. Go to Roche, drop Mass Serpent Wards, tank it with use Tombstone if you want, use Flesh Golem, just take that down. You can also take bottom tier 2 first, but it's like, it has 150 HP. You're going to get it eventually. Yeah, we're seeing the replay here, so really nicely timed 4-step here from Daracho. Just clutch super clutch because that was from another player. It's way easier to do on yourself than on a teammate in that situation. But the foresight from Dyrachyo, excellent. Getting that pike out on Shaman. There goes the tower.
Yep.
Maybe they go high ground. I don't know. I mean, that's also a possible play. I think the safer play is to take Roche, but if you think the enemy team can't fight you at all without Ravage, you might just be right.
Yeah, we'll see if their overconfidence bites them again. Shiva's from Boom, showing his prowess here.
Oh, it's really good impetus damage.
Serpent wards placed, and Kaori's going to try to take care of those.
Meanwhile, BZM is fighting in mid in a 1v2 against Ember and Night Stalker. I don't know, man. This
snakes were kind of wasted here.
This just seems unnecessarily complicated from Tundra, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you want to go for that push, bring the 5 heroes. If you don't really want to do it, then do the Roche, right? Now they did neither. It's kind of feels like a little bit of a half and half situation.
Stun up on Sanctify, but Saksa not quite in range to get the perma stun. All right, well, now do they go Roche? Is it too late?
Well, now Dragon Form's running out and you don't have the Serpent wards.
Ravage in 40 seconds.
Yeah, Ravage is becoming a threat again. So now I don't know. I feel like Tundra kind of just missed a moment of opportunity there. Fortunately, they're still in a great position in the game, so there's space for these kind of... I don't know if you want to call it a mistake, because they still forced a big response from Na'Vi. They got half the tower, and if they can control the map continuously, it doesn't really matter that much, but I feel like there was a better way of doing what they just did.
Yeah.
Can't help but feel that way. But
yep, agreed.
Still, Prophet BKB now complete as well, so BKB on him as well as Dragon Knight is a very, very strong timing for the Tundra lineup. Can largely ignore the Ravage, the Shiva, a lot of Gyro and Ember's damage and control. So this upcoming fight for Na'Vi should be hella hard.
Hella
hard.
Wow. Shad right now, which is the Gyro carry for Na'Vi. Has the Ags, BKB, Dragonlance, but...
Yep, no damage item.
Yeah, he needs to get some damage. He'll be going Crystallis, but it looks like he might be finishing the Hurricane Pike before upgrading that.
I do think the damage will be the more valuable pickup here. Because this is the... If you look at Na'Vi's lineup and how it functions in teamfights, it has a lot of spread damage, right? You have Slight, you have Flak Cannon, you've got Ravage, Shiva, Anchor Smash. It's a lot of decent-ish damage on multiple targets over time, but no burst with the exception of Enchantress Impetus on single target with Pike. So realistically speaking, there's a decent chance that Tundra can kind of kite you out until Gyro hits hard enough that the fight's... That it's possible to kill heroes in Ravage, I guess. Is what
well, Tundra now going for Roche.
Yep.
Blink is delivered to Boom, so they could have, perhaps, contested this, but it's not going to happen. And Dyrachyo, no surprise, will be taking the Aegis as he's going for the flavor of the month item, the brooch.
Yep.
And boom. Okay, they find Whitemon. He's going to put down the Tombstone to dissuade any further aggression. As the Dragon Tail actually finds Sanctified. And Ravage goes off. He's going to hit 3 heroes. He's going to pop the ult in order to get away. BZM with his BKB trying to retreat, but he is taking a lot of damage from this impetus, as the Aphotic Shield will not be enough to save his life. So they're going to lose the DK and the Abbey. 2 cores dead. Aegis still intact for Tundra, but a good pounce there from Na'Vi.
That was a very, very cool play call from Boom to go for that. I did not see that moment of opportunity as anything rather appealing, but he just went for it. He saw the Blink Ravage play. He thought they could get a lot out of it, and boy, was he right. That's huge. They get three kills, 2 of them big cores, and a lot of golden experience as a reward for that. 6k XP in that fight alone. That's like 4 Night Stalkers.
Oh boy, Crippling Fear preventing the Shackle near the wards, but the Night Stalker still falls as Sanctity, he gets sheeped inside of the Sprout, gets off a Sleight of Fist, doing a lot of damage, able to remnant away as Dyrachyo. Remember, he still has that Aegis. Boom is going to go down. He's going to get a support on the trade, though, as Saksa will die as well. Dyrachyo, Impetus, destroys him, and that is life number 1. Is there any follow-up here for Na'Vi? No, they're going to let him go as BZM makes his way over, but still.
Tundra were 13k up 1 minute ago.
Yeah, this has been good.
It's a 6K swing. It's a gem steal that they got out of this as well now. So Whitemon's gem now sitting on Kaori. That's another big gold swing. Yeah, all right. Just again, I feel like this game has now had 2 situations where it felt like, all right, when is Tundra just going to get the job done? And both times, Navi find a way out of trouble.
Cubify, he gets the Shrine of Wisdom, will die for his effort. I think he'll take that.
Easily worth it.
I think he'll take it. You know what he needs, other than just gold in general, is a shard. Being able to eat the Nature's Prophet Treant would be pretty damn good this game.
I guess so.
I mean, the shard in general is good on the hero, but I know that you're probably going to prioritize other stuff in this case.
That's right. Imagine when Duracho hits 25 and he starts having that base push threat.
Yeah.
The big treants. Just, you're positive you can eat these? I think you should be able to.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
You can eat ancient creeps at night.
Yeah.
As BZM is going to be the recipient of the next shard, so has Fireball. They have Grab Ally, by the way. Haven't seen that quite yet.
What do you call this type of treant? What are they called? Is it
the Pine Cone one? I have to look at it again. Soxa gets the double hex, Fireball.
That's a very
enough.
easy kill.
Yeah, I think it's a...
Something is telling me like a Tiki Warrior. Is that what they're called?
Is it like a coconut, maybe?
Oh, like it's based off the not the model itself, what it is, but like the war paint that it has and the weapon and shield that it has. Isn't it called like a Tiki Warrior?
Yeah.
It reminds me of something.
Yeah.
They're pretty cool. I like these treants a lot.
It reminds me of Wilson.
They're much better than the tomato.
You won't understand that reference at all.
No, it's probably from a movie, in which case I haven't watched it.
Cast Away.
Yeah, okay. Uh-oh. Cubify. He just respawned.
Good crippling fear, but they're out of range.
Back to the grave. Damn, this game is just a sine curve. Like,
back to 14K.
It's all right. Navi are screwed in lanes. Oh, nice, they made a comeback. Oh, they're screwed in mid game. Oh, nice, they took a great team fight, and then immediately they're like, it's like they have these moments, the glimpses of hope last a minute each.
I don't even understand. How has it gone up 7K in the last few minutes? Hasn't been that many kills.
They took the Tormentor again.
Yeah, the Tormentor's
had a couple kills. They recovered their gem by killing Kaori.
The gem, yeah.
And now they took a tower. Yeah, that'll probably account for it, right? Or did they recover that? Yeah, they did recover the gem. Man, this is one of the stranger games we've cast, in my opinion. Even though it's like, there's nothing like super weird about itemization or about the strategies or anything. It's just the flow of this game feels a little bit odd, but ultimately it is still progressing toward the expected outcome based on the laning stage in a Tundra victory. But, well, if history of the last 20 minutes is anything to go by, they're about to lose a team fight here.
That's right. So, Navi are due to win a fight now.
Yeah, it's coming up.
They smoked.
It begs the question, if Tundra somehow win a team fight, what happens then? That might be the real immovable object.
Shad has the Daedalus, by the way, so opted to finish it off. So he does pack a punch now.
Well, Whitemon looking for a flank with Tombstone here, potentially. They seem to have a very good idea of exactly what Navi are doing, Tundra do. So they're not going to get caught. Soxa trying to set a trap in bottom lane, waiting for anyone to show, and then they can teleport in the Prophet, and looks like they ran out of patience. So Duracho just wants to go down and push the lane.
It's one of the few games we've seen a Tidehunter at this stage of the game not have Shard. There's not really that much mobility on the Tundra side, but isn't it just always good?
It's always good, but it's not always the best. I think this is one of the few games where I actually kind of like him not buying it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's...
Duracho, will he be able to live through this? No. No. As Whitemon coming to play as well, will pop the Ghost Scepter. So another great sacrifice from the Night Stalker. As Whitemon eventually chopped down to the grave. So 2 for 1 in Navi's favor. So here's the fight that we were expecting from them.
As expected, big lead for Tundra, and then in some random fashion, Navi just get a couple of nice kills there. Nice pickoffs.
Just desperately trying to hex him with his auto attack, but he cannot do it thanks to the Untouchable.
Yeah.
There is a silver edge now for Duracho, so being able to break the tide. I mean, that's the thing. You have to find the It's just a support in that case.
Well, you say that. Kaori is a third, he's more of a core than.
Oh my God, he has Hurricane
for
Pipe
Night Stalker at least.
and Witchblade already. Okay.
He's worth killing.
Yeah.
He is one of the
Fair enough.
heroes that can actually take down the Dragon
take
Knight
it back.
when BKB is down.
Take it back.
This is the territory that Ench quite frequently gets to. It's not been very favored this tournament so far. Very few games has Ench been picked or banned, but when it has been picked, it has won.
And there you see the Aghanim Scepter from Boom. So prioritizing that over anything else.
Yeah.
Not
I kind of like it.
common one.
AoE Gush for the Gyro and Ember to deal more AoE damage. Sounds pretty good to me. But yeah, the break is a potential big issue now.
He did not go for either of the Gush talents at 10 and 15. We'll see if he goes for the 20 or not.
Yeah, if he doesn't take Gush minus armor, I don't understand the purchase whatsoever. Like, it's okay not to get the Gush slow, and at 15 you might not have decided that you wanted to go this path. It kind of does suck not having a Gush damage talent when you are going Ags, but at the very least, if you get the minus armor, that's the bigger one.
Okay, they have the break, remember. They're going to try this out. Fireball upon him. He's dead.
They have
It's
two
off the
breaks.
Shivas. 70 seconds of no boom.
Yep.
This is a big window
found
open
their
now.
moment.
Cubify, if you sacrifice yourself, you'll win this fight. Don't forget how this has worked so far. 33, his ult is going to go off, going to heal a decent amount. Tundra still, I mean, I guess they don't know that there's no buyback, of course, so.
Did you mention the Shaman level 15 talent so far?
The 15 talent? No.
Yeah, because they've had that for a little bit now.
They
have a second break.
I didn't realize it was at 15. I thought it was a 20 talent.
Yeah, I would argue it should be a 20 talent.
I think it used to be, didn't
it's an insane 15 talent. It might have been in the past, yeah.
Now, that works on the auto attack as well, I assume.
I would think so, yeah. So
That's a very
effectively,
short
just whenever Shaman opens the fight on Tide, you have this guaranteed 2.9 second hex duration where it's just a flat out break.
Cubify, he's very scared. Doracio pops the BKB, and he gets the Shrine of Wisdom, and he's just going to walk away, it seems, but he didn't have to use his BKB as the impetus just ripping through BZM. Will live through the day. Shad, in the meantime, his BKB is already over as the Undying Tombstone eventually will be placed as Whitemon pops right out of it, and he grabbed himself in that case. Whitemon will be able to get a huge ravage onto everybody. They take out only one so far, though, on the side of Na'Vi. Doracio holding his ground, but that's the AoE Gush coming into effect. 33 with the Aphotic Shield. Na'Vi trying to run them over, and Doracio will be run over exactly with triple kill onto Shad. Whatever the fuck that means. That is not proper English.
That's okay.
Just a slight aneurysm.
We don't expect a lot.
Searing Chains, just a play-by-play, no big deal.
Oh.
BZM, they're still standing their ground on the high ground here.
Here comes Night Stalker.
Fireball being placed.
He's big and bad and dangerous.
Yeah, they're still holding their ground as 33.
Shad to
He's the one that's going to
33.
drop. Yeah, I mean, Shad doing so much damage now. So 3 dead for Tundra, and it's going to be a 4th here. As Whitemon will tumble as well.
And
Na'Vi,
there it is.
I don't understand this game at all.
Another team fight win as we all expected for Na'Vi after killing the Tide.
What is this?
Tundra get counterplayed in a big way. If they get this Roche, honestly, are we starting to entertain the idea that Na'Vi are not necessarily in the lead, but kind of getting there? Like, this 12k lead is starting to feel relatively insignificant to me. Shad in this fight, as well as Kaori, doing tons of damage. And I love that Shad bought Daedalus instead of Revenant's Brooch. I think he needed this big damage. And he's got it now. That's an Aegis 2, only 10k down, a beautiful Ravage 5-man from Boom. Aptly named.
Uh-oh. That is a perma-stun on the Sanctity.
Yeah, makes sense. Now, Na'Vi just had a good fight and got the Roche, so now they're going to need to start dying a little bit around the map too.
Right. Equalize.
Yeah, gotta stick. I'll say, in a way, this game has been very consistent with itself. This point's kind of becoming predictable.
The way that this game is going is Kaori, he's going to get broken.
Got another kill here.
Tundra will lose this game with a 20k lead. That's my prediction.
That is a very possible outcome at this point. Big item alert. Cubify on Night Stalker has picked up a Ghost Scepter. So he can hide away as this big, scary dude that flies through. Just gonna go for the silence and try to stay alive. Tundra.
Yeah, now he's
threatening high ground here. They do not have the Aegis. That's on the other team. And Ravage is online.
Tundra hasn't cared about that once this game.
This is not that easy, I think.
That's a tower.
Oh, well, get
That's
that.
no longer a tower.
They seem to feel very confident just because Ember is dead, but got to be a little bit careful not to overextend now. Satanic is available.
Off, Dragon Tail to follow. They have the damage. That's life number 1.
What?
Nobody's going in from
Why was
Na'Vi.
Tide mid?
All right, well, the Aegis just given up for free, essentially.
So Tide was, okay, I get it. Tide was trying to box out the Abaddon, but didn't succeed. And in the meantime, they died on the gyro top. So really big sequence there for Tundra.
All right, well, there's no range racks in the bot lane either, as well as the top. And mid lane completely gone, so it's
These
just...
Ironwood Treants are getting put to good use.
Is this, oh, it is the 25 talent.
Yeah, okay, I understand it a lot better now why they're so stressed out, because Duracio's Treant was pushing mid together with Abaddon, so somebody kind of had to take care of that, and then...
It's actually just going to die. He doesn't have Shard. Okay, Fortification is forced.
Ooh,
and
that is an
rough.
expensive glyph.
Yeah.
But Boom finds Whitemon, so time for a win for a team fight for Na'Vi.
All right, Sanctity and Boom going to team up to take out Whitemon. They get him easily, but it's going to be at the cost of their base because bottom lane, not quite dead, as Duraccio will BKB to ensure it. He might die for his efforts, attempting to TP out. Not to be this time, but still. There's only one building left, Cinderin.
Yep.
Only a matter of time.
Honestly, that was kind of cool foresight there from Kaori. He was camping down there on Ench, waiting for Prophet to TP in and spawn a Treant, then he instantly took it with Enchant, and then Prophet killed him in 4 attacks.
Cubify runs into Soxa, and of course that means Cubify will die.
Yep. Got off the Ghost Scepter, though.
Coming in, though, gets the Searing Chains off with the Gush to follow. Boom. Shivas is only going to hit Soxa, who just Ghost Scepter TPs, but the Yules to cancel, so they'll get something out of it. Serpent Wards plays, okay. Soxa ends up dying here. What is going on this guy? Like, why would he Serpent Ward? I don't understand what I'm watching.
My threshold for what is surprising me has been lowered significantly in this game.
Yeah, it's desensitized you.
Yeah. At this point, I'm like, that's normal. That made sense.
Okay, well...
When all is said and done, there's only 1 melee Rex left, so I think Tundra in a very, obviously, without a doubt, in a very strong position here if we want to get back to reality, but the challenge now...
going for Dagon?
The challenge for Na'Vi is actually not necessarily so much to deal with the Ironwood Treants as much as it is to push out all the lanes all the time. Because the wave clear of their support duo is kind of mediocre, right? Or rather, it's weak. Night Stalker's terrible, and Ench is okay. It would help her quite a lot to get her Shard, I think, for that Sproink. I'm a little bit surprised Kaori with this good of a game hasn't bought it.
I mean, the thing is, without Fortification, Duraccio can just TP in and kill the Rax even through backdoor.
That's what I'm saying. Backdoor, probably not, but
really?
They
melee
have
Rax
to
is at half HP.
I don't think he can get it.
Really?
Through backdoor, yeah, I don't think so. But I mean, they need to keep the waves outside of the backdoor protection range at all times. If he gets one moment of opportunity, he can mega them. He can TP in, spawn a Treant, pop BKB, and get the Rax.
Yeah.
And either Ench needs to be there immediately to stop him and take over the Treant at the very least, but then he's probably still going to kill it with attacks, so they also need a stun. And they don't have any BKB piercing stuns of the kind right now, so yeah, it's very scary. They'll get the Tormentor, and that'll be a Shard for 33. Not the biggest one, but...
I think Cubify is getting his Shard.
Duracio's going to work here. Oh my god, they're immediately just spam TPing, but they're not going to find him.
Well, he's taking their shrine.
Now they are,
he
because he took the shrine.
Very greedy.
No
He's
detection.
actually going to get away with it, too. Man alive.
All right, that worked out.
All right, Night Stalker can now eat the Treant, Cinderin. Well, not now because it's on cooldown, but he's going to get spotted.
Also hard to eat it if you're dead.
Ghost Scepter keep him alive, but he's inside that Sprout. Fireball down as BZM pops him like a pinata, except the pinata has no candy because it's been ravaged over and over again in this game. All the kids have taken the candy. It's just worthless. What's a worthless candy bar in Denmark? Name something that it drops now. Like it's not even, you wouldn't even pick it up off the ground if you saw it. Hershey's?
We don't have that.
Okay.
We have good
You don't have Hershey's in Denmark. There's no way that's true.
I don't think I've ever seen that in Denmark.
Are you kidding? That's not possible. Come on.
Ah, classic American ignorance. You think your stuff is everywhere.
No, it's not.
The world is bigger than you think, Shannon.
All right.
There's something on the other side of the ocean.
I guarantee you have Hershey's.
I do not think I've seen a Hershey's bar.
It doesn't have to be a bar. It could be Kisses.
Well, I haven't seen Hershey's Kisses either, whatever those are.
Okay.
Sounds delicious, though.
They are.
Do like a good kiss.
Look at this. Divine Rapier. It's a long ways off, but Shad wants to.
Yeah,
go
I mean
for
you're
it.
there,
Can't
right?
blame him.
This is the state of affairs. You gotta go for the YOLO here. Would love to see some more daring pickups. And finishing the Parasma. She has a ton of damage, but yeah. This is gonna come down to some spectacular team fight. I think I would be absolutely shocked if Na'Vi don't get Mega'd. So they need to be able to win against Megas. They might as well prepare for it.
They have fortification now.
Yeah.
But yeah, this will be a hard defense. I mean, maybe that's what the Aghanim Scepter on Tide was for. He knew that the high ground defense needed to come. So it is very good for that.
But he didn't know it early enough to take the gush damage talent.
Yes, that's
right.
true.
He realized it halfway through the game.
Damn tree ants.
Yeah.
Look at Sanctity. He just gives up.
All right, this could just be
my
the
buildings. Boom, jumps in, gets the Ravage. It hits 3. That is the death of BZM already. He does have buyback and didn't pop his ult either, so he could get back into this fight. Oh, this is a bigger kill though. Darachi has to pop his BKB, tries to Shadow Blade away, and they don't have vision, so he will be able to get away successfully. There's the dead in the water on Daimon. You can see top lane, the Nature's Prophet TPing in. And now, that is backdoor protected, so...
All right, don't click it. How much health do you think the Treant has when Ench takes it?
When Ench takes it? I'm gonna say 950.
5,100.
No, what? What? How much HP does it have normally?
How much bonus is it she gets from it?
God!
She gets an additional 450.
That's it?
Yeah. It has 4,650 normally, Shannon.
So 4,000.
So your perspective of why Ironwood Treants are tanky was, I think they have 500 health, is what you effectively just said. That's a self-report.
Whatever. I didn't give it a lot of thought, all right? Much like a lot of things you asked me.
I love that you thought it had 900. Dude, I can't.
5,000. That is so stupid. That's more than every hero in this game.
950. You were like, oh, let me come with a bold prediction. It sounds like it's a big number.
That is a big number. We have a smoke from Tundra here. This game is delivering somehow after that absolutely abysmal start for Na'Vi. And they have Roshan's banner. Wait, how do they have Roshan's banner? When did? Was that from the? It's been so long. When did they get Roche?
That's they've had that. It's been a while.
I thought the Roche that they got was the first one though. Am I crazy? Obviously not.
I couldn't tell you.
Sanctity gonna show on the bot lane.
Zips back top immediately. Tundra waiting for Roche. It is alive, and they have scouted it. They will go for it now. So, building up another big advantage here to go with their other big advantages. And plan to hit the high ground now with everything.
That block of cheese, Synderen.
Yeah, they could.
What do you think about... So, the issue with cheese in late game scenarios, you just don't have room for any inventory to pop it, right? And this block of cheese is not something... I mean, I feel like maybe it... The way it's been being... Okay, there's the Divine. That's a storyline. The way it's being used is people still leave it in their inventory to try to pop it. I feel like they never get it off. Why not just pop it, get the barrier, put your item in, and get ready to go? It's 5 minutes of a barrier. It's better than nothing.
That's true. If you're going to end up not using it otherwise, then yeah, but it is obviously a massive efficiency loss to not get the cheese pop bonus off. But with that in mind, then you should put it on a hero like, let's say you put it on Abaddon or Shadow Shaman. If you have it on Shaman, when he procs foul play, he can use items.
Yeah, there you go.
So the Shard Shaman should have a block of cheese. That's actually really strong.
But then he gets the barrier, and maybe you want that on a core.
I mean, you want it to go off and get a full heal, right? It's crazy to full heal your support.
He's spotted. Cubify pops the ult. There's the anchor onto Undying, as Serpent Wards are just placed haphazardly by Soxa. 33 taking a lot of damage with that call down. His BKB is off. Finally, the borrowed time goes off as well, as Cubify is going to be used. Ogre Steel Totem trying to get away. Divine Rapier on the deck, ladies and gentlemen. 3 dead for Na'Vi, and 33 picks it up in style.
That actually looked kind of promising, but Shad never BKB'd Shannon.
Are you kidding?
He did not BKB. He got stunned, and died.
And a Ravage finally goes off. He still had that, apparently. That is just unforgivable. I will not forgive you for your transgressions. Night Stalker dead. Duraccio, he's going to be the focus right now for Na'Vi. They will get him. He can buy back, though, of course, and TP in at his leisure. As the gushes continue to come off, Sox has to use the Ghost Scepter to try to get away. I mean, Tundra are pretty low here, but the Mega Creeps are going to be coming very shortly.
Racho hits hard.
Nice shackle from Soxa, as 33 just hitting the buildings with that Divine Sanctity, trying to snipe that out, but the blink into the Abyssal from 33 doing a lot of damage. Even that Miscoil Shard doing quite a bit because it applies that auto attack, and they're going to finally call the GGs. This game looked to be an absolute stomp at the beginning. It looked to be a snooze fest. It was something else, and I'm not sure what that is exactly.
Yeah, I would love to see a camera shot of the Tundra players right now. I think I just saw 33. He was like kind of laughing a little bit to himself. I think this is a team that won a game, but they don't look like, hell yeah, we just owned them.
I mean, Duraccio is used to this, but everybody else is like, my God, what have you done?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident if Tundra go back and watch this replay, like, how the hell did this get to 50 minutes, guys? You know, like, but win's a win. They're probably relieved they got the job done, but definitely one of Tundra's uglier wins, in my opinion, in recent memory, but they still got it.
What did we watch, Shiver?
Well, I am very happy that I have two analysts to go to with that question, because the result may be what we thought would happen, but the way it got there, Fear, was very different. Why you? You want? Okay. I mean, why
no,
not?
I'll answer. It's a little bit of a sloppy game, essentially.
Little bit.
So there was sloppiness, but also at the same time, Na'Vi, they were oftentimes in the right place at the right time as well. So they will see BZM and Duraccio, they were the big culprits there, wanting to get some free kills. And they would kill this Night Stalker every once in a while, but in return, they would also lose a hero, like this example right away. The BZM will just be a little bit out of position, and then you'll get gone on by some Ravage or something like that, and then all of a sudden this lead that you have just gets withered down slowly.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of underestimating happening from Tundra towards Na'Vi, because, you know, I feel like Boom and Shad in particular actually had some really solid games. Shad was beyond godlike at a point in a pretty horribly losing game. Boom was hitting some really nice Ravages. Like, a lot of these clips are Na'Vi winning the team fights. And I will say Duraccio was, of course, a culprit for, you know, kind of going in and feeding occasionally throughout the game, which Suns fan had rightly said he's used to this. Tundra is not used to this. Like, what just happened? But he made up for it in the fact that, like, when they were pushing the top racks off camera, he got mid racks, bot racks, and bot tower with the Treants. So he was really focusing on split pushing in this game, and, you know, sometimes it meant that his hero was getting taken down elsewhere.
And I just think that how that game is supposed to go, right? Because we did say during the draft, Na'Vi has a superior team fight. It's very difficult to team fight, so it doesn't really surprise me that these quote-unquote throws would happen in 5v5 situations. Because if you look at Tundra's draft, they do not have a lot of it. All they have to do is kind of rat the game, not give away unnecessary kills, and then with the gold lead they had, they'd have to play a little bit of boring Dota, and sure, maybe it's not fun to watch, but they get that 40k net worth lead, and then all of a sudden you can't lose fights, but they weren't really patient enough for that. They still did get it in the end. They got some good rat Dota as well, but I don't know. This game was definitely strange.
Yeah, imagine how this game would have played out if Na'Vi didn't get destroyed on the lanes. Because they did, Jenkins. They had terrible laning stage, and then they still managed to make this feel somewhat competitive later on.
Oh yeah, it was complete utter devastation on the side lanes, all the lanes. I shouldn't just say the side lanes. I mean, we talked about the min matchup. This is definitely something that's going to be DK favored, especially because Tundra made a very nice rotation towards mid to kill Ember Spirit before he was 6, when DK was 6. Yeah. So, like, honestly, and I know this was a very long time ago after watching a game that long, but it's not just like Tundra outdrafted them in the laning stage. They also completely outplayed them. Like, the genuinely, I mean, maybe not, maybe
the Centaur outplayed them here.
This was the neutral creeps outplaying Na'Vi. This was a bit unfortunate because I think this is the lane that Nature's Prophet could actually struggle in if, you know, in that situation where Nature's is pushed up and Undying is busy like pulling, Nature's is supposed to die there. If that's not a Centaur creep, if that's like a Satyr, he's dead on Nature's. Maybe the game goes a different way.
Yeah, let's take a look at around minute 15, I believe. Fear, you wanted to show something here.
Yes. Okay, so this is one of the fights where things got a little bit rough for the side of Tundra, if I recall, because like you're trying to dive, and this is why Tide is such a strong hero. This is why this gyro pick also felt like it would be incredibly good as well. Like, you want to lock down Tide, but you just can't. And this is the team fighting problem you have when you play against Na'Vi with a lineup that doesn't have team fight. It begs the question sometimes, like, perhaps you don't need to take these fights, right? It's right in front of a tier 2 tower, and then you give the fight to Gyro and Tide. They love these fights. Even Ember loves this type of fight as well, right? So like, you are very far ahead, and you can see the net worth. You won every single lane drastically, and fights like these are kind of just like showing like, yeah, Na'Vi, it was good to take that fight, but Tundra really not showing their best game whatsoever, showing why they are looking a little bit shaky, even though they do have the skill to just own you in the laning stage. They're not translating that to just a clean win.
Yeah, and there was one thing in particular when before we went in, we're like, okay, these heroes have 100% win rate. You know, they're gonna go do really well because Night Stalker is contested 69 times, hasn't lost a single game, and Jenkins, he had a tough time.
Yeah, I want to go ahead and highlight net worth here, Shiver. This is just utter devastation of the absolute highest degree. You could even call it succulent devastation, if you will, because this is a position 5 Undying with double the net worth of a position 4 Night Stalker. And this is exactly why Tundra picked the Undying, playing into the 2 melee strength heroes. Not only did they win the lane for Duraccio on his carry, they also completely shut down this Night Stalker, which we were talking about. This might be the most overpowered hero of the patch.
Yeah, if played correctly.
And yeah, here's the highlight of what happens when Night Stalker is this far behind.
Like
this should
3
be
hits.
I mean, it's just so sad. It's so sad.
Yeah,
it was a bait, though.
It's a bait. And listen, I get that Big D goes down here, as he often does. Whitemon tries to save him, as he often does. But, you know, really, in a Night Stalker versus Nature's Prophet scenario, you don't really want the Night Stalker just dying in 3 hits like that. Ideally, you find the Natures, you kill them, you survive.
Yeah, but I wanted to go over this one real quick, and this is what I wanted and I expected them to see. Often these fights, it is Duraccio leading the charge or BZM, but I wanted to see 33 do it more frequently because this is what he does. He buys Blink Dagger on the Sabaton every single game. A lot of people would think this is like, oh, you pop your ult and you can blink away. Well, yes, that is also true, but the way 33 typically does it is he'll blink in first and be the vision, he'll be the initiator, he'll make chaos in the fight. That way you can follow up on it. And that's something that did happen in this game. It just didn't happen enough, in my opinion. And I think there's almost no excuse in a game of Dota 2 where you're up 6,000 gold at 6 minutes in the game. You should ever have even a close game. Like, losing 3 lanes that hard in Dota is just auto win, essentially. So you see he just kind of blinks in. And these are the team fights that I like to see them do because he is the initiator when he plays a Baton for his team, and it helps a lot.
Fear, if you were new father, Canadian legend, icon, Moon Meander, what would you say to the Tundra boys after that game? As a disappointed father.
Good job, guys.
I think that'll hype them up. I think that's going to be good.
I think that's pretty apt. I mean, you're saying the words that you're, as a father, supposed to be saying, but the undertone's definitely there.
Mm-hmm. Is that what you say when your son hits you when you're on a ladder in Minecraft and then you fall to your death?
No, it gets ugly.
It gets ugly. Okay,
yeah, you can't do that. That's forbidden.
Well, we'll see how the story unfolds here for Tundra and what kind of speech they're getting and what form they'll be for game number 2. I'm sure that this warm-up also for Na'Vi was very fruitful. We'll see how they adapt after a break.
Please welcome the true stars of tonight, the heroes of Dota, who have claimed the top prizes from 1xBet. Best carry, Phantom Lancer. Best support, Marcy. Best mid lane, Zeus. Fudge. Best Players Award, 1xBet customers. 1xBet, it's your pick.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh.
It's time for game number 2 between Na'Vi and Tundra Esports. And to be honest, I think both teams, well, maybe Na'Vi a little bit more than Tundra, are going to be somewhat happy going into game number 2. And I say that fully well knowing that it's Tundra that won game 1, but I don't think they're going to be happy with how they won game 1. And I think Na'Vi can be pretty happy with the way they went toe-to-toe despite getting absolutely demolished in the laning stage, Jenkins. So this game 2 should be interesting.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty happy. I think you're right. Maybe they want to dial it. You don't think so?
I don't think either team is happy.
They're both unhappy.
I think they're both sad.
You think picking the best hero in Dota and then losing horribly in the laning stage will make you unhappy?
Yes. I mean, I think in general, when you go against a team that you know is one of the best in the world and they just slap you around to the point where you feel like you're being played with. We're not even taking it seriously, but more so, you just lost the laning stage in 3 lanes. They outskilled you, right? That's essentially what that is. That's an individual skill
Individual to individual matchup is bad.
And that feels mentally really bad. And obviously, Tundra's not going to feel good either because they played sloppy as hell.
Okay, so both teams unhappy. Got it.
So my question is, if you know that you're on another tier, on another level in terms of individual skill against a team, of course, you as a Fart Studios position 1 have experienced many times.
Yeah, of course.
How do you draft? Do you draft to win the lanes? Do you draft to cheese the lanes so you just don't lane?
Well, Jenkins, they drafted Gyro Enchantress and lost to an Abaddon Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, but you have to kill guys to win that lane. That requires skill. Maybe you just pick something that's like it requires outskilling, which is not possible in this matchup apparently.
Hey, we saw yesterday the answer to laning against Dazzle as a Venomancer was straight up not
laning. That's what I'm thinking.
Everybody goes.
But Veno's banned. That's the only hero in Dota right now that just can't lane. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know you jungle a lot.
You can do it as Pudge. You just hook the big guy. It's very slow, but you can do it.
Yeah, that doesn't seem good.
So they actually give the Magnus because they aren't confident, or maybe they don't want to give the Night Stalker. They didn't think they were going to get it. Maybe it has nothing to do with confidence. But I'm a little shocked that the Magnus is the thing that makes it through.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like pick your poison situation, right? Because you also don't want to deal with the Dazzle. You don't want to deal with the Lifestealer, Tinker, Night Stalker. I mean, it's pick your poison.
I just feel like the Lifestealer is a Doraccio special, and it's not the most imba first pick hero. This is a Tundra only thing, whereas the Magnus is just like a completely overpowered hero and also a Tundra thing.
So what do you not ban?
The Lifestealer.
Oh, so but it is a Doraccio thing, as mentioned. He doesn't lose on this hero. So.
He's gonna, if you're given Magnus or Lifestealer, it's still, it's the same thing.
Well, either way, they gave him Magnus. We can't really go back in the past and fix this. So this is where we're at in reality. But they picked up Ember again. Really rough laning stage. And I think these Ember and Pucks, every time I see them played, people are like, nah, I don't want to play versus the Monkey. I don't want to play versus the Huskar. But then people just pick DK. And it's like the same level of annihilation. Plus, I think this hero is just better. Because their Monkey King has these instances where if he dies once, which he's very easy to kill, he can not come back into the game.
Yeah, you run
so
like some Jakiro at the lane or something.
Same thing with Huskar, right? You just need to bring some supports. But DK, once he gets an advantage and he's level 6 before you, he's one of the best heroes to bring supports too. So I want to see some more respect on this DK if you're going to be picking Ember or Puck in games.
That's an interesting perspective. Do you think Tundra would even value the DK over a Monkey if both are left in, potentially?
I don't know if they would, but like I know Bezium is great on Monkey. Maybe he's more comfortable, like because he had a great game on the DK, right?
Yeah.
But he kind of threw a little bit after. That's like perhaps the unfamiliarity with the hero.
Sure. And the Monkey's just a little more familiar.
They only get 1 ban, and they
ban nothing for the Ember. Oh boy.
They go for the Beastmaster and pick up the bounty because obviously one of the options would be ban one, pick the other, but they just ignore it altogether.
We have seen Ember go into the offlane a couple times.
True.
Not sure. You have to have a very special offlaner to do that, though. I know Toronto Tokyo has done it.
Boom was a mid laner.
True. Was a mid
I mean,
laner.
when he was on Gaimin, he was a mid laner. So
Amar has done it. I would say if you're going to pick Ember first pick, be open to the idea.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
What's their reason for the bounty hunter, you feel?
I never understand.
Tempo, maybe?
Yeah, that just to me, like The one thing that I worry about for Na'Vi is that they were getting giga outplayed in the early game, and Bounty's the sort of hero that, you know, you win lanes, you start winning fights, and you snowball the game, or you negative snowball because the hero contributes like nothing to fights. So I do worry that if they get outplayed in the lanes again with a lineup that's crafted around a bounty hunter.
I mean, it's his most played hero as a position 4-2, so maybe add a little comfort as well. I mean, Bounty is one of those heroes that is very good in pubs. So if he's just spamming it and then go back to the word comfortable on the hero, perhaps that's just the way you want to play this game. And we're seeing a kind of like a reverse. And that's just kind of what happens when you do pick a bounty hunter. No team fight whatsoever. There goes the Monkey King. But now Tundra has overwhelming team fight.
Yeah.
You've got Phoenix, Monkey King, Magnus. I don't know if you, yeah, I'm not sure you want to put this Ember mid, because last time we saw BZM have an easy matchup on Monkey King, he put on a clinic.
He destroyed the entire game. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Mag plus Phoenix. Not only do you have RP to protect the egg, it's BKB piercing, so the heroes that would normally like press BKB and kill the egg, they can't do it. And then you can also just skewer away from the egg, and you create the distance. So I really like this one. Solid lane as well if you want to lane these two heroes together.
Yeah, not bad. Very good at stacking too, which Mag does enjoy, which I think is more of the play style for the safe lane.
Yeah, and Phoenix can take the lane too when Mag is going and farming the stacks as well.
So I definitely like this lane better as a safe lane combo than like an off lane duo.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we feel if the draft completes and it does indeed prove Monkey versus Ember mid, do you think Na'Vi just sabotaged themselves by first picking Ember?
You need a plan. No, you just need a plan, I think, right? It might be sabotage. However, I think Monkey is very, very weak in the 3v3. I don't think this hero is that good. So you need to pick some heroes that can rotate mid. Maybe a Jakiro or something like now could be good. This hero does not rotate mid. So I feel very much this Ember's in danger.
It's got to be an offlane Ember, right? At this point,
it kind of has to be, because that's the only thing you can do against the mid Monkey. It's like just run at him with your supports and try to kill him. But Warlock doesn't do anything, and Bounty doesn't do a lot.
Let's hope and assume Ember will be played by Boom in the offlane. And if that's the case, that means that Sanctity is lacking in his hero. We're still looking for mid for him. If you're Tundra, I'm sure that they assume also that the Ember is going to be on the offlane. Is there anything in particular that they should be worried about if they still want to put the Monkey mid?
Maybe like Queen of Pain, Death Prophet. These are a couple of the heroes. Oh, Nature's Prophet is actually still in the pool too.
Yep,
there's some pretty solid lane owners to the Monkey King. I mean, you can always rotate with this hero with an Orbital Corrosion, right? So it's never like horrible. But I do feel like Quap with the dagger is probably the best. We've seen people try
the best for sure.
We've seen people try the DP, but it at least from what we've seen in this tournament, the DP hasn't worked that well against Monkey mid.
I think the only issues I have with like heroes like, I mean, there's a Viper too, if you really want to.
If you want to completely counter.
But here's the issue I'm running into and why I think Quap is by far the best. He can be alone, right? Like if there is heroes that rotate mid, you can just blink out.
Yeah.
Whereas if you pick DP, bring two supports, and Monkey's just going to kill this DP every time. And we already mentioned how Warlock doesn't like to rotate too much, unless he has a couple of those Grimoire stacks and has an early level 6. That'll be the only condition otherwise, but...
Do you think the Warlock plus Gyro against Abaddon plus one is a kill lane?
Gyro Warlock plus one?
No, Gyro Warlock versus Abaddon plus one.
Oh, kind of hard, because Abaddon is very notorious for being good versus Warlock, because the build right now is to max the Fatal Bonds, and you just take that off right away. Gyro, if he can get close to you, maybe the Shadow Word has some potential.
Yeah.
But I imagine...
Not ideal then.
Yeah, I imagine Tundra will pick position 4 that might deter the Gyro from being able to stick on top of the Baton.
How do you guys feel about Wind Ranger mid against Monkey? This is like the other Quap substitute, I feel like, historically speaking.
I feel like that matchup on paper is good, but I also feel, and I have an intuition, that Wind Ranger is just unplayable right now.
This is a bad hero for sure. Yeah, that's true.
All right, it will be Tusk. That will be the final ban coming out of Na'Vi together with the Morphling.
Also, if you do rotate the Ember towards the off lane, you're playing into Mag Phoenix, you're not winning this lane. It's BH Ember. I mean, you're already BH +1, so you probably won't win the lane anyway. You probably want a wave cut, so I guess it's fine. Mag will farm. You'll kind of farm, but less than the Mag.
You have to destroy mid. Like, that's your only choice in this draft. Like, if you want to make Navi's draft work, Ember has to be sacked in the off lane.
Yeah.
Because I don't think you're helping mid. And your mid lane has to destroy whatever goes mid from Tundra. And if you can't do that, you're going to be in a situation similar to game number 1. And that is exactly what you don't want to be in if you're Navi.
If you're Tundra, do you feel like you're still happy with the Mag Phoenix lane, or you want to move Mag to position 4 and pick a better hero even for the Racho? Because that's still an option that they have.
I think he's probably happy with what he's up against so far.
That would be first pick the Racho.
And it's a first pick Racho, which still has not lost.
That's very true.
Not once.
All right, the final ban is a Huskar coming out from Tundra.
Sanctity actually has been playing the Wind Ranger in pubs, and his win rate is not the greatest right now. It's 47%, so a little below 50. Won twice with the hero. Has not lost.
Out of how many games did you say?
2.
Shaman coming out.
So now they have a hero that can go mid with the Phoenix and get a kill with Monkey King on whoever the mid lane is, which I really think is not going to be an Ember. If it is, this is like an instant loss.
It has to be like some Viper sniper level of devastation here.
Yeah, I just worry about us. I was thinking sniper too, but I worry that like a Shaman Phoenix would rotate to that and kill him. Maybe you'd be.
I guess Wind Ranger has a little more defensive capabilities, but even that hero dies if there's a rotation.
Yeah, the Shaman makes things a little difficult.
It does. But if they don't do that, they're looking at offlaners, which...
Is there an offlaner?
Tide is banned, just in case you didn't know. I don't know. There's not many good ones, because Enigma's banned, Tide's banned, Primal's banned. So a lot of the big ones are out, and they're going to do
Lina
mid.
Okay.
Similar idea.
Is it good? Because I see you guys a little bit pensive.
It's good. I mean, it's
not bad.
It's one of the highest win rate heroes, like against Monkey King on Dota buff. So in terms of pubs, this hero has a good matchup against.
It's right
Monkey.
Direction for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, you can easily kill the Monkey at pretty much any point in the game. You will do well against it in lane. The thing is, like, this hero is just extremely susceptible to the ganks that are going to inevitably come mid between Whitemon and Soxa. And then also this hero does not like being repositioned. This is why people ban Tiny against Lina. And they have a Magnus, and he's going to go for a Harpoon. So eventually I do think Lina is going to run into some issues unless Sanctity can get off to a really good start, which maybe he can against a Monkey King.
But are their lanes going to be as bad as they were game 1?
No way. I feel like you cannot lose Gyro Warlock lane.
Okay.
It's an unlosable lane.
Is it a kill lane?
No, it's just like you farm and the enemy farms.
Yeah, you just flack the wave, heal the Gyro. There's no way to
You have to be
that.
supremely out of position for that to go poorly.
I like that they didn't try to go aggressive with it. They're just like, we're going to push.
Yeah.
Push and heal.
Slightly worried for the offlane, though. I will say that, but we kind of knew that. Like, Ember Bounty is not a strong lane at all. So Duracho yet again is going to probably have like 10,000 net worth at 10 minutes as per usual, and he's going to be very farmed. But that's the beauty of like this Magnus Monkey King, as Jenkins was saying. Like, you want to be a ranged hero versus Monkey, but you don't want to be a ranged hero versus Magnus, but you also don't want to be a melee hero versus Monkey King. So they cover each other's bases really well.
But the way we're talking, it's still heavily favored Jenkins for Tundra in this one.
I think so. I think they not only have an easier draft to execute. I mean, offlane Ember is always going to be difficult, but they have, like, they're all on complete comfort heroes. Literally all of them. These are like some of the best heroes of the patch.
Well, let's see if they can execute this one and take it 2-0 and punch their ticket to the playoffs, or maybe Navi can force out a third game to this series. We're heading over to Sunspan and Cinnamon.
Thank you, Shiva. Game 2. Tundra and Navi. Last game was it was something else, something to remember, something to forget, somewhere in there, Cinderin, depending on your perspective.
More along that spectrum, yeah.
I kind of like those. I mean, I can't say that I've ever seen a game quite like that, but I like the, if there's 2 tier 1 teams, just hypothetically, and nobody's making mistakes, it's actually kind of boring. Mistakes are what make things entertaining in Dota.
Yeah.
We should celebrate them.
It's a game of mistakes. It's always been that. Sometimes the mistakes happen in the draft, sometimes they happen during the game, sometimes they happen when you build your team.
Yep, those usually don't end very well.
That is not targeting either of these teams, by the way. I just want to make that very clear that that was not throwing shade at anybody in this server.
Sure, Synderen.
Sometimes the mistake is who you're casting with.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
That's unfortunate. So, yeah, I kind of agree with the panel here. I think Tundra's lineup looks extremely stable and strong for what we've seen successful teams run in this tournament so far. Na'Vi, I will say, though, I really like that they're bringing out something slightly different in these games, right? So, in the previous game, their hero combination was rather uncharacteristic, but they made the teamfights look quite good. And now this time around, the teamfight is, in theory, also quite solid when you have the Fatal Bonds plus Flak Cannon and all of the AoE damage of Alina. You throw in the Sleight of Fist as well into the mix, and if you do bind many heroes together, you can do tons of damage. You are, however, playing against at least one Dispel in the Abaddon. He can remove the Fatal Bonds from himself with a Photic Shield. And I guess it's also theoretically maybe difficult to find a lot of Fatal Bond targets when the enemy heroes are that mobile. One of them is Phoenix, can remove it with the Egg. Monkey King will generally be playing flanks from the tree line. So, and Magnus will maybe be fishing a bit. But if last game is anything to go by, Tundra will outshine Na'Vi in the lanes, but then Na'Vi will try to fight their way back. Let's see if that's the same story this time. I refuse to believe Na'Vi will lose the top lane, though. That one plays itself. The Gyro Warlock is incredibly powerful. You either you might even kill Saksa.
Neutrals! Neutrals, he wants to die to them. They will not oblige. And yeah, I guess it's a split bounty this time around.
The way the Warlock Gyro lane usually plays is that you skill Flak Cannon and you skill Fatal Bonds, and then you just push out the wave. And then you pull big camp or small camp, so the enemy team has to block both camps if they don't want to let you pull. And if you come and contest the pull, you get Flak Cannon and Fatal Bonded out there. But because it's Abaddon, it looks like Na'Vi took the different approach here of going for the Shadow Word plus homing missile combo and trying to kill Saksa as he was trying to pull the wave, and they were successful. Maybe not anticipating that this was going to be their approach. However, despite the death, there will be a ton of experience coming Tundra's way here as the wave reaches the tower. But there's that combination of the Fatal Bonds and, well, unskilled Flak Cannon for the time being. He is not even choosing to put points into it now, which is a little bit interesting. But yeah, that lane should be good for the side of Na'Vi. The mid lane, Lina against Monkey King, should be Lina favored as well. So that's two lanes that they should be happy about. And then finally the Ember Bounty Hunter lane. As the panel talked about, that one's just going to be tough to win, right? But if you do well in the other two...
Yeah, Whitemon, that is a lot of damage from the Fire Spirits.
He'll trade out.
He's going to get traded eventually, but nice kill.
Got killed by the Blood Grenade.
All right, what do you think of... I know that part of it had to do with the draft, and maybe it wasn't the exact thing that they wanted, but Ember offlane, we've seen it a couple times. A lot of times it feels forced. What are your thoughts on this hero in the offlane overall?
I think it's just a solid hero as long as it can lane. And the Magnus lane is one of the... It's not great, obviously, but it's also not absolutely terrible. You're not playing in something like an Ursa or Monkey King that, you know, they put it offlane specifically to avoid that Monkey King matchup. So...
Well, the fight over the Lotuses, uh-oh. Chad, out of position. You said he can't die, Synderen, but he's going to.
That's not what I said.
You said it. You promised us.
I said I refuse to believe Na'Vi lose this lane.
Well, what
he's
about
still
now?
ahead, but dying there is definitely not the expected outcome. But that's what can happen when the lane gets pulled off to the side. When you go for the Lotuses instead of just playing the push-pull with Flak Cannon, you can, of course, be left open and vulnerable on the left side. And yeah, Tundra do find a kill on Gyro. I would not have expected that. That's a big advantage for 33. He's a full level ahead of Gyro now. So this could snowball the top lane into a victory for Tundra, which would be a very healthy outlook for this game for them.
That's another instance of these new Lotus pools coming into effect where you have to fight over it. I love. Absolutely one of the best changes of this last patch.
But that's the thing about this top lane, though, is you don't have to fight for it. You can accept that you don't get that, and then you can get everything else. You can just Flak Cannon and Fatal Bonds push the wave and then play pull. And then if Tundra do get a Lotus, so be it, you know? You're farming a ton, you're getting all the pulls off, etc. But instead, fighting out there might not have been the right idea, because That's something Warlock is not particularly good at. He's not great at the Lotus fight, because sure, you've got Shadow Word, but it takes a long time to, you know, deal out its damage or its heal, and Lotus fights are a lot more about, you know, who's stronger in a short span of time. And, well, Shaman and Abaddon can do a ton of damage very quickly, as they did there.
Yep, Soxa. I mean, if they get another kill here, it's going to be very dirty. And we can see Whitemon making his rotation, so they're going to try just that. Fire Spirits onto Shad. TP in the form of Cubify is here. They're going to have to shackle the Warlock instead. And a lot of damage from the Rocket Barrage, but it is shared as 33 in company. They're going to just chase down Cubify instead. And this Aphotic Shield, not even needed for the burst. And we should mention that it is, again, he's going for the same facet on 33 as Shat. I did not realize he was still there. It's a 2 versus 1 under the tier 1 as there's a Monkey King bug. Is this the when he's a tree you can't click him or something? I forget what the bug is.
I don't know. He's not a tree for me. He's a Monkey King.
Yeah,
so
like it.
Yeah, well, the way they said it, they made it sound like this is the most obvious thing ever and everybody knows what the bug is. I don't know what the bug is.
You want to chat GPT it?
What is the current bug with Monkey King?
You never know.
Well, that would be funny if it worked.
So what the horse happens in the top lane? Is Shad dead?
Yeah, I think so.
That's an Aphotic Shield that's going to explode at some point.
It's not a Mephitic Shroud, though, so it has to explode fully to deal its damage. But the problem for Gyro is if he uses Rocket Barrage, he will break it. So he can't fight back like that, and then otherwise the tower will just break it here.
Yeah, he's mega dead. So second death already for Shad in this lane that you said is unlosable.
Okay.
Cinderin, quoted 2025.
In a vacuum.
Vacuum?
Now Phoenix rotated. You can't just be like that.
Well, obviously there's going to be rotations.
Yeah, okay. Well, with that logic, no lane is ever unlosable because you could 5-man gank it. Okay, well, fair enough. That's,
Shad.
You're technically right. I can appreciate that.
Okay, he's not. Surely he's not going to die again to 2 supports.
No. Soxa doesn't have mana.
They are harassing the absolute crap out of him, though.
Yeah. Power Rune will be going to Navi's side. Lina will find an Invis. Not too much mana to write home about,
is
though.
here. He's going to take a full Rocket Barrage, but the Jingu stacks are up. And that's going to force a TP out. There's Sanctity making his way over. He's level 6, so has a level advantage over BZM. Means Laguna Blade at the ready.
Yeah, no point in LSA, though. So
yeah,
somebody else to stun them up.
Well. Yeah, we'll see if they... I think it was a 4-0-4 build in the game that we were...
it was a 4-0-3, and then he's killed stun level 9. And that was... Was it Malrine? I think it was Malrine.
It's a 4 versus 1 here, so we're just going to go out on the limb and say Kaori's dead.
Yeah, you're right. They're crushing that top lane. It was definitely losable.
That's right.
4-man gank will get the job done. Yeah, I wonder, I've seen this be popular on Lina in general of bypassing the point in LSA. I feel like if you're laning against Monkey King, that does sound like a pretty strong value point to have one of, like, let's say...
Ooh, RP not going to do too much here. Not sure if that was dodged with Slight.
I don't think it was. I think it just flat out missed.
Okay.
Just probably trying to get him on max range and then be able to skewer him into tower. And if that connects, probably would be a kill because Boom was only level 5. And I can understand Doracio trying to go for that kill there. Like, let's say that's a 50% chance.
Yeah.
I think he should actually try it because shortly after, if Ember hits 6, that play doesn't really exist anymore. So you want to get it while it's possible.
Well, now
you don't want to die, though.
Double teamed. Has Skewer, though.
Yeah, he's fine. Oh, two
double
TPs
TP
coming
supports.
in. Boom's still 5.
Yeah,
he's about to get 6. If he got 2 creeps here, he would be 6, I think. He needs more than just the melee there. And now...
Oh, boy. Wukong's command. And that should be the death of the Ember. Boom will be taken to the grave. Great rotations for BZM. He's been very active so far in this game.
Teams have generally been banning his Monkey King. BZM has been owning it up from that mid lane. And off to a hot start here once again on that hero. Now, Na'Vi trying a big move of their own here, bringing both supports mid, but this is an extremely uncharacteristic ganking combo of Bounty Hunter Warlock.
Yeah. Really strong. They need the stun from Cubify. They get it into the dive.
He's alive.
Whitemon lives.
Yeah, that's just
very fearsome gank.
They'll pressure the tower though, so it's not all for naught. It wasn't in vain. I just said the same thing twice. Shad. Gonna get run down by, he could skill his ult and just kill him. Doesn't even need to. Oh my man. He's level 4 against level 7. I told you, this top lane
is unkillable, this gyro.
I refuse to believe 33 could lose this lane. And boy, was I right.
Yeah, you cursed the crap out of that
I definitely did, but I will say, I do think Na'Vi kind of dropped the ball a little bit on how they played that lane though. I think, sure, you can die to the Phoenix rotation, but having lost that top lane this hard minute 9, I think it's just not. This should not be happening. I'm curious what the panel will have to say about that afterwards, because I think no matter what happens in this game, that is worth highlighting, because this was something that should have just been a flat-out staple lane for Na'Vi.
Yeah.
It's one they're very comfortable on, so that...
Nice dust. Cubify.
Oh yeah, he's just dead.
Trying to deny himself, but can't even get off an auto attack.
Yeah, and if he could, the creeps couldn't get one off either.
Yeah, that's true. BZM, he's going to jump Kaori, only level 4 on this Warlock, as Sanctity's going to show himself Wukong's command for the extra armor. And the dive in from Whitemon, as Boom is level 6 now, so you'd have to think he's going to be able to live his Laguna Blade, trying to be used onto 33, but he had his ult up, and that is the death onto Sanctity now. But now 33 has to be a little bit careful. Gets off the Aphotic Shield, able to take off the Searing Chase. Egg is placed under the tier 2 tower. Kaori trying with all his might to take it out, but ain't happening, son. Kaori will be run down by 33 does not have his ult. We'll get the Aphotic Shield off. Will they finally get something in this engagement? Yes. Na'Vi finally take out Mr. 33 as Boom dies on the sideline. 4 for 1.
They are stomping them 4v5. Magnus is bot farming.
That's true.
That's
oh boy.
A major concern here. And that, I mean, this is what can happen when your top lane goes this poor lane. Your supports don't have levels. There's only 2 charges on Kaori's Grimoire, so he can't get the Chaotic Offering yet. We're 11 minutes in and Warlock's 4.5. In this tournament, we see level 8 Warlocks at minute 8. So he is so far behind. Bounty Hunter still needs to find that track, and the hero itself doesn't create that much opportunity in fights. He's more about giving information to other players to make moves. But it's just that not that much in the tank right now. Once again, begs the question, could maybe one stun point on Sanctity, could that have changed something in these engagements where maybe you could have killed the Monkey King because you got a stun chain off with the Bounty Hunter, or slight chains into LSA could generate some opportunity. I really, this is the second time now that we see this 4-0-3 build. I think it made more sense in the other game that we casted, but like, how much better is this than 4-1-2? Like, how big is that difference mathematically to give up that? If you think about risk-reward, right? It just feels like the reward of getting 1 point in stun is massively high.
You're preaching to the choir, Cinderella.
I don't know. I see this a lot of the time, so I'm thinking I must be missing something, right? But
probably.
Yep. Thank you. That's probably right.
Whitemon. Oh, that's Fatal Bonds is gonna.
He is getting bound. They have.
Just dead. Oh. Yeah, that is unfortunate Fatal Bond.
A Aphotic Shield was 1 second off cooldown, but too late. Oh, they'll find a pick there. And now track online.
Yeah, I think if last game was any indication,
Navi's about to win a team fight.
Yeah, Navi's going to win a big team fight here.
I think Tarachio's farm is bizarre. 140 CS minute 12. Just completely uncontested. He's farming up a Storm. There's just nothing stopping him. Level 11.5. The second highest level hero in the game is level 9 and is on his team. That's the Abaddon. And the Lina on the opposing team, I suppose, but absolutely dwarfing everyone. Letting Magnus, in this patch, there's a lot of teams that rate this as like a #1 first pick, right? If you give this hero away and you also give it a free lane, I think that's asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Well, Whitemon's going to take a Laguna and live through the day. Still has his ult as well. Not even close at all.
Could have been an interesting situation if Sanctity had a stun.
Oh, this is a big kill, though. BZM not able to get off the Boundless Strike, but the RP recovery from Tarachio takes out Shad.
He might kill him on the creeps.
Yes,
why did
leave off the creeps.
Hang on. Was he visible? Was he dusted?
Sanctity dies on the other side.
I think Cubify wasn't dusted. He actually ran up and gave Magnus the only cleave available.
Yeah,
if he wasn't dusted, he kind of killed himself there.
And now
I'm
a
not
stack
sure.
taken out by 33 and company. Tundra, I mean, they lose BZM, who's had a really good game, but they get everything else in return.
And I would say in contrast to game number 1, I think finding the dream team fight for Navi is a lot harder with this lineup than the previous one. You don't
have yet to see chaotic offerings,
these
so don't say
obvious
that yet,
setups.
Cinder.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Soxa.
Soxa, he's going to get the Hex off, but he's already taken a hefty amount of damage. There's the Fatal Bonds. Kaori looking for the chaotic offering. This will be a lot of damage. 33 will take off the Fatal Bonds this time as the dive into the Wukong's command with the egg as well. Shad. Okay, chaotic offering is placed onto 2, but more of a defensive measure to try to dissuade them from pursuing any further. And now Navi will try to catch up, get the tracks off, but yeah, with that Aphotic Shield, just constant dispels on Fatal Bonds, on track.
Duracho took a tier 2 tower top.
Oh!
He has 172 CS now. He has about twice as much as Lina and 3 times as much as Gyro.
Has he been within like 200 range of an ally in the last 10 minutes?
I don't think he's been within 2,000 range of an ally. Actually, that's incorrect. He did get the RP right after Monkey King.
Yeah, but he died first, so he was probably 800 range maybe, as there's the Harpoon into Skewer. Sanctity does have LSA. He's just going to get smacked around.
I think this is the most free farm hero I've seen this tournament. Like, he's genuinely untouched on Mag. Completely out of control. So a 10,000 gold lead now for the side of Tundra. Half of that lead is Mag over Gyro. It's actually more. He's 6k ahead of the enemy carry minute 15. That's 400 GPM advantage on the carry to carry.
That is rough.
That's unreal. These are Alchemist graphs, you know? This is a free farming Alchemist net worth distribution. What is going on? Well, if Navi aren't going to do anything about it, it's going to be another 1,000 ahead in 2 minutes.
Another tower for Duracho.
Okay, so now he's taking... What's the tower damage like in this game? I think Magnus has done more building damage than the rest of his team combined.
Probably.
Which is extremely unusual.
Yep, that is exactly
what
right.
What is that, dude? It's Mag. What in the world?
Well, Soxa will get his shard from the Tormy.
Yeah, the foul play. And he'll get the XP. They also got the other XP. No, they did not actually. Warlock did get that. Okay. All right, Navi, it's time to do something. You're getting cooked.
Well, chaotic offering is needed. 20 seconds away still, though. Searing Chains gonna open things up for Boom. Duracho will skewer away. Both tracked. Or just one tracked, actually.
Shannon, here's my question.
Yes.
How did the same team get Magnus and Abaddon in this patch? How did that happen?
Yeah, these heroes have looked really...
Navi first picked Ember for themselves, which is, you know, if you want to run that, that's all fine and dandy, but you did that, gave away Mag and Abaddon and Monkey King.
Yeah, it's something
Am I
else.
missing? Like, what's going on in the coaching staff of Navi here? To me, this is crazy that they gave this lineup away like this.
Well, they're not only getting Roche successfully, but they get a free kill onto the Lina. Soxa, he's getting pretty low. There's the RP onto 2, though. Duracho just farming everything that stands in his way, and right now, it's Boom. He's gonna get Boundless struck. BZM will steal it. Either way, 4 for 1 and Roche. Tundra running away with this game too.
And this is when, now it's time to find out, are Tundra paid by the minute or by the win? Because first game, you could argue that that one dragged out way more than it had to. This one, it's almost 1k GPM lead, minute 17. This is the type of game that you can finish before the half-hour mark easily if you just push your advantage and get it done. But
we'll see if they get overconfident, as we've seen in the past. And by the past, I mean literally last game. BZM, he's pretty low, gets off his ult, but the Laguna Blade is enough.
Okay. That's a 1,000 gold kill.
Yeah.
It's about 5% of the lead. Step by step.
Uh-oh, Dyrachyo. He's looking for an opening. And that is going to be onto Boom's face. Gets destroyed.
That's called a
You're
mouth.
into their base. Shad just getting beat down.
Oh my god, I mean, this is not...
Dyrachyo doesn't have RP for 45 seconds. It doesn't matter. These cores are being deleted right now.
This is so abnormal that it looks like smurfing, you know? Like, actually, this looks like somebody who's playing 5,000 MMR below their rating. That's how free his game is. He's just toying with them. He just run at them like... I don't know, it's just abnormal, man.
Yeah, not much Navi can do with this, right?
Wait, what's this GPM? 800 on Magmin at 19.
Not bad. What's the average Alchemist game?
I mean, 800 GPM on Alchmin at 19 is already really good, because like a really high Alch game is 1,000, right?
Yeah.
But the GPM goes up over time. So him having 800, this is Alchemist tier. It really is.
Now Dyrachyo daring them to go on him. Still has Aegis for 2.5.
Yep. They can chill.
And
They want
Thunder
to.
going to reset now that their life totals are a bit low. And there's still a tier 2 bot that they can click 3 times and take.
Yeah, Dyrachyo needs to try to get 5-digit tower damage on Magnus for the first time in Dota history.
I'm sure that's happened.
It probably has, but...
Everything's happened in Dota.
Yeah, until it hasn't, Shannon.
It's true.
Such as giving Abaddon and Mag
We
together.
haven't seen Roche poop in the river. That has not
That
happened
is
yet.
true. That's right. I've got the good ideas.
Cubify gets taken out. Dyrachyo looking for an opening. Still plenty of time on this Aegis. What a shellacking, man.
Yeah,
crazy. I thought after last game we'd see a little bit more competitive because of how sloppy Tundra were looking, and we're going to see the opening now, and just a free kill.
Nice Orchid usage there.
Dyrachyo has the RP, will use it. No chaotic offering used there. Egg placed along with the Wukongs. Bad insult to injury here, as Sanctity does use his ult. All right. Laguna was enough with the right clicks to take 33 out. Kaori, this is a dieback for him. Buyback now comes out from Boom, but just all you can do is try to go for the supports and hope for the best. Pray to Gaimin that they allow him to die.
What Dyrachyo is doing?
Dyrachyo
This is illegal.
Still has Aegis. BT dubs. No longer.
All right, can they get him twice?
Dyrachyo. He's going to go for the Lina kill, but no. Good pike to take away. Ember, this is a dieback for you, good sir.
Time to man to dodge the rocket.
Yep, he does it. Dyrachyo. He's going to try to backstab now, potentially, as Saksa eventually will die. Glimmers, because of that shard, he's able to do so. Gets the shackle, though, as Whitemon with the Sunray to follow. We're going to watch Dyrachyo, though, because he is just pounding on everybody. GG's called. Can he get this final kill for the road? Dyrachyo needs it. He wants it. He gets it. Double kill, Dyrachyo! As Tundra will easily take this game number 2 and the series, and they will knock out Na'Vi.
Okay, well, Tundra felt like that last game took way too long. Let's get back on schedule. I've got a dinner date tonight. That was a 21-minute game, Shannon, and it felt over minute 10.
Yeah.
Just Na'Vi tried to adjust and make a different strategy happen. They got absolutely stomped so hard in the first part of this game that it seemed irrecoverable.
Outclassed, Shivar.
Yeah, outclassed and then some, I'd say. Poof, that was an upset Tundra. They were mad for that first game that they were not able to close it out, and they're like, let's show us how it's done. And they did, and this was a very fast game number 2, and therefore very fast 2-0, and they make sure that they make it to the playoffs tomorrow. Na'Vi gets eliminated with that one. We're going to break this game down for as much as we can, because, Jenkins, I do feel like it was pretty straightforward from a certain point onwards.
Yeah, it was. That was an absolute shellacking. It doesn't really get worse than that. Game 1, the laning stage went kind of similarly, but in this game, Tundra was actually able to translate it into a full-blown devastating shellacking, and I think a big portion of that is Dyrachyo played flawlessly in this game, and he is on one of his favorite guys. I don't think they were expecting to get both Abaddon and Magnus in the game, and you could see exactly why nobody expected both of these heroes to go through for Tundra, because 33 and Dyrachyo played flawless.
Yeah, and he continues with his 100% win rate first pick hero, so they might need to continue doing that in the playoffs as well. But Fear, I mean, it was there any chance at any point for Na'Vi starting from the minute 10? Or was it indeed, as our commentary team said, was it already over at that point?
From minute 10?
Yes.
Yeah, no. I think at minute 10 was...
It was done.
What about minute 4?
They had a 15% chance at minute 4.
Oh, that's not
Okay,
good.
what about minute 0?
These are not good odds.
Oh, they had 50-50.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Something went horribly wrong between 0
A lot of things went horribly wrong in this game, that is for sure. Well, I think in general, like, the top lane, no way it should have went that bad for Na'Vi. Mid lane didn't own enough. Like, you didn't do bad on the Lina, but it was not ultimate devastation to the highest degree, as you would say, which is exactly what they needed. Bot lane was destined to not do well on Na'Vi. They had to do so much better in their mid lane and so much better in their safe lane if they wanted to make this game competitive. And I'm just going to go out and say it. Like, right now, that's just an outskill. Like, Na'Vi, if they want to beat teams like Tundra, just have to go play some more pubs, get their MMR up, because they're getting individually outplayed really hard.
Yeah, this was one of the few games, by the way, that we didn't have a single strength hero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is
Doesn't
true,
happen
because
very
the
often.
strength ones are...
The universal ones.
They're the universal.
Yeah.
They're the tanky ones.
I mean, by all means, by the definition of a strength hero, Abaddon and Magnus fit that criteria.
They should be strength heroes. This is part of the problem.
Yeah, I mean, they're tanky cores
Yeah,
still.
they
Sure,
are
they're not
tanky
strength,
cores.
but they fit as the tanky core meta.
True. I don't think anybody's surprised to see Dyrachyo in the standout player screen here. He did play really well. He had a really good game. I will say it was, I mean, obviously it's very easy, well, for high tier players that is, to play a flawless game when there seems to be no pushback whatsoever.
Yeah, there was just nothing. He got to free farm the lane. He got to free farm the Ancients, the jungle, enemy Ancients. He was baiting his team and hitting RPs on, cores, killing the cores, +1. And then also, it's like sometimes you get these games where not only are you killing enemy cores and enemy supports at the same time, but your team is dying first when you're doing it. So you're just getting complete solo XP. I think there was one RP where he had on Shad plus the Bounty Hunter where he kills both of them. And it was technically these were solo kills. So he got a ton of experience from that. He was skilling stats that gives him extra damage. So the next RP, he's doing even more damage.
Yeah, I mean, he had a completely free game on Mag, as expected, and he did what he needed to do and a bit more, but I think the game for him was just relatively easy because of how this top lane went as well. And, this is one of the outplays that we'll see here. Like, you are half HP on this gyrocopter, you're running in, thinking you can make something happen here, but the Baton comes in, you want this 3-minute Lotus, but you end up dying in return. And it just snowballed to the point where Mag, he's free farming so much to the point where you can rotate your Phoenix. You can now continue to dive Shad. And now Magnus is bottom free farming entirely, stacking Ancients, killing Ancients, and you just can't do anything as a gyro. It's rough.
Nah, I mean, this was a really rough game for Na'Vi. From the get-go, indeed, already those lanes did not go the way they wanted to, and it was the same for game number 1 as well. And there's one steady, stable duo that has been making those lanes go the way of Tundra from minute 0, basically, for the entire group stage, and before that as well. And one of those two, we get a chance to talk to right now. I'm talking about Saxa. Hey, Saxa, how are you doing?
Doing good.
Glad to hear. Congratulations on making it to the playoffs and for this, of course, 2-0 victory. But I think you understand that I have to ask, why does Tundra feel like you guys are not in your form that you were last week?
I think playing consistently for a while now, this kind of maybe brought us into a bit of a slump. I think we were making mistakes we weren't making so much like in the past tournaments, and yeah, I don't know. We've been playing Dota like it feels like for months straight. So I think we're just a bit tired.
Okay, do you feel like with this this victory here, you're back in the groove here for tomorrow?
It's a step in that direction, but we will see. I mean, we passed the group, so the important part is done.
That is very true. I have a question also regarding Hero, because I always enjoyed your Leshrac position 4, but I was wondering, is he completely dead? Is it done?
No, I mean, I think I just haven't seen the game for it, but I think the hero is still very playable.
Okay, and then I look forward to seeing it sometime.
Hey, Big Ass, great to have you in here at the studio. I got some questions for you. The first one is, there are these dumbass analysts out here that are saying that Night Stalker position 4, this is the best hero in Dota right now. It should never go through. Do you agree with that? And if not, who is the best hero in Dota right now?
Yeah, I mean, the hero is being perma-banned like every game, so I would say NS for sure, the best 4. If it's not NS, then probably Dazzle. Stupid ass hero.
Fair enough. Yeah, I agree. So you told me that one tournament, or I figured out that you like anime, so I'm going to ask you at every single tournament about anime. And then the first question at this tournament is going to be, what anime are you watching lately, big guy?
I just finished watching Frieren Season 1.
Oh, yeah, did you like it? I heard that's it's very high rate. It was top of my anime list.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the best ones I've seen in like years.
Okay, I haven't seen it, so I'll check that out. That's my list. Fear?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Dota. So you guys ended up winning Fissure and Blast, and that was more on like a stable patch. Do you feel like some of your struggles are like learning the new patch, figuring out what's good for your team, or is it like external factors?
I think it's mostly external factors. I think that the patch we're still figuring it out, obviously, but I think it's mostly just because we're kind of just playing bad and fatigue, I guess. But I mean, we did get second at Dream League, and it was like very close. So I think like regarding patch, we're like fine.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Saxa, for taking the time to talk to us. Of course, again, congratulations on making it out of the groups, and we'll see you tomorrow in the playoffs. Have a good night.
Thanks. See ya.
And with that, the group stages are done. And I do want to go over today a little bit because it flew by. And I understand that in all 3 series we had today, the favorite won. But I do want to talk about that a little bit because I feel like a couple of these teams, and especially with Tundra here at the last one, Fear, we weren't expecting to see them here at the end of the day.
Sure.
But what about the other 2 that we saw? Aurora and Falcons. And maybe for Aurora, it was more expected considering they're new. Falcons also had a rough start to the group stages.
They did, but if you look at the teams that they lost to, like Tidebound is looking pretty good. Spirit is one of the best teams as well. So some of these matchups for some of the teams put them in a spot that wasn't so good. And I think Falcons has looked the best they've looked in a while at this tournament. And I'm expecting big things from this team going forward.
Yeah, and we should also look at the other side of the, of the screen, that is, in this case, because everybody that has big 2 next to their
right
name
down the
is on
middle,
left.
Sheev.
Yeah.
We all know who deserve to go to the playoffs, I think, after today. And that's what I really like about this format. Like, whether you get lucky or not on day 1 or 2, at the end of the day, like, the best teams are going to qualify.
Yeah. No, that is definitely how it works. I really enjoy the format because of that as well. And every series is high stakes. The 3 that we saw eliminated, Jenkins, which one is the most surprising one to you in terms of, like, maybe not surprising to be eliminated by the team that they faced, but was there any team, and I think for me it might be Heroic, that you thought would do better?
I was also thinking Heroic.
I
mean, they won the previous PGL, so I don't think anybody expected them to fall off that hard with the Parker situation that was going on. You know, they've got some good replacements. They've had some decent showings at tournaments since then, you know, taking games and series off of good teams. But they've not been able to hit that same peak that they were at last Wallachia, which is unfortunate because they were a very fun team to watch. They are a very fun team to watch. It's just that they're losing now, so we won't be watching them until the
I'll also say this Wallachia is way more competitive than the last one too. There's
That's true.
So much better teams here. So that's just how it goes. And sometimes you play versus better teams, they get harder. Maybe your lineup's not as good. It's just Dota.
Just Dota. Let's take a look at these standings. With the group stages complete, we have our 8 teams that move forward and our 8 teams that are eliminated. And to be honest, yeah, I think a lot of people from the get-go might have expected this. Maybe Tidebound and Xtreme coming in as a surprise. They're in 5th and 4th place. But overall, I don't think, Jenkins, anybody can be unhappy with this split.
No, this probably is how it should have gone, to be honest.
I thought Nigma might go instead of Tidebound, to be honest.
They did do very well in Blast.
Yeah.
Tidebound is probably the one standout, especially because they are 3-1, so they didn't just like barely scrape by. They actually look like a tier 1 team. They're a very impressive team, which is great to see. You know, we have 2 extremely strong Chinese teams ready to go. And I was going to say this about the bracket. This is unfortunate that they are playing against each other.
Yeah.
It's double elimination, though.
It is. Why does it always have to happen? I know it's like it is based on you know, real things, but it's the same time it's like, why?
Yeah.
Let's take a closer look at that upper bracket. So everybody starts in the upper bracket, and that's very nice. That's very good. We'll have all 4 series coming your way tomorrow. So other than Tidebound Xtreme, we also have Liquid Aurora, Spirit Falcons, and Gaming Tundra. Which one, Fear, is your pick of the day, you think?
They're all good.
I
Like
know.
for
They're all
different
really
reasons,
good.
they're all good. So I don't really have a favorite. I can look at any of these, and I'm very invested in like how these games are going to play out. So. Yeah, I actually don't have one. They're all just incredibly good games.
I can pick one.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I like the Aurora Liquid just because Aurora's funny. They're the funniest team. And then Liquid, it's good to have them back.
Yeah, and then they play as the first, on day 1, both of those teams played against each other, and Aurora took game 1 of Liquid. Liquid still won. But it was the first series that both of those teams played, and I think it will be super interesting to see how they've developed
How
since.
both teams have developed.
Yes, because both have.
They have, absolutely. Yeah, that'll be super interesting. I expect that one to go long.
Yeah. Oh, this looks so good. I mean, that's what happens when you lose 8 teams from the group stage. That means all remaining series are going to be great. We are going to end the day with Gaimin versus Tundra. We're going to have Spirit taking on Falcons, Aurora Liquid, as we already mentioned. Tidebound Xtreme. I mean, that will also. I mean, it will be good either way. It will be a heartbreaker, but it's upper bracket.
You mean they can meet in the grand finals?
Yeah,
easily.
there you go.
I get it. Listen, I get it.
For the
It's
great
like,
storyline.
You're a very optometristic guy. Yeah, like you're positive about things is what that means.
I don't think that's what an
Optometrist is for your eyes.
Maybe that's I misread the word. That's the problem.
No, it should be a good day of games. We've had 5 fantastic days of Dota here already, and there's just more to come. But with the group stage being done, I do want some final thoughts on your past 5 days, Jenkins, in Bucharest here for Wallachia.
I like Swiss stage, I will say in general. It leads to some very interesting matchups. Today, maybe not so much. It was not so back and forth, but up until now, we've seen some absolute bangers of series, like 60-minute games, interesting drafts. Zhao 8 is back. So I think the storylines have been very good, and I'm excited for them to continue going into the playoffs.
Yeah, I also agree. There's so many good teams and even new teams that are good, especially the region in China succeeding. I also am a big fan of not doing any tiebreakers. I think it's cool that the format doesn't have that is all. So yeah, tomorrow I just want to kind of fast forward to the games because there's just so many good ones.
Yeah, I think I speak on behalf of everyone that we're very much looking forward to those playoffs and to starting tomorrow. But you'll have to wait a little bit. We'll start, of course, at the exact same time as we have done the past 5 days. That is 10 a.m. here in Bucharest. Make sure you tune in a little bit early, where Richard and his panel will take you through the morning and the day as well. And with that, here, good night from us, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Wallachia Season 3.
Dang
Trece bănie